In this story, I accompany my wife Elena to a party that I'm not keen on attending. Unbeknownst to me, this gathering pushes our marriage to the brink of loyalty. Elena, a financial expert, has a connection with a football star named Derek, who poses a threat to our marriage. This is not just a social event, it's a contest of trust and betrayal. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Alex Carter accompanied his wife Elena to the party. He didn't want to go there and he didn't want her to go, but she insisted. The party took place at the estate of famous football midfielder. Derek White is 34 years old and retired after leading his team to the Super Bowl last year. He was large, blonde and rich, made his fortune by wisely investing money from sponsors under Elena's company and, more recently, under Elena herself, and Elena is a financial expert and works for Bragg Incorporated. The company works with many athletes and celebrities. Elena is 30. She is a stunning blonde beauty and Alex considered himself lucky to have won her over and married her in college 8 years ago. Their son, Liam, is 7 years old and looks just like his father. Alex is almost 6 feet tall and has a medium build. He looks good-natured, but that's not true. He wasn't always this big as a child. He was always the smallest and poorest child. His father, Ethan, was a sergeant in the army and served at the same base throughout Alex's life. Alex was an only child and his mother, Lydia, was a housewife. She was a second-generation Vietnamese. This slightly aggravated Alex's problems with his neighbors. Lydia was an excellent mother, but sitting at home she could not protect Alex from the big boys. For a while, Alex's only defense was running. He was good at it, but when he was 7 he lost the race. He returned home beaten. His father talked to him about it and then sent Alex to a family friend, Milo Quinn, at Milo's dojo. Alex learned to fight. Milo did not call it the euphemistic word self-defense, but simply a fight. Alex turned out to be a born fighter. Almost endless resentment and even hatred seeped within him. Milo's job was to channel these traits and keep them from popping up at the wrong time. In terms of technique, Alex was strong and fast, although small. He went to Jojo's dojo 4 days a week, including Sunday. This was his church and wrestling was his religion. Ethan and Lydia were a little hesitant about whether Alex should attend the dojo. But in addition to being fast and strong, Alex was also smart. He never got less than an A in any subject. I honestly told my parents that about much of his work in the dojo involves controlling his emotions. This is exactly what Milo told Ethan, without mentioning that controlling emotions allows you to fight much more effectively. An emotional blow will most likely be sweeping and careless, but to cause maximum damage, it must be precise. The same goes for a kick or head strike. One day, when he was 9 in an alley near school, Alex kicked the ass of a bigger, older kid. Literally kicked it, but he was able to contain his rage. The child was hurt, but nothing serious, and after that Alex was no longer a target. It's amazing how rumors spread around school. At 16 Alex gained height and at 17 he gained strength. This process made him slightly less dexterous, but Milo was able to handle it. At 18 out of high school, Alex was deadly. Thanks to excellent grades, Alex entered the local university at public expense. He studied mathematics and computers and majored in business. It was in business classes during his junior year and senior year that he met and became attracted to Elena. They liked each other immediately, at first due to their obvious intelligence and common interests, but soon an intimate relationship arose between them. They were completely sexually compatible. Elena is an adventurer and explorer, and so is Alex. They were always looking for ways to make life interesting, but none of these ways involved anyone else. Well, not really. Sometimes Alex wanted Elena to be actress Jamie Lee Curtis, his favorite fantasy from the film Blue Steel. Sometimes he could be Elena's flavor of the month, but they both made it clear that fantasy is all there is to it. When they agreed to get married, they wrote it down and signed it. This was not a marriage contract but a solemn promise. After graduating from school, Elena immediately began to earn a lot. She was as smart as Alex, well, almost as smart. Her career at Bragg was only slightly delayed by the birth of Liam. Alex worked at a local company doing computer programming. He could work from home, so after 2 months Alex became Liam's primary caregiver. Alex also observed Elena's work. He was interested in her, having received a good bonus for the program. He wrote he invested it in a startup found on Elena's list of promising projects. The magnetism startup was actually making money. 3 guys offered to gather dating information to bring singles together and also other people. It was a promise and it worked out well. Alex made a lot of money from the startup's initial public offering and then retired. It seemed to him that the time to exploit the idea was running out and others would soon copy it. He told Elena about this. She thought about it and asked her clients to also leave the game. The exit of her clients marked the beginning of magnetism's downfall. Alex made a short sale, perhaps illegal, perhaps not. Alex now had a large amount of money to invest. He didn't tell Elena about all this. 5 years have passed since their marriage and lately Alex has been alarmed by her behavior. She spent less time with the family, so he kept quiet about his business successes. He registered a company and received a salary from it, and quit his job and started his own business programming for various government agencies. The job was restricted and he had to get clearance. He got it and he got access to information about himself. In the clearance, the section on Elena was revealing. Now she was a major player in her company and earned much more than Alex had expected. Alex checked where the money was and discovered that it was in an investment account at her company. Not illegal. Everything is in the public domain, but Elena didn't mention it at home. She contributed to a joint account and they filed taxes separately, but although Elena was a financial expert, she paid little attention to her computer. I just wasn't interested in technology other than as an investment. Therefore her life was an open book for Alex. He avoided delving too deeply into her affairs on work matters, but having discovered the investment account, he thought thly search at her laptop and a new mobile phone. There were plans for her work. Alex's observation of Elena's technique did not raise any suspicions that she was walking, and that was precisely what Alex was interested in. Instead, she seemed ingrained in her work and the celebrities she and her company represented. The two of them went to parties thrown by actors, basketball players, baseball players, singers and just rich people. These parties happened about 5 or 6 times a year and Alex usually enjoyed it, even if Elena forgot about it once she got to the venue, but she always went home with him and never disappeared long enough to arouse suspicion. Their sex life was almost as great as ever. Almost sometimes Alex felt like she was somewhere else. He felt this way, maybe once a month. This was one of the reasons he decided to check on her more often, but in the end I decided that she was absent solely for work. Everything went as usual until she got Derek Grayson as a client. Grayson was married to actress Isabella Vaughn. She was a beauty and they had 2 daughters, 6 and 8 years old. Elena's predecessor was Jake Blake. He was a rake and got into trouble by having the whites as clients and making a determined attempt to seduce Isabella Vaughn. Jake didn't succeed completely, but she was seduced to such an extent that Derek noticed so. Jake went elsewhere and Elena got his job. Part of the reason she got it was because she was a woman and Derek asked for it. She didn't know that Derek was asking for her. Specifically, when Elena got white as a client, she began to spend even more time at work. She also went with Derek Grayson and Isabella to lunch. Isabella knew that Derek had specifically asked that Elena handle his investments, so I went to lunch with them just to see what was what. Surprisingly, she wasn't completely against Derek having sex with Elena. She herself wanted to go to bed with her co-star in the film she was soon to star in. I thought that if Derek Elena he wouldn't be able to complain about her and Dirk Madden, unless it was too public. At lunch she saw that Derek was very interested in Elena. He tried to act businesslike, but she knew him very well. Elena didn't know Isabella even wondered if Elena would give in to Derek. She studied Elena and knew that she was married and had a child, but her husband was not a wanderer and stayed at home taking care of his son. He looked average and she thought Derek would be successful. She didn't care about Elena's marriage or her family. If Elena screws up, It will be on her. Isabella and Derek were married for almost 10 years. In the first years, while on the road he walked around a bit. It never bothered her too much. She did this herself, but in the last 6 years, ever since they both found out about each other's sins, they promised to save their marriage and they both succeeded. But now Derek lusted after his financial advisor. Of course she was a beauty, but still Isabella constantly dealt with sexy men, using her on themselves, and only recently with Dirk, she felt a strong temptation. She decided that a little activity on the side would not ruin their marriage. He loves his children and so does she. They will both forgive each other. Maybe they will even be able to come to an agreement in a different way. Derek was one of the best sex Isabella had ever had. It would have been difficult for her to give it up, but she had come to believe that lack of variety could be the spice of a bland life, at least in the sexual part of it. After dinner, Isabella joked with Derek as they drove home. "Do you want this? I saw everything, no matter how hard you tried to hide it from me. Sorry, we made a promise and I will keep it. What if I let you go? Will you let me go?" "Why?" "Because of that, Dirk. I don't believe what I heard about his manhood in his pants, but maybe you know about it, don't know, just rumors, so to speak. No direct experience, but we will work together for 2 months and he will pursue me to show him off and you'd like to see if it works. Maybe if he turns out to be a loser, then it will only be a one-time thing." "Isabella, I don't agree. We have a family and we will keep it. I will always love you the most. The other one won't interfere with this, didn't interfere before. Anyway, I see what you're going to try for that woman, and she's married Derek, and she has a child, not to mention my husband." Derek looked at her. "You are offering something like an exchange, an eye for an eye, more like breasts for a man's instrument. But yes, you will have to make every effort to keep this a secret. I don't want girls to read about this in the newspapers or online. This will be my main condition for him. If he breaks it, I'll let you break it. I will say that you are a jealous husband who has many friends with guns. It's clear. Maybe let me think it over. Do you know what? It is quite possible that she will not give in to your efforts. Wouldn't that be great? No substitutions. The deal is concluded only for her. You think I can't have her nonsense prove it? I don't believe the words." She grinned, and again I thought that men are so simple. That's how Elena became Derek Grayson's target. After lunch, Elena drove back to her office. She wasn't as ignorant as the famous couple thought she was. She just knew how to put on a poker face in public, but she knew that Derek was excited throughout lunch from where she stood. She saw it, but Isabella did not. However, Isabella seemed to know this. Elena wondered which one of them turned him on so much, but she decided that it must be her, not his wife. For 10 years, no matter how sexy she is, Elena had to decide what to do with Derek. Keeping his account was a big step forward for her, but she didn't really need it that much. What did she need? Because if she was honest with herself, she knew she could accept Derek's offer. He was big, brash and strong. Alex was also strong, but not big. He also didn't show too much personality. Another thing to consider was that Derek has a very large man tool. As she noticed during lunch, it was bigger than she'd ever had it, and she admitted to herself that she was curious. Then there was the idea that Derek was married to a beautiful movie star, and yet he wants her, an ego boost that Elena didn't need at all. On the other hand, she has a family and a wonderful husband. She didn't want to ruin it all. She also knew that if she started secretly dating Derek, Alex would find out about it and it would destroy him. It will destroy the family too. She thought the risk was too great and she decided to refuse Derek. But Derek was persistent. As Isabella's filming date approached, Derek worked hard on Elena. At first I did it subtly. Then rougher Elena was drawn to him like a magnet. It got to the point where she would get excited when he entered the room, but she would constantly turn him down. One day she allowed him to kiss her after a business meeting in her office. The kiss was hot, but she pulled away and disappeared behind her desk. She was breathing heavily and he was hard as a rock. He said, "Let's do this, Elena, nobody will know. We both really want this." She nearly cried with disappointment, as she said, "I made a promise to Alex and I won't break it." "I will not." Derek accepted it. He turned and left her office, although he was just as upset as she was. He returned home and took it all out on Isabella. Relaxed and let it happen. Everything was amazing for her. She liked it when Derek took her like a savage, even though he was a savage under a thin layer of plaster, perfect for her. When it was all over, they were lying on the bed, exhausted as if they had survived a hurricane. Isabella said, "I believe your financial advisor is keeping you on your toes to my advantage. I'm rooting for her, not you, but if she starts to upset you anymore, I might have to run away." She was making fun of him and he knew it. "I'll drive her away. She's just too devoted to her husband. If you think about it's admirable. Why not leave her alone? If you succeed, she will be a complete ass, and not just because of you. I can't leave it like this while you have sex with a stallion. I bet he's nothing special, but that won't stop you, right? I told you if he's not too good, I'll only do it once. I may have to kill him, Isabella." I can get so upset with Elena, then wait until filming is over. We don't want to spoil the film, but his mysterious death right before its release will boost the box office. They giggled. Derek thought it over. He was pretty sure Elena wanted him as much as he wanted her. When they kissed, he felt her passion and she felt his. She gasped when this happened, but he had no intention of forcing her. Isabella was already getting ready to film when Derek had an idea and talked to Elena about it. "Elena, I can't tell you how much I respect your dedication to your marriage, because I know how much you want me. But I have an idea." Elena immediately became wary, "Which I want to throw a party in Black Rock. There will be a lot of fun. People there. Remember when you said that your man's secret fantasy is Jamie Lee Curtis? So what now? She is not at all the same as she was in the film he likes." Derek showed her a photo of the woman who played the second female role in the film Isabella, the role of the Temptress Lord. "She looks just like that one. Who is this?" "This is Ava Parker. She's filming Isabella's new movie and might be at the party." "And what? Why is this?" "I can arrange for her to hit on Alex while dressed appropriately. She's 24 and Isabella says she's ready for adventure." "And then what will we do?" "Isabella will have her co-star Dirk later, when everyone had left. She would take him upstairs. Ava will take Alex upstairs. We will stay with you. You want me to have sex with you and he would have sex with a starlet. Good idea, Isabella. She'll be out with that idiot. Dirk, I need well. We can move on while she's gone, or it could just be the weekend. Everything is nice and cozy but Alex will refuse and then he will understand that I set him up. He's not a very nice person when he's angry. Can he really hurt you?" "No, not for me, Derek, don't worry about it, no fights, it's much smaller. I may also have security. Actually, at these parties, I always have security. He goes to some dojo." You know, Derek just smiled. The conversation took place during lunch at a restaurant and they were sitting in a dark booth. Derek is next to her. He pulled her towards him and kissed her as she turned around, placing her hand on his hard manhood. She did not remove it and kissed him in response. He thought he could take her right here, but it was too risky. She weakly pushed him away and whispered, "Oh my God, Derek. Oh damn God." She pressed the button to call the waiter and he immediately appeared, looked at them, but said nothing. Derek paid the bill and they left. Elena returned from lunch in her car. The Black Rock party was scheduled to take place on Friday afternoon. Musical groups, many celebrities, mostly from films, possibly several ball players and perhaps a wife or maybe not. Elena was worried about how to invite Alex to the party and how to get him to make the trade. She knew him and he didn't seem sexually flexible, at least as far as other partners are concerned. That's why they signed that promise. In addition, he is smart and will immediately understand what is happening, but if she tells him in advance, he will never go that night over dinner. Chicken roast, Alex's signature dish. Elena told him about the party. Alex, Derek and Isabella are having a party before she leaves for filming. There will be many celebrities there. We're invited on Friday this week. Alex looked at her. He knew about her attempts to confront Derek at some point. He himself was going to confront Derek, but decided to see what would happen. He must trust his wife. Derek isn't the only handsome guy around her, but Alex knew Derek might have made some progress. He had information from a source at her work. He also knew that she had turned Derek down more than once. I wanted to talk to you about Derek Grayson. It seems to me that you are too close. He's after you, and from what I hear, he's close to getting you. It would be a disaster for you. I didn't do anything with him. He approaches me and I say no, well, maybe, but not a categorical no, right, and she never told me about it. Alex, I want to go to a party and I want you to be there too. I'm not going to change. What I think is that you should leave him as a client, like the previous guy, only in reverse. Now he has sexual desire. Maybe he should take a gay guy. You have two of them in your company. I won't do this. I admit that he is a temptation, but I won't give in. I don't want to go to the party there. He will try his best to get you. Things could get ugly if he does, Alex. He is a grown guy and there will be security there. I can take care of myself. No offense. Elena knew Alex went to the dojo, but I didn't know how long he'd been doing this or how good he was at what they were doing there. She seemed to know about his deep-seated rage, but she didn't know just how strong it could be. After all, she didn't know how dangerous the party could become. Alex knew and he resisted. However, as we learned at the very beginning, she insisted on her own that Friday Alex drove Liam after school to his parents' house in the neighboring county. They will pick him up on Sunday evening. The real reason Alex agreed to go to the party was because he wanted to settle the issue with Derek once and for all. He was tired of living in tension and he was angry about it. Black Rock was Derek and Isabella's 10.5-hectare country estate. It gets its name from the large dark rock that juts out from the center of the lake. On the estate there was a large central mansion, a swimming pool, a tennis court and a large ballroom built at the rear of the house. The party was scheduled to start at 700 buffet and open bar. As Alex was told, the clothes are casual. Elena came downstairs. She looked like a movie star. Her navy blue dress looked casual. In the same way, a habanero pepper might seem innocuous, but both Elena and Pepper were the hottest things in the world. This did not reassure Alex. He was wearing slacks, a black and white silk shirt over trousers and loafers. His shoes, while attractive, were functional. Seeing Elena, he said, "Well, everything is clear. We'll stay home and have sex." This is exactly what the dress is for, and blushed. "Do you think I look good?" Alex didn't smile, as he said, "You look amazing, as you know very well. I'm just wondering who you dressed up for, you baby, only for you. Then can we stay and have fun here?" "No, the main thing is to look good for all the movie stars and celebrities. You look great too." Alex looked at her for a long time. He didn't believe her, but he smiled and walked over to the stereo. He had a song ready, Phil Collins Live Tonight. He pressed the play button. It was a song he often used to practice fighting. She had everything for this: anger, rhythm, harmony, drum guiding blows. When the time came, the music started playing and he pulled Elena into his arms. She was amazed. Sometimes she heard him humming this song as if in a trance, but now he danced her around and then led her out the door when it closed. Energized by the drumming, he jumped into the air and kicked the branch of a tulip popper tree in their yard. The whole way there was a song playing in his head. He was ready if necessary. When they arrived at the house there were parking attendants, but Alex told them that he would find a place for himself, although I still gave a tip. Then I drove up to the parking spaces and took one that allowed me to leave immediately. He also gave a tip to the parking attendant so that he would not force the car. Elena was concerned about Alex's behavior. The song that sounded outside the door seemed strange to her, although good. It was just alarming how Alex reacted. A kick from a branch made Elena blush. Then there's the parking story. It looked like Alex was preparing for battle. As they walked towards the main entrance, she asked him, "Why did you do that?" And the song. "What for? It's like you're well, I don't know. You're preparing for war." "Yes, that's all he said." Elena turned to him saying, "Alex, let's have some fun today. Let loose, have fun. I need a fun evening. Maybe you two just relax and let things take their course." "Okay. That's what I always do in certain situations, baby, and today let's see how everything goes. If things go wrong, it could be the end of us, Elena. Everything flows one way or another." She turned pale for some reason. It seemed that he knew, but from where she remembered how smart he was. Everything is flushed down the toilet before it even begins, but she remembered Ava. Maybe all is not lost yet. They approached the entrance. Derek and Isabella were alerted to the couple's arrival and that they were parking their car. Ava was warned to arrive a little later and they themselves met them at the door. Isabella hugged Alex. She was beautiful and she smelled good. Derek also hugged Elena, saying, "Elena, you look so great." Derek then turned to Niku. "Alex, we've heard a lot about you. Nice to meet you." He extended his hand to shake. Alex took it. Derek began to squeeze her like a man. The action was completely wrong. Alex responded in kind, but not hard enough to cause Derek permanent pain. Derek let go. Alex smiled at him and said, "Nice to meet you, Derek. Judging by that shrug, maybe I haven't heard enough about you from Elena." This stopped the conversation for a second as there was a drawn-out pause. Isabella then said, "Why don't we go inside and meet our other guests?" They were introduced in a circle. There were 4 or 5 football players with women. 2 of them are wives. There was Dirk and several other actors and actresses. There were 2 boxers and a lot of pretty women who were just there. It looked like a stocked pay pond. Alex wandered around. There was a buffet B and Alex got himself a salad. Elena was with one of the boxers and Alex could see she was in sales mode. Fine, Alex took the seltzer. He had no intention of drinking this evening. Alex watched as Derek walked over to Elena and took her by the elbow. She turned to him and gave him a sexy smile, but then she said something that made him tense. Derek looked back, saw Isabella and waved to her. Isabella disappeared around the corner and then appeared behind. Alex with her was the sexiest woman Alex had ever seen. She looked like Jaime right down to her hair and build. Alex was stunned. Isabella said, "Alex, I'd like to introduce you to Ava Parker, my co-star in the film. She is a real talent." Alex was speechless for a moment. In his opinion, this woman made Elena and Isabella look like witches. Finally, he said, "Hello, you are awesome." Ava is used to guys reacting to her, but she was surprised by Alex's reaction, which seemed real, and smiled at him. She knew her role for tonight. Isabella said that the guy was ordinary, but Ava, when she saw him, did not agree with this. He made an indelible impression on her. To her, he looked strong and robust. Isabella saw all this and was amazed that Sam seemed to be completely smitten. She wasn't such a good actress that she faked her reaction. Sam came to her senses, took Alex by the elbow and led him towards the pool for privacy. Sam had doubts. She didn't mind the idea of Alex half to death or vice versa, but he was nice. They talked a little. Alex asked her about films. She acted in several, but this was her biggest role. She asked Alex about his work and he gave her the short version. At the same time, they continued to look at each other. The more they talked, the more Ava wanted to sleep with Alex, and she definitely made it clear to him. No fake smiles, a look of pure lust back and forth sitting there, they attracted attention. Meanwhile, Elena and Derek were dancing. Elena saw Alex introduced to Ava. Then she and Derek went to the dance floor. 2 quick dances and they went to the bar. Isabella and Dirk came up. Elena asked Isabella, and how did Alex react to Ava? Isabella felt a little awkward and Elena noticed it. The alarm went off. She asked what's the matter. Isabella replied, I would say that they fell in love with each other. I've never seen anything like it. Elena was shocked. Where are they? I think. By the pool. Elena went to look and saw the same thing as everyone else, 2 people who are at the very least blown away. She asked Isabella, is she playing so well or is she really falling in love? I fell in love, and it's not just lust. Amazing, looks like your plan to screw Derek is going to work today. He is all yours, perhaps even for a long time, judging by them. Elena said, crap, oh my god. Ava decided to tell Alex the whole truth if they were going to be together. She didn't want it to be based on deception. So she told him that she was supposed to distract him to a consolation prize. Alex realized this. She said, Alex, I can't do this. I have strong feelings for you. They didn't plan this, so please call me if you feel the same way I do. Maybe we can do something about it. Well, you know, depending on what happens here. Alex said, I'll call you Sam. Anyway, you are the woman of my dreams. I fell in love with you. Sam quickly kissed Alex and walked towards the parking lot all the way. He looked after her as had a good rhythm, same as his fight song. He started hearing the song again and then got up to look for Elena. There was no way he was going to let her have sex today, except maybe with him. Alex found Elena dancing with Derek, a slow dance. The place for dancing has already been cleared. Only Elena and Derek, Isabella and Dirk danced a slow dance. Isabella and Dirk kiss it on the dance floor. Elena and Derek did this less obviously. Elena had her doubts, her husband, her love. She may have lost him, but she didn't believe it. Not really, and Derek's big tool was driving her crazy, rubbing against her stomach. Her ambivalence evaporated. Lust was winning the battle. She let Derek grab her ass and pull her towards his tool. He moved back and forth as if they had already had sex. Derek kissed her sometimes tenderly, sometimes more insistently. Elena is lost. At that moment Alex emerged from around the corner. He moved to the rhythm of his song. 2 guards moved towards him. Alex ignored them. They were big guys, but he thought that they had only size and no ability to fight. Alex patted Derek on the shoulder. I'm cutting in. Derek replied, go, Sam, today, Elena is mine. I sent Sam away. She's gone, but Elena is free and she's my wife. So off Derek walked away. He waved his hand to his guards. They came up. Alex looked at Elena and said, you set me up, woman, and if you stay here, we're done, for there will be no turning back. I do not believe in this. You won't leave our family because of one night, the only night, we bet, because I won't let you have sex with this guy, and if I have to kill him, I will do it. This made everyone freeze. Mike could see that Alex was deadly serious, but he couldn't understand how Alex could carry out his threat. He waved his hand towards the 2 guys. Elena froze. When Alex spoke now, she was afraid there was no more sexual arousal. She said, I don't understand why you wouldn't agree to this. You really like Ava. You could have a great time, and so would I. Alex replied, I can't allow this. We made promises. I do mine and you will do yours, whether you like it or not, at least this evening. If you feel like you need a new male instrument, we can divorce, but your little setup won't work here. Isabella said, Derek, leave it alone. I won't have sex with Dirk. Leave it. I won't. This guy is talking nonsense. Derek turned to Elena. Do you want to leave with him? Elena replied, I have no choice. If I don't leave, something very bad will happen. Derek decided to get rid of the irritant and told the security guys, throw this guy out now. They moved towards him, one on each side, and they grabbed him by the hands. Alex watched Elena. She didn't move. She just looked. Then she stepped towards Derek. It took Alex less than 10 seconds to disarm the two guards. He stomped on one's foot, turned and punched the other in the throat. Then he turned to the first one and also hit him in the throat. They fell like big trees. Alex heard his song. The rhythm sounded in his head, laugh loud and clear composition on the air drum roll. Now nothing could stop him. Derek got burned. Derek felt fear like he had never felt before. Elena's soft-hearted husband is going to kill him, and in an instant he realized that he could not defend himself. But I tried. He swung at Alex, who stepped aside and laughed. Alex swayed to the music. He hit Derek in the crotch and then hit him under the ear with the edge of his hand, and Derek fell. Everything happened very quickly. None of the women had time to react. They were stunned by the rapid disposal of the security guys and barely had time to move before Alex knocked the big Dereky down with a second blow. Alex obeyed the rhythm in his heat, beating his rhythm. He raised his leg above Derek, but Elena realized that Alex was going to kill Derek and she screamed. No Nikki, he's not worth it. Alex heard her not words but a cry. Primal fear, and he hesitated. Derek fell but didn't pass out. He was a professional athlete and an elite one at that. When Alex hesitated, Derek staggered to his feet and rushed to the pool, running for his life. He ran straight to the deep end of the pool and hit his head on the diving board. He didn't know how to swim. It didn't matter, though, because he was unconscious. Isabella followed him. When she saw Dereky in the pool, she screamed. He was already underwater. He couldn't swim at all. Alex and Elena were next to her. Alex saw Dereky was drowning, took off his boots, dove into the water and pulled Derek back to the surface. He dragged him to the side and pushed him out of the pool onto the concrete at the feet of the women. Alex climbed out of the pool in a flash. He turned Derek into the correct position and, with a few thrusts, squeezed the water out of his lungs. The water came out and Derek started coughing. Alex turned to Isabella, call 9911. She turned and ran into the house. Derek panted, still coughing a little. Alex examined him and when he was sure that Derek was out of danger, he left. Elena stared after him, feeling dead inside. Alex checked the condition of the two guards. They were alive and conscious. However, they needed medical attention. Alex was all wet, but he sat on the steps at the entrance and waited for the police and ambulance. Soon 2 police cars and 2 ambulances arrived. Everyone was fussing around. Alex was waiting. He saw 2 security guys come out on their own, but they were put into an ambulance. Derek was soon carried out, but he was conscious and in no danger. However, he was taken away anyway. He waited. Isabella came up to him and said, I'll give you dry clothes. Come with me. He followed her up the stairs. She pulled a t-shirt and a sweater from the closet in the master bedroom, both of which were too big for him. He moved towards the bathroom to change clothes, but Isabella said, change your clothes right here. I want to see what she gave up. Alex took off his shirt. His shoes were left somewhere by the pool. He took off his socks, then he dropped his trousers. Only boxers remained. They were still wet. He looked at Isabella. She smiled at him and he took them off. Despite everything, he had an erection. Isabella looked at him carefully and threw him some sweat paint. He turned around so she could see everything. Then he put on a t-shirt and sweater. Isabella said, you don't have a drop of fat. You're too good to be true. What's Elena's problem now? He was already wearing pants. He said, how should I know? Maybe we need a bigger man's instrument, maybe a famous athlete, but really I think he just starved her out. He's a handsome guy, isn't he? Yes, That's for sure, you know. Alex, if you ever need reassurance, you can call me fine. I might need this. Of course, it could be. Ava. This girl is just a naughty girl. She will become a big star. She definitely brought out the stars in my eyes. She is the X factor for me, so maybe Elena overestimated her capabilities, but you have a child. The main reason I stayed with Derek was the children. Besides, he's handsome, but on set I was going to have sex with Dirk, and where is he? I haven't seen him since it all started. Yes, big action hero. He ran away by the time the guards hit the ground. He was already in flight. I changed my mind about having sex with him. I think Derek will change his mind about having sex with Elena, but maybe you want to sleep with Sam. Certainly, as they say, what goes around comes around. He smiled and said, but if you ever need me for any reason, I'll help you necessarily, I'll listen. She laughed. Let's see what happens to Elena and with Sam. They returned downstairs. As Elena emerged from the cafeteria where the police were stationed, she looked at the couple suspiciously and asked, what are you two up to? You look guilty. Isabella replied, look, who's talking we? Well, I gave Alex a change of clothes and I watched him change his clothes. You're an idiot, Elena. Isabella left. A police detective came out of the room and called. Alex sat down opposite two policemen. The guy was an older white man with the look of a corner dog. The woman was elegantly dressed, young and somewhat attractive. Stevens and Bright Stevens took the initiative. Are you some kind of wizard? No, but I'm good at it. As a child I was small, I had to study. Tell me what happened. Alex went through all the events as he remembered them. 2 hours have passed since the rescue, but he remembered everything well. At the end, Bry asked, were you going to kill Mr. Grayson? Hard to say. My wife screamed and I went out of my rhythm after that. I wouldn't do it. So you saved his life. I couldn't watch him drown. I was no longer in killing mode then. Besides, if he were dead now, I would have much more about bigger problems. You know he hit me first. Well, I tried. That's what everyone says, but that was after you defeated the security guys. Yes, everything was as I said. Will you arrest me? No, the decision is up to the prosecutor, but the case will receive wide publicity. So we don't know. The new prosecutor is a liberal, so we have no idea what she'll do. So I can go home. Yes, by the way, there are videos everywhere in this house. We are downloading it now. We will contact you if we have any further questions. Don't blame Derek Grayson for trying to hit me. He's good for nothing. Bright laughed, but Stevens remained serious. Alex wasn't trying to be funny. Alex walked out onto the main landing, where Elena was sitting on the stairs with Isabella. He looked at her and said, I'm leaving. You can come with me or not. Elena stood up. She turned to Isabella and said, Isabella, thank you for an interesting evening. Isabella smiled at her. I hope the next party will be a little more modest. I also hope that you both make peace. She looked straight at Elena. I was completely serious when I said what I said. He is awesome in my own way. You were a fool. Ava won't be such a fool if she gets the chance. Elena and Alex got into the car and Alex drove off. They returned home at 2:30 at night. Elena took a shower first, then Alex. She was already asleep when he came out, and 2 minutes later he fell asleep too. This Saturday they both overslept. Alex got up around 10:00 and went to prepare breakfast. He was hungry at the party. I only ate a small salad. Elena appeared while he was eating cereal. She was dressed in a short sleeveless dress of faded pink, knowing full well what Alex liked about this old thing. But Alex looked at her and went back to his cereal. A minute later he said, I'm not that simple, and even if it did, it would just be sex. Elena smiled. That would be a great start. Just let me know I owe you and I'm ready to pay and pay and pay. Alex was crazy about her. but then I thought about Ava. Elena was eating cereal corn chewing. She spoke. I'm sorry that I tried to conspire against you. It was very wrong, and I hope that someday I will be forgiven. Until then, you can get whatever you want from me. She looked at him up and down in the last few hours. 2 movie stars and my very sexy wife have proposed to me, and yet somehow I managed to resist, which is more than you could have done if I had left you there with Derek. This is strength. Well, that's what I thought, but you beat him like a drum. I knew you did this in the dojo, but God, Alex, I'm very good at a lot of things. Elena, maybe I just don't promote myself enough. I told you about my hobby. Yes, I told you. Can I go to the dojo with you for what? She blushed because it's so hot you can beat up anyone and I can't help it. When I imagined you beating up those guys, including Derek, I almost reached a no contact. Climax, I'm a puppet in your hands. She stood up and took off her dress. There was nothing underneath. He looked her up and down. I saw how excited she was. He stood up, walked around the kitchen table and pointed to the floor. She immediately knelt down, realizing what he wanted, and pulled out his male instrument. The last one was not so easy because he was very hard. Then she said about it with a fervor she had not shown for a long time. He was impressed. He picked her up and carried her to the living room sofa, bending her over the back. She knew what to do. She squirmed in front of him. He spread her and plunged inside, rubbing the sensitive part of her private part against the back of the sofa with its rough upholstery. She reached the finish line and exploded like a TNT bomb. He continued to work on her and she continued to pulsate, rising to the heights of climax. Then he came to the finish line, erupting like a volcano again and again. Alex knew she wasn't faking her new attraction to him, not to say that she had been as cold as a fish before, but to be honest, their sex had been a little stagnant until that evening in Black Rock. Now she was so hot for him and very hot for herself. Alex's thoughts raced between movie stars. He wanted Ava badly. She may have become a threat to his marriage, but he also wanted Isabella. He saw her when she looked at him naked and he could have her. She saw how easily he handled her big, strong husband and it turned her on. Just as Elena was aroused. He thought that he could have many women just at what cost, beating up their men. No, he couldn't do that, at least not often. He needed to think things through. Of course not all women want a guy to beat up their man and them. Of course that wouldn't be civilized. Elena caressed his manhood and then grinned saying, "Oh, we'll have so much fun." They spent most of Saturday in the grip of all-consuming lust. We had sex in every way we could think of by 10:00 at night. Alex was exhausted and couldn't do it anymore. Elena cheered saying, "I won the sex competition. You were a good competitor, but the woman has the advantage." She didn't say, but she thought, let's get the next one. He was still giggling as he fell asleep, but if he had heard her thoughts, he would not have been so complacent. Sunday started off modestly. Elena made pancakes and they used good maple syrup. Then Elena took the last pancake covered in syrup, lifted her skirt and rubbed the pancake all over her crotch and then stuffed it into herself. She looked at him and smiled, saying, "It seems like my eyes are hungrier than my stomach. Maybe you want to eat the last pancake." Alex ate the pancake and licked all the syrup. Elena was delighted. All it took to bring her Superman husband to his knees was to place some sweets in the right place. Alex's face was covered in syrup and crumbs. When he finished breakfast, Elena pushed him onto the carpet and straddled him. She started licking the syrup off his face while rocking on top of him. She made it most of the way before they both reached the finish line, collapsed on top of him. She smeared her face a little with syrup Royale Vermont maple, the very best. It tasted pretty funny, though the rest of the day was less impressive. Both were tired and decided to take a walk in the local park and have a picnic. There were no more pancakes. When we returned home after our walk, Elena asked, "Are we okay about Friday?" Alex looked at her and replied no. Elena looked shocked. "Why, we love each other." I know that you plotted for both of us to break our promises. I need to understand everything. You know. I have other options. Sam, I knew. Damn, yes, you used your special knowledge of me to force me to break my oath just so big, Derek, could you? I guess it was pure lust. He constantly pestered me. He is hot, but don't you think that if everything had worked out the way you planned, we would eventually break up? No, why lack of trust, lack of respect? Elena lowered her eyes. I haven't really thought about all this. When Derek set his guys on me, I looked at you and you stepped towards him. I must have assumed they would throw me out. Alex, they were big and everything, yeah, and when they threw me out, you and Derek would have sex and the marriage would be over. I think I'd go with you. Alex. Lust or not? I really doubt it. I'd say it's 50-50 and you know it makes me feel humiliated. I will never let myself go through this again. I know what you can do now. I know when I think about this, I feel uneasy. Elena, I don't want you to be loyal to us just because you think I'm the strongest animal in the jungle. I thought we loved each other. When you suggested that Derek might eliminate me as a nuisance, you stepped towards him. She sobbed and ran out of the room upstairs. He didn't follow her. They both knew that what he said was true. Alex had a couple of beers and watched a baseball game. When faced with an important decision or a stressful situation, he usually thought as if immersed in himself. Then he would surface and ask himself a few questions. Now his thoughts are on baseball only. The game was great and he became very interested when it was all over. He asked the obvious question: what were his prospects? The first is to stay with Elena. The second is to date Ava and see what happens next. Third, Isabella, and then play in the field for a while, or he thought he could do all three. But this is unrealistic, just a fantasy, and recently he was shown what happens when fantasies come true. Life turns to crap. Alex stood up and went upstairs to bed. Elena was already asleep. He kissed her forehead and fell asleep next to her. When they woke up, Alex kissed her again and said nothing more. They got dressed and Elena went to work on Monday. Alex called Ava and said he was going to try staying with Elena for a while. He asked her to call him when she returned from filming. She agreed. Then she said Elena is a lucky girl. Alex, if she goes too far, please call, please. Oh, I'll call. Alex called Isabella. How is Derek doing? He will be discharged from the hospital today. His reproductive organs are swollen. I can't say I'm surprised. I'd like to talk to him if possible. Should he call me when he's ready? I'm not going to quarrel with him. I'll ask. I'll pick him up now. Later that day, Alex came to Derek and Isabella's apartment in the city. Derek was sitting on the sofa. What do you need? Sorry for not getting up. I wanted to say that I decided to try to save my marriage. Of course, I'm not very pleased that you spent so much time and effort ruining everything, but I can understand famous man. Sometimes he behaves narcissistically. Yes, I'm actually sorry. You can say I'm in. I was like that with Elena and with you, but I'm not always like this. Then why now? I found her to be super attractive, sexy and smart. So smart. Sorry if she's still your consultant. Can you get rid of her? Yes, especially because you could very well kill me if I don't. It's bad for both of us, especially for me, something like that. Fine, keep your word. I'll hold back. Isabella, who was listening to them, said I will make sure he is satisfied. I'll take it with me to the ship shoot and relieve you of excessive enthusiasm. Alex smiled. He's a lucky guy and he knows it isn't that right. Dear. I know I just forgot for a while. By the way, Alex, thanks for getting me out of the pool, but why did you do this? I couldn't watch you drown, but if you watch the footage, you will see how I hesitated before diving. I don't know what to think about you. He pointed to his groin. It hurts, but but at least I'm alive. Yes, not an easy situation. Look, I have nothing against you if you leave her alone. In fact, I don't want to offend Ena, but I may not stay with her. If I don't stay, you'll have a chance, but ask first, why would you leave her? I don't understand. Derek said recent events with this stupid plot to switch things up so you could hear. This is an important point in my thinking. Suppose I were not as good as I actually am, then your guards would have kicked me out, and where would Elena have slept that night? I don't know the answer to this question. Isabella said I bet she would go home with you. She didn't want to leave the marriage. I wanted my stallion to her here, letting you, Sam, a dream come true for you. Once Sam left, her plan went off the rails, but she stepped towards Derek. I saw this on video. You should watch it too. I actually think she might have come with me, but maybe not. I just don't know what to think. He was talking mostly to Isabella now, but Derek intervened. When it comes to lust and sex, women are just as weak as men. I spent a lot of time and effort trying to get under Elena's skirt, and damn, she resisted. She wanted sex with me and very much, but she flew it. She never went with me to some motel and didn't let me her on her table like I wanted. We must give her credit, but I'm not an empty place. Alex looked at him. Okay, I give her credit. Maybe I'm overthinking. For a long time we were fine, but damn, it was so bad. Isabella said give her time. By the way, Sam asked about you. Well, you know what's wrong with you. I told her what happened there, though she was there ready to climax over the phone. It's about Elena's chances. What's the matter with women? Is it like during the cavemen beat up your husband, get your wife? This is so crazy, darling. I think it's programmed in the genes. As soon as a woman finds out that you are the arbiter of destinies, she wants you. This happens to Elena too, right? Yes, me too. She looked at him as if she was ready to drag him upstairs right then and there. Derek growled, but he could barely move. Alex said I'd better leave. Isabella, you are one of the options I've been considering, but I have to talk to Elena. Finally, Alex left with palpable excitement when Elena returned from work. Alex immediately took her upstairs while Liam was watching a video in the TV room. Alex drew Elena onto the bed and her hard until she climaxed. He didn't think about satisfying her, but she still reached a strong climax. Elena was breathing heavily as he stood up from her and said, "Hello, how was your day?" Alex laughed, and so did. She was so smart. He said, "I went to Derek and Isabella. Isabella turned me on without even touching, but you got me." Elena asked what's for dinner, pizza, then me again, he agreed. This time they were in no hurry. It was very pleasant for both of them. After dinner, Liam went to his room to study and Elena asked, "Are we fine?" "Because I'm sorry that I react to the fact that you are an alpha male. I can't do anything about it. I guess Isabella does too." "Yes, and now you beat her husband, former alpha male." "How is he?" "By the way, he will get better. His reproductive organs were swollen, but Isabella will take him with her to the film shoot." "Cute. She nurses him and he won't have sex with that idiot." Dirk. There was an order between Elena and Alex that Alex liked. He got it when he wanted and how he wanted it, but in some strange way he was tired of it. She was so submissive. 6 weeks later, Isabella and Derek returned and invited Elena and Alex to Black Rock, another party with the cast and crew of the film. Alex was ambivalent, Elena too, but they decided to go. It was a movie party, no athletes except Derek. Elena was driving and she asked the valet to park the car. Isabella met them at the door and Ava came right behind them with a dark-haired, brown-eyed handsome man. Isabella said, "Welcome Sam, you know Elena and Alex. Guys, Sam is Raphael Cap. He is also starring in the film." Raphael said, "Well, unless they cut me out during editing." Sam assured they won't cut it out. Big boy. Women need to be attracted too. They all went inside. Alex found himself jealous of Raphael and Sam. Derek met them at the buffet. She and Alex shook hands. This time there was no male competition. Derek gave Elena a rather chaste hug. Elena and Alex began to circulate in the crowd. This crowd consisted of the film's crew, including director Hector Salas and financier Blake Davis. The two were busy with themselves. Alex was not at all eager to approach them, and just like that, Hector began to pursue Elena. He told her that she should pass the casting and then she could star in the film. Elena laughed. Hector hugged Elena, but she soon pushed him away. He was a big guy with big hands and a big nose, not very pleasant to look at, impudent. Alex knew Elena wouldn't have any problems with him. The party continued for some time. Alex drank beer and ate kebab. Elena was talking to Raphael by the pool. She seemed to attract attention from all sides. Ava and Isabella approached Alex, who was watching Elena. Sam asked, "Are you worried?" "No, I believe we have reached a new agreement." "How are things going with you and Raphael?" Isabella replied, "Is a sexy man, and she was all alone." Alex looked at Sam. She nodded. "That's pretty much how it was. He is a rake. He'll try to hit on Elena. In fact, this is exactly what he is doing now." Alex said, "Well, she is independent. If she screws up, we're screwed, but I believe that we will be okay." Sam said, "I can't say I'm glad to hear this." Isabella chimed in, "Me too." Alex laughed. Two super sexy movie stars s crap. They separated. Alex walked over to where Elena was still talking to Vine. It seemed to Alex that Raphael seemed to slightly wedge himself into her space. He took her hand and asked, "So Raphael, what's it like to make a movie?" Raphael replied, "I was just telling Elena that this is very hard work, not at all romantic." "Well, there is Sam." Raphael smiled. "We must admit that this is so." Alex led Elena aside where Derek stood alone. He didn't mix well with the movie people, except for the two stunt men. Elena asked, "How was it on the set?" "You went right." "Yes, lasted 2 weeks, but it wasn't that much fun. Just to be with Isabella." The first left when filming of her stallion ended. "I didn't have to kill him." Alex said, "This is good, things could get messy." The three of them laughed. Dirk was on the other side of the pool talking to a young woman who looked fascinated by him. Derek said, "This is one of the extras who was brought in late. She probably hadn't seen him before, looks like he's making progress." Elena said, "I heard from an anonymous source that he has very great dignity." Derek looked at her and she replied, "No, this is not Isabella." Elena had a couple of other clients who might be dating Dirk. Alex said, "Great dignity. What is this?" and replied, "I wasn't that inquisitive." Alex nodded, "Fine." The evening continued with some people using the pool, but not Derek. The most interesting thing for Alex was when Ava came out in a bikini and started swimming. In fact, it was interesting to almost the entire male cast of guests when Sam appeared and dove into the pool. Isabella was standing next to Alex. She muttered, "Braga, Alex said you can take a swim too, but some guys can get overly excited and I'll watch." Isabella stared at Alex. Then she smiled at him and said, "I will do it if you do it too." Elena heard this, looked at Alex and said, "Well, now is the time to speak or remain silent. Just no prolonged physical contact." Alex and Isabella went upstairs. Alex didn't have swim trunks, but there were several different sizes available for the guests. Isabella tossed Alex a black thong. He tossed them back and chose an old-fashioned pair of swim trunks. She gave him blue ones instead, compromise. Isabella undressed and put on a bikini. Alex watched with interest. She was beautiful. She nodded towards her swimming trunks. Alex took off all his clothes and tried to get into his swimming trunks. But watching Isabella began to excite him. "Help." She asked. "No." Alex answered, "Please do not, I have enough problems, as it is." He squeezed himself into his swim trunks and lost his hardness in the process. The two of them went downstairs. Isabella plunged into the water, took 3 steps and dived in next to Sam. Alex was impressed with the dive. There was a diving board and Alex knew how to use it. He jumped, took a few short steps and performed a perfect somersault into the water, emerging to applause. One of those who applauded was Elena. She knew that every woman present wanted him, including the movie stars in the pool, but he was hers at least for a while. Vic approached Elena as she watched Alex flirt with Sam and Isabella and said, "You are as beautiful as those two." She looked at him. He was very handsome, big and beautiful. She said, "Thank you, but your mission to get me will not succeed and in the end you won't like what happens with feigned disappointment." He smiled charmingly. He was definitely an actor. Gil, Sam and Alex left the pool. Isabella said, "There are suites upstairs for anyone who wants to swim and on the tennis court we will have dancing to music with a DJ." Sam and Isabella, along with Alex, approached Elena and Raphael openly stared at women. Then, to Elena's surprise, he started staring at Alex. Elena asked Sam what does it mean and Sam laughed. "He plays for both teams. Interesting guy. I'll tell you, maybe you should keep an eye on Alex." Elena giggled. "If Alex leaves with him, I'll get to Derek and perhaps to both of you too." Isabella and Sam, still wet, moved closer to Elena as if some secret signal had passed between them. They began to hug her one on each side until she broke away. She sighed, "Just kidding girls, kidding." Both women looked so disappointed until they started laughing. Alex watched all this and his swimming trunks could not hide his reaction. All the women noticed this immediately. Isabella said, "Oh God, Alex, what is this?" Alex replied, "You know you saw it." Then Sam said, "But I didn't see it. Now it's my turn." She grabbed Alex's hand and pulled him inside and up the stairs. Elena followed them. She was still dressed but wet from the hug, plus she needed to protect Alex from the predatory Sam. If this is still possible. She thought that this was all almost out of control and the threat was only growing, but it turned out that she was not so against it. Right behind Elena was Isabella. She was more than curious what would happen. The 4 of them found themselves in the master bedroom, where Alex had previously shed his clothes. Elena said, "We have to get out of these wet things." Isabella let out a cry of glee and her top fell to the floor, and before she had even pulled her bottom off, Sam was already naked. Elena took longer, as she was wearing a dress and panties, but not much longer. Alex became a victim of sexual overload. He stood there stunned by the way the women looked at each other. He understood that almost anything could happen, but he did not know what he wanted. Strictly speaking, this was a lie. He understood perfectly well that he wanted to all 3 of them, and first of all Sam, but this did not fit in with his position on sexual morality and marriage. But this position has already changed a lot. Despite all the prohibitions. Isabella came up behind him, knelt down and pulled his trunks down, his tool popping out. She reached out and brushed his hands. Sam moved closer to Elena, pulled her close and kissed her. Elena answered, but then Isabella came out from behind Alex. She said, "No more promiscuity. The party continues and I am the hostess and I won't let you 3 have sex without me." She tossed Sam and Elena dresses for the pool short. "I put one of them on myself." Alex was still naked and the women were looking at him. Elena asked, "How do we dress him?" Isabella replied, "Why should we let him wear clothes?" Sam said, "Because we want it for ourselves. If it comes to that, we have to cut off Raphael and those young girls." Elena said, "I didn't agree to anything." She tossed Alex's usual swimming trunks and a t-shirt. Both others groaned. They all went down to the tennis court where the dancing was taking place. Derek walked up to Alex and said, "Have you already all 3? "No, although Lord, we changed clothes right there in your bedroom." "Sorry, but there was nothing special." Isabella stopped everything. "Derek. I couldn't stop myself. I guess I'm weak." Derek said, "I am ready to exchange with you for tonight." Alex looked at him. "No, that sounds interesting, but no, Isabella is a real tigress. I just cannot. Oh, my mother raised me wrong. Derek laughed and then said, well, at least I'll dance with her Sam too. Derek walked up to Elena and took her to the floor to dance the jitterbug. Elena looked at Alex, who waved at her. The crowd thinned out. Isabella danced with Vic. Ava walked up to Alex and simply led him onto the dance floor. As the DJ switched to slow music, Alex pulled her close. Sam whispered in his ear. I think the time has come for us. Derek has Elena. He will turn her on and Isabella will try Vic. This was the ultimate test of his toughness. Moral fortitude too. He passed one test but failed the other. The whole party looked like a bunch of teenagers playing spin. The slow music ended and Alex and Sam started dancing to the medium-fast music. Sam danced really well. She slid around. Alex slid over her body and began to harden again. She answered him the same. They disappeared into each other. Meanwhile, Derek, as predicted, turned Elena on at first. He held back remembering the last party, but Elena got excited and Alex waved her through, allowing her to go to the floor with Derek. Isabella and Vic weren't so excited. Isabella was more interested in the other two couples. Vic was fine, but Isabella was interested in Sam and Alex. It was like a depraved morality game. She knew that if Alex left with Sam, Elena would go upstairs with Derek, but I didn't know what would happen and she didn't know what she would do if they split into pairs. She thought she would join Derek with Elena first, maybe then to Sam and Alex. Vic remained out of work. Then, at the pre-arranged time, DJ Mick took a break. It was unpleasant for him to do this because he was interested in the events on the dance floor, but union rules and all that. I'll be back in 10 minutes. He said quietly and went to get a beer. Trade union rules. There were only 6 of them left, plus the staff. Everyone approached the table between the pool and the dance floor. There were a few sidelong glances, no chatter, lots of tension. Isabella said, I was wondering which of you I would join first. This statement was like a bomb dropped on the table. Elena held Derek's hand. Alex and Sam were sitting on the love seat, with her legs resting on his lap. Isabella was sitting on Vic, but it was as if he was just her chair. He felt left out exactly. Elena looked at Alex and she saw that Sam would take him if she wanted, and it was at that moment that Elena decided that Alex was the only man for her and that she did not want to share him. She stood up, dropping Derek's hand, swaying slowly. She walked over to Alex and leaned down to kiss him. Alex kissed her back. Sam was still on his lap and heard Elena whisper to Alex. It's time to go home. My love. Enough excitement to keep us going until next time. Sam stood up from Alex groaned, but Elena pulled him towards her and wrapped her arm around his waist. She looked around and said, I'll take this man home where he belongs. On the way out, Alex took the keys. He was in a trance-like state, so Elena drove the car. When they arrived home, Elena immediately took him to bed and removed his skimpy clothes. She covered him with her body and took possession of him. They made love slowly and sensually. Alex didn't think about Sam. He was only here with his wife. Everyone admits weakness sometimes, and at that moment we rely on others to make sure everything is okay, and we're lucky if we have someone who can do it. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I thought I had the perfect family, until I discovered that my best friend had an affair with my wife, and the product of this secret relationship was my younger sister. This revelation completely shattered my worldview, making me question trust and family values. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Respect was something we tried to teach our children when they were little. You not only had to teach it, but also show it to earn it. This was something I had to learn growing up, but I didn't learn it from my parents. With the weather was very harsh, so my father asked his best friend to move in with us for the winter due to the poor driving conditions on the rural roads. They moved my older sister into my bedroom because her room had 2 single beds that he and I could use one night. I woke up and saw him and my mother having sex the next day. I asked her about it and she said that it didn't happen, that I dreamed. 2 weeks later I found them again, but this time in my parents' marital bed. The result of their relationship was my younger sister. My mother, to protect herself, made me the family liar. My father raised my half-sister as his own, but began drinking whiskey to numb the pain. I learned quickly and clearly that for most people the truth doesn't matter. She made it different to me, and to this day. I hate liars. I did not approve of them or defend them. To many who knew me, this sometimes made me look like a complete jerk. My only son learned the hard lesson that not talking to me was the worst thing he could have done in his life. Communication with his mother turned small problems into big ones. If she told me first, they became extreme. His mother knew what buttons to push, and it was a tough 2 years for him, but then he opened up to me. He learned that responsibility was a price he had to pay. He was turning 16 this year and wanted his first car. He was the eldest of the 3. My youngest daughter brought home a bad winter cold, which she lovingly passed on to me. So I woke up fighting a coughing fit, flipping through TV channels in search of something worthwhile. When I discovered a new version of the cameras used by police officers using my cell phone, I sent a message to my friend asking if there were any more models that could automatically forward the current video when it was full to a pre-programmed email address. 2 days later he called and told me about a product that did just that, but it wasn't cheap and only worked as intended. When a free Wi-Fi network was available, it cost me over $2,000 for 3 cameras. I told him to deliver them to my office at work, along with the new laptop I ordered for personal use. My job at an advertising firm was to oversee all commercial shoots, which meant I was often on remote locations for days at a time. The main shareholders of the company were twin brothers, one gay, the other straight. Their names were Adam and Nathan Scott. Nathan was known as a ladies' man and never married. We seemed to get along great. I worked with them for many years and was now making 6 figures, so my life was going great while I was away. If my wife needed a companion, Adam, who loved men, was the one to accompany her. This gave him the opportunity to improve his public image. David Peters delivered them to me on Friday afternoon at my office, adding a few additional items for my consideration. The first thing he said was that I needed to set up a cloud mailbox to send videos, so I set up a new account specifically for this. The cameras were no bigger than diamond earrings. They were all motion activated, so he installed one in a set of earrings. They could run for up to a week before needing to be recharged, and this was done wirelessly. When a signal was detected, all she had to do was take them off and put them back in the box. Each video camera had its own identification number and showed it with each video sent. He asked me why I needed them. I explained that my instinct told me that something was wrong, but I had no idea what it was. I wanted to see for myself that my suspicions were not justified. I was scheduled to fly out on Sunday evening for my trip. On Sunday, I gave my wife Isabella, to whom I have been married for almost 18 years, a gift. It was a pair of diamond earrings that dangled from a stud. She loved them and promised to wear them all the time I was gone. Before heading to the airport, I stopped by the office to pick up a few things I would need. This gave me the opportunity to leave a note at both of my boss's offices that I would call them if there was a problem. I placed one of the cameras in each of their offices to provide an uninterrupted view of their desks. Both of them were directly connected to the required sources. I flew from New York to Whistler on the west coast of British Columbia, Canada, because we were scheduled to shoot a new snowboard commercial for 2 weeks. Luckily there was still snow on the upper peaks. I'm not a big person, just 5 feet 9 inches, about 175 cm 166 pounds, about 75 kilogram, with a 32 in waist, about 81 cm. Isabella always says that I should wear baby socks. From 3 to 9 years old. Her wrist was thicker than mine. We were the same height, so she never wore heels around me. She had good breasts. Besides, it would be difficult for me to handle more than a handful. Her parameters were 36. 26-36, with long blonde hair. She still attracted the attention of many men, but she always refused them. Our sex life had slowed down while I was home, but was still fairly regular, and it seemed like our children had taken after her family, so I had no reason to doubt. As a precaution, and because we live in the city, we agreed to do DNA tests on our children. We also took their fingerprints and kept them in case something happened to them. On Wednesdays while I was doing karate, she went to the theater. Otherwise, we spent all our free time together. Friday was our dinner and dancing night, because we both loved to dance on weekend ends. Whenever possible, we devoted time to our children. Isabella ran her own interior design company from her home, which gave her a good income, and she had a call answering service when she was away from home. There were times when we were both overwhelmed and were both away from home. Both our parents helped us as a result. Our children had deep relationships with both. On Monday evening I started reviewing the information they sent me after submitting my daily report on the Compy-provided laptop. Then I opened mine and found 3 messages. What first caught my attention was the fight between Nathan and Adam. "I'm fed up with this. Adam said being your muse so you can sleep with Isabella isn't fun anymore. God, if Ethan ever finds out we're screwed. He does the work of 3 people and without his abilities we will lose millions. Do you know how many customers we will lose if it goes to our competitors? You have to stop right now." "I can't," said Nathan. "I love her and, according to Isabella, their 3 children are mine." "Jesus, damn it. You're an idiot," said Adam. "I'm going to contact our corporate lawyer to see what we can do to protect the firm. If the truth comes out, we're all lost. Ethan will destroy us all and he will have every right to do so." I ran to the bathroom to throw up. I called my older cousin Liam, a highly paid divorce lawyer, after getting him out of bed. Let's just say he wasn't happy when I told him what I found out. He told me to send him all the video clips I received and he would start working on the case. The first thing he wanted to arrange was to obtain a DNA sample from Stephen Scott. The video recordings themselves cannot be used, but transcripts of conversations can be used. He asked me to obtain a copy of my company's HR manual and send it to his office. He also asked me to find a notary to fax him the power of attorney. I'll contact the private investigator we're working with tomorrow. They figure out when, where and how. It's good that you are in Canada. Your absence will make things easier, because their guard will be weakened. If all goes well, it would be a good idea to hand them the documents before your scheduled return. I replied that it should be a little less than 2 weeks but could take longer. The next morning I called my assistant, who handled everything I needed to do during filming. I asked her to forward the manual to my cousin's office confidentially. Ava said she would do it and commented, "I think you finally learned the truth." After my affirmative answer, she said that she would remain silent for now, but was ready to testify in my favor when necessary, so management knew about this all along. I then contacted our family doctor's office to explain that I needed copies of my children's DNA for the lawyers because I was making a new will. I paid for the service with my credit card. One of the Canadians working with us was able to invite a notary the rest of the week. I just forwarded the videos because I knew my cousin would explain everything. The rest of the week I spent my free time fighting the urge to go to a bar and get drunk. Now I understood my father's pain. On Friday, after setting up everything for the weekend, I took a helicopter to Vancouver and then flew all night back to New York. After renting a car, I parked on the street from the house. I was surprised to see my wife's parents taking our 3 children. Half an hour later, Isabella came out immaculately dressed in high heels and a new dress that hugged her body like a silhouette. It emphasized her sensuality. As soon as she left, I turned off the alarm and went into my office to take out what I called 16 years worth of journals. They recorded the dates of each trip, what happened and where I was. These magazines have saved me legally more than once. An hour later I was at Liam's sitting in his kitchen discussing what he had learned. A DNA sample was obtained from Nathan, and we were awaiting the results of the comparison. They also discovered a penthouse that the two had owned for 22 years. Neighbors believed they were common-law spouses and had evidence that they were both there so often that neighbors thought they worked on weekends and nights. They had a cleaning company clean them twice a week. They had sworn statements that they were common-law spouses even before we met. Her company's only client was an LLC that bought and sold inexpensive apartments, then renovated them and sold them as furnished units to new buyers at inflated prices. This company was wholly owned by Nathan Scott. Corporate tax filings showed that Isabella earned more than $500,000 a year after deductions, but took home less than $88,000. My children may not be mine, but are they STE's children? This remained to be seen. Since Isabella deceived me, could she have done the same with Nathan? Liam said my mother was taking the kids the following weekend because I wasn't expected home until Monday at the earliest. We agreed that we would have to destroy this. Her lover and company once she is in her primary residence, their penthouse. I will remove whatever I see fit from the house. I told him I would be back on Friday evening. He will block all joint cards, and empty half of our accounts, before they are frozen by court order on the day I return. I returned to Canada to finish filming working twice as hard. Adam Scott met me at the airport when I got off the plane the following Saturday morning. He was surprised that I finished filming early and was confused because he didn't understand why our meeting couldn't wait until Monday. I carried the company laptop with me over a cup of coffee. We talked about the trip and what the editing department needed to do. While we were sitting, a man came up to him and asked if he was Adam Scott. Adam confirmed his identity and the man said he was being notified of service. Before he could say anything, I handed him my laptop company keys, credit cards and pulled my resignation letter out of my jacket. I then explained that his brother and my wife were also receiving notifications. His face turned pale and he asked how bad it was. I replied that I was going to any lengths. I have DNA confirming that. Nathan is the biological father of all of Isabella's children, and mine lovers are getting notifications in their penthouse right now. Remind them that they are legally prohibited from coming within 500 feet of my mother, children and me. I thought Adam was about to pass out. I got up and started to leave. Adam attacked me in rage before the airport security approached us. I hit him without significant medical expenses. He will no longer be a beautiful boy. My mother and my children greeted me when I arrived and opened the garage. It was difficult to tell my two daughters, along with their brother, that I was not their biological father. My mom lost her cool when I told them that their mother was now with the man who gave birth to them in their love nest. I told them that their relationship predates our marriage. Now you will live with me until the court decides. After your interview, the court will consider all three parents' relationships with you before the judge makes a decision. All three were devastated, as was I. Mom heard someone trying to open the door and went to open it. I said no, the external alarm is still on, and I called the police explaining that I wasn't supposed to be home and someone was trying to break in. They said they were already responding to the silent alarm. I then sent the children upstairs. They opened the outer door. Nathan was breaking through a window on the heavy metal door and putting his hand in to try to remove the chain. When the police arrived after detaining the violators, the police officer knocked and introduced himself. I opened the door to find Nathan and Isabella handcuffed in the back seat of a patrol car. When he said that she claimed to live here, I handed him a copy of the protective order that had been served. Earlier that morning he smiled and said it looked like they were both going to jail until they saw the judge. My mother finally accepted that what she did to me all those years ago was wrong. It took seeing what I was facing for her to understand the true cost, not on me, but on her grandchildren. I'm no better than Isabella. She said your father forgave me, but he never was the same. If he hadn't died in a work accident, I can't say we wouldn't be where you are now. Photos of Isabella and Steve were on the front page of the New York Post on Sunday morning as they were escorted to the police station. I gave the court reporter who called the whole scheme of what was happening. I stated that I had to leave the firm because of Nathan's long-term relationship with my wife. It will be published on Monday. A DNA comparison report between my children and the Scott brothers proved they were related. She liked the fact that the president of Scott's advertising violated his established moral principles by interfering with my marriage. The board of directors will decide this issue. Daniel and Daniela Lewis, my children and I had a late Sunday dinner at a local restaurant, and then they followed us back to our home. Their grandmother put my daughters to bed, so my father-in-law and I could talk in my home office. Dad, I said, Isabella and Steve's relationship started before I even met Isabella. I found out about their relationship when I was in Canada. Then I showed him a video clip of Adam and Steve talking. He shook his head in amazement. It became obvious to me that he had no idea. Then I showed him the documents for the purchase of the penthouse, which was completed 2 years before the date of our marriage. The apartment was still registered in her maiden name. Crap, Daniel shouted. The day you got married you were already a cuckold. When I saw this clip, I hired a lawyer and a private investigator. Both said it was easy to get the facts about them because they believed they had defended themselves so well that the truth was impossible to find. I said softly, I will not let what happens in my life affect your relationship with your children. I gave him my copies of court documents and background materials while he was reading them. I walked over and poured us both a large glass of Irish whiskey on the rocks. What hurt him most was reading the conversation when Isabella openly admitted to a mutual friend how her parents, brother and sister, and I had been so easily deceived, received Nathan, and she jointly decided that I would be the one to raise his children. From the moment Ethan first met me, I knew he would do anything for me. He was so in love with me that he would believe anything. His love made him so blind that he could not see what was right in front of his eyes. It didn't hurt that Nathan, seeing Ethan's natural ability to see the smallest details, made him the go-to guy to supervise the shoot. Steve said the cost of reshoots dropped by 80% when Ethan took over. As a result, the company's reputation and profits increased dramatically because Ethan thought our family life was good. He never thought anything was wrong and he's a great father. MIA, my junior in high school. I'll file for divorce and take him to the dry cleaners. An escort service hired by Nathan's company will be used to frame him, she said, with a laugh. I returned and saw my father-in-law crying. How did you get all this? Daniel asked seriously. I opened my laptop in front of him, logged into my email account and opened the latest version from Isabella's camera. I opened the video file and allowed it to play. Steve, this is a mess. I don't know how Ethan found out about it, said Isabella. He claims that you are the father of the children, but he hasn't given us proof of this. So this is still nonsense from his lawyer, who is trying to build a case. What we're dealing with is just smoke and mirrors. True, Steve replied, but Ethan did resign and serve Adam on Saturday. Will he serve at the corporate event tomorrow? If he does that, then it will be a shame. We were lucky that the judge let us off with a warning. Right now I need to figure out what to say to the board of directors. I need to move my office clothes and personal belongings out of the house. So tomorrow I will be looking for a divorce lawyer. I need to decide what I will tell my parents. I'm saying. I need to make it look like it's Ethan who's cheating, not me, and that you're just a friend helping me. Do you think they'll buy it? Steve asked. At the end of the day, we both know your children are mine. They have no reason to doubt me, because they have never accused me of anything, so their faith and trust in me is guaranteed. She answered. If I have any doubts, I will start crying. My tears always cause them, because I was always a daddy's girl. What about our 3 children? Do you want them to take my last name after we get married? Asked Nathan. When I heard this, I turned off the video because I was almost crying. Isabella's diamond earrings have a built-in camera that charges wirelessly and transmits via Wi-Fi whenever it's full. As long as they are charged and have a signal, information will be transmitted as long as she wears them. I said. Daniela slipped in and joined us. I offered her a glass of wine and when she said yes, I left them alone to discuss the situation. I returned just in time to see Daniel replay for her the conversation we had heard. Daniela's face said it all, Mom said with tears in her eyes. So what is written in the divorce document is true. She cheated. But for how long longer than their marriage? Dad said our grandchildren were created by our daughter and Nathan. I've seen copies of the DNA report. My daughter, Isabella, is dead in my eyes. She has turned her back on everything our family has ever stood for. I can't forget it. Because of the length of time and the amount of lies she spun. We both see that she has no regrets. Even if she was discovered, makes me wonder how many times we have taken the children away so she could sleep freely with her lover. But they are our grandchildren. Daniela was crying. I don't want to lose them, Mom. If I get custody of them, you will always have unlimited access to them. I told my dad that before we even started talking. I said to calm her worries. But I suggest you both sue for a court order for unrestricted access to your grandchildren, regardless of who wins custody. You'll have to file a lawsuit against all three of us, but I think it's the wisest thing you can do so. You can tell Isabella that until everything is done, you refuse to take sides. Don't let your emotions cause you to close doors that you can't open. Later Daniel looked at me and nodded in agreement. Darling, our brother-in-law. Ethan will always be family to me. I think his wisdom on this matter is right. He was hurting just as much as we were, but he still put our needs first, said Daniel. As far as we know, she and her lover don't seem to be worried about their children at all. Our daughter has lied to us her entire adult life. Where did we go wrong? I have to ask. When Isabella told us she loved Ethan, was she telling the truth? Mom said Monday was a busy day for me. I drove my 3 children to school and then spent time in the office explaining the situation. If my wife had tried to contact the children at school, the police would have found out. My soon-to-be ex found herself a high-priced feminist divorce lawyer and my former employer's firm received service. My father-in-law held a lawsuit against both Isabella and me on Wednesday. He said his daughter was beside herself and demanded that he withdraw the lawsuit. He told her that he and her mother didn't know what to believe, but felt their relationship with their grandchildren needed to be protected. He asked her why she was forbidden to go near children. She refused to answer. He then told her that I suggested they file a lawsuit after our family dinner on Sunday night. Now we know why you weren't invited. He made us promise that we would sue all of you because he didn't want our relationship with our grandchildren to depend on the behavior of their parents. He himself gave us the address of your penthouse. This is how we learned where to notify you. According to city records, you're a co-owner with Ethan's boss, which gives his words a lot of credibility. Isabella got mad and he hung up. This conversation showed him a lot, because human nature, when faced with the truth, tends to run away. Luckily, Friday was the last day of school before spring break, so my in-laws, my 3 kids, my mom and I went to Disney World for a week, flying out on Saturday and returning a week later. This trip was planned weeks in advance, but I was unable to get a refund on Isabella's ticket. Liam convinced Isabella to sign a waiver for her share of the house instead of having her corporation bear some of the household expenses while we were married, leading her to believe that it would not be considered a marital asset in the divorce course. She didn't realize that her corporation would still be included, because she operated it from her home and her business address was our place of residence. Scott's advertising management accepted the terms of my dismissal. Thus, until my sick and vacation days were exhausted, I remained an employee of the company. This gave me until the end of June to decide what I wanted to do next. When I returned, my former assistant, Ava, informed me that the board of directors was giving me time to cool off before trying to work with me. They realized how valuable I was to the firm and began to hear murmurs from clients wondering if I would return. Although the Scott brothers owned significant shares, the corporate structure allowed them both to be removed for cause. They could also be forced by the board of directors to sell all their shares. So the brothers hired an outside firm to evaluate their options and manage the damage. Liam allowed Isabella access to the garage where we moved all of her personal belongings while we were away, after duplicating all of her corporation's paperwork, including all bank records. He hired a team of financial experts to calculate all the expenses of raising our children to this day, starting from the date of conception of the eldest child. Using a semi-annual interest rate, he divided each year's cost by 3 and came up with Nathan Scott's estimated share of my deception, doubling it for undue stress and anxiety, then adding interest to bring it to current values. The second suit against him was for alienation of affection. I also filed a lawsuit against both brothers for interfering with my marriage. I used the grounds of infidelity against my wife. The kids had just returned from school after their first day, when there was a knock on our door. It was a social worker who was investigating a complaint that I was not caring for the children. I found out it came from my soon-to-be ex-wife's lawyer. My son Daniel led her into the kitchen where she found me and my daughters working together to prepare dinner. She could smell the roast cooking in the oven. When she explained why she was there, I suggested she look around the cabinets, refrigerator and freezer while I continued peeling the potatoes. After she did what I asked, I offered her a cup of coffee and pulled out 2 large mugs. "Miss, I'm sorry I didn't catch your name." I said Tricia Marsh. "Mr. Jam," she replied. I asked her to call me Ethan and then suggested that if she had time she could interview my children now, because I assumed the court would order it. "Since dinner will be ready in an hour, we'd love for you to join us, if you can." She agreed. My son Daniel took her into the living room and they talked, while Tina and Mia helped me after a pleasant dinner. Tricia talked with my daughters for quite some time. Daniel and I washed the dishes together. None of the kids had done their homework, so I wrote them notes explaining why in case anyone asked. Finally, Tricia and I were able to talk in private. The first thing I did was show her the chat between Nathan and Isabella for 16 years. "You had no idea." Tricia said they planned it all. "It seemed she wanted children and he didn't, so they chose you to raise his children." "That's about how I see it," I said. "Makes me wonder if I ever knew the woman I was married to." I will add to my notes that the marriage was built throughout her life on lies on her part. The fact that they planned all this calls into question whether they had any love for children at all. Tricia explained, "It seems like the kids and you are just an inconvenience they had to deal with. Your wife's lawyer is trying to make you look like you don't care about your children. Everything I've seen and heard over the past few hours contradicts this. I was surprised to hear that you told the children that Nathan was their biological father. It's good to see that all 3 of you have made it clear that they want to stay with you. Are you listed as the father on their birth certificates?" "Yes," I replied. "Will this be important?" "Very important. This proves that you didn't know and acted as if the children were yours all along. This will carry a lot of weight in the eyes of the court when making a custody decision." Tricia said, "I'll give you my email address so you can send me this clip, because this is what the judge needs to see. Seeing situations like yours strengthens my conviction to never get married." "I can't change the past," I said with a smile. "Besides, I love my children, no matter who created them. They may not have my genes, but everything else about them is me. I like the way you look at it." Tricia said, "I'll have to investigate your soon-to-be ex's place of residence and interview them both. But right now the odds are in your favor. The judge will take this into account in his report." I wrote Ethan Allen. James was chosen by Isabella because he was good enough to be the father of her children while they were growing up, but not good enough for her to allow him to be their biological father. Mr. James received legal proof that Mrs. James was in a common-law relationship with Mr. Nathan Scott before and during their actual marriage. We chatted for a few more hours, maintaining light conversation and exchanging cell phone numbers to keep in touch. She was surprised that Isabella had not attempted to contact the children since the notification on Sunday. She recorded this in her notes. I later learned that she called her detective friend to find out if a crime had been committed. He said there was, but he thinks the district attorney should be consulted first to see if they want to prosecute the case. "I'm lucky there was an election next year and the DA will be running." I didn't realize then what a huge storm was gathering around my situation. I woke up Tuesday morning and got busy getting the kids ready for school. I was surprised that Tricia asked me to send the videotape. I showed her to the assistant district attorney. I did even better. I emailed him all the clips and promised to send him any new ones if they appeared. 3 hours later they called me back. I was surprised when he explained that the court had already issued a warrant for taps etc. so that whatever I provided could be used legally in a criminal court without my name being revealed. It was a critical moment that all the clips came from an email address. This made it appear as if it was coming from a third party. He was going to build a case to charge them both with extortion, one charge for each year. They had been running their scam on my children and me. I said I hoped the charges would be filed before I had to go to divorce court. When the kids got back, we ordered pizza and had an early dinner. Because I wanted to catch the local evening news. The local CBS affiliate captured the whole thing. Deborah and Nathan were detained for questioning as they left the restaurant after dinner for the next hour. I answered calls and explained that I didn't know what was going on. The rest of the week passed quietly, or at least that's what I thought. Later I found out that I was wrong. On Wednesday I was seen entering the office building of my former employer's competitors. Nobody knew that I was meeting a friend for lunch. The gossip pages of the next day's morning paper mentioned that I was in talks with senior management to accept the position. I called the author of the article and said that if she went back to the old notes, she might mistakenly name the twin with whom my wife was at the theater. Notice the words date night. She asked me how my meeting went. I replied that my lawyer advised me not to comment at this time. Then things got interesting. I dropped the kids off at school and had just gotten home Friday morning. When Isabella got out of her car as I walked from the side of the street, she was wearing a t-shirt and blue jeans. Her face looked sad and exhausted. She was without makeup, and it was amazing she never left the house without makeup. Seeing her in this state reminded me that I should check my new computer to see what the cameras had sent. I walked to the side of the road. Ethan, Isabella said my parents don't even want to talk to me. They told me not to contact them until I solved the mess I created. My brothers and sisters told me the same thing. I want to see the children for what I asked. As far as I know, you haven't even called them. I called them that Sunday. They all told me they didn't want to talk to me and hung up. I think they might have cooled down now. Isabella said I have a lot of explaining to do. I will talk to my lawyer about setting up supervised meetings, nothing more. I said coldly. I will also inform him that you violated the restraining order. Thank you, she replied. Isabella, you and I will need to sit down and talk about all this. There's nothing to discuss. We can prove that the only reason you got married was because Nathan didn't want to take on the responsibility of being a man and raising his children. That's why you needed a fool to take this place. That's why you and him chose me. I said sternly our whole marriage was a lie. It had to be this way. No person would do what you did out of love. How long did you two laugh at me? I guess congratulations are in order, since I heard that Nathan and you are going to get married as soon as we get divorced. Throughout my tirade, her face did not change. Her response to my comments spoke volumes. We are not together. Nathan had to find a new place to live. We were both notified of a restraining order against each other while being interviewed by detectives until the investigation was completed. Now he has to stay in a hotel. Isabella said my lawyer screwed up by filing a complaint against you with Child Protective Services. They interviewed us. The condominium management company is demanding that we sell the unit. The kids and I were interviewed on Monday. I explained the interviewer had private conversations with each of us, so I don't know what they told her. Children are at an age when the court will allow them to choose who to live with. They'll be with your parents this weekend. Without saying goodbye, I turned around and entered the house taking the laptop. I went to the kitchen after brewing new coffee. I opened it. I've learned a lot since Monday. The HR representative used Roger Office to conduct one-on-one interviews with management from the top to the bottom. It was sad to find out how many people laughed at me behind my back. Many were fired with the wording for the cause. This was a godsend for my lawyer and the district attorney. It was revealed that Nathan often used bribes, promotions and blackmail to keep his relationship a secret. All these crimes were subject to punishment. The board of directors and the CEO met late Thursday after most employees had left work. The council was provided with complete information about who knew what, when and why everything happened. Even former employees were interviewed. They discussed what to do with Nathan and Adam. Nathan was stripped of his position as president of the firm and Roger was suspended. The head of HR told the CEO that I had been seen entering a commercial building and that reliable sources, a gossip reporter, had confirmed that I had been contacted by competitors. The CEO smiled and said, "But can they offer him the position of president?" The head of HR picked up the phone, explaining that she was going to find out if Ava was still working. The CEO asked why Ava was Ethan's assistant. She knows him better than anyone, so she could have an idea of his thoughts, Ethan. Then it dawned on me. According to state laws, a civil marriage that has existed for more than a year is considered to be official. I picked up the phone and called the DA's office. I explained my idea and he liked it. According to the law, Isabella could be immediately charged with bigamy if their relationship was proven. I gave them Liam's office number and told them to ask him for copies of all our documents. 2 hours later Liam called me. "Damn it, Ethan, I didn't notice it, but I should have. This is genius. Your divorce is a grand slam and Isabella will be blamed within hours. George Davidson, who is leading the due investigation of the two, said you brought the question up. I withdraw your suit for divorce. Instead, we are now going for an annulment because legally she was already married. All that remains is to iron out the details I said, and it will be easy if Isabella ends up in jail." Liam laughed. "It's funny that with all their plans and schemes, it's their own behavior that will destroy them, making our other claims even stronger. By the way, wait until I post the rest of what I found. Call the DU's office to see if your wiretap permit can be extended. If possible, it will save me thousands in legal fees." I said indicate that in the next letter he will not provide evidence of criminal acts. It may not be necessary. I asked that she be assigned to pay your legal expenses. Liam replied, "Ethan, are you serious? I have copies of confessions from employees and former employees about what Nathan did to hide his common-law marriage. I'll send them to you too." I said I went back to my laptop and opened a clip of the CEO, CFO and head of HR. They all agreed that I had a compelling case. They could try to protect themselves from him, but publicity and interest in the case would ruin their reputation. They agreed to try to settle it as cheaply as possible. Within 5 minutes, the DA's office and my lawyer received all the video clips. I received via email. Ava called me, "Hello, stranger, long time, no see. How are you?" She said, "Ethan, this is a complete mess. There is not a single department that is not affected. The HR department conducts individual interviews with everyone. They had a notary come to witness and confirm we've lost some good people. Some were fired, others left on their own." Ava said Nathan and Adam were called after meeting with the CEO. Security allowed Nathan to collect his items from his desk before escorting him out. Adam was told he was being suspended from all duties until his future was decided. "Is your job safe?" I asked in my resignation letter. I said that you were the most qualified to fill my position. They told me that right now I am acting as interim. A final decision will not be made until the council finds a new president. The only thing they told me was that the person they were interested in had a situation that needed to be resolved. My gut tells me it's you after all. Nathan and Adam never did anything without consulting you first. Well, they learned it the hard way and a great cost that half the time they heard but didn't listen. I simplified processes by focusing on the important things, ignoring the frills that our clients often thought were important. When they saw the final product, they were happy with the results. I said my phone hasn't stopped ringing since I left, but I'm not agreeing to anything yet. Thank you, Ethan. You told me what I wanted to know without saying anything. Are you still open to coming back? Said Ava. Depends. I laughed. Can you email me the gossip reporter's address? If you have one, no problem, but I'll text it to you. Ava replied using an email address that no one knew. I sent all the video clips not related to my divorce to a gossip reporter. Every little details she can squeeze out of them will go public in print without naming names. She wrote in such a way that there was no doubt about who she was talking about. The writer was a master of her craft. My son came running from the living room while I was preparing dinner. "Dad, Mom," on early news. I went in and rewinded to see what was happening. She was escorted in handcuffs. The next shot showed a representative announcing that she had been charged with bigamy. Could she go to jail on this charge if she is found guilty? Asked Daniel. Yes, this is considered a crime in our state. How long she will sit depends on the judge. I replied. My father always told me if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. It stopped me from doing a lot of stupid things when I was your age. How long will they keep her? Asked the son. Until she gets in front of a judge and can post bail. I replied, depending on the department, she may already be free. Daniel and Daniela took the children on Saturday. The boys will go to a monster truck show. The girls would be playing 2 soccer games and I needed to get out of the house. I can't believe it, said. Daniel. Isabella has been arrested for bigamy. She could get up to 10 years, depending on the judge. I know, Dad, and this is not the end. I answered. It appears her lover used bribes, threats and blackmail to keep their relationship a secret. The door obtained video evidence from some of Nathan's victims. I felt sorry for Daniel because his daughter must have torn his heart out. Suddenly I was left alone. I shouldn't have, because I was mentally and emotionally depressed. I wonder if this is called bottoming. I sat on the stairs and cried and my body wouldn't let me stop. Some say depression is a form of healing or adjustment. If this is healing, then what is hell? The human body and its emotions are a fragile thing. No matter what we plan as human, we cannot control when and how it will find its own release. 3 hours later I was sitting in a local park throwing unsalted nuts to squirrels, not knowing what to do. Most people don't realize how lonely divorce can be. Those whom you considered friends distance themselves for their own protection, others because they do not know what to believe. Then there is any difference between being single and all your friends being married. Being single meant that you no longer fit in many situations. I was lost in my thoughts, completely unprepared for what was happening around me. I did not see or hear the person who sat down at the other end of the bench. I saw you sitting here and watched you for a while. It became obvious that squirrels seemed to be your best friends. I was wondering if you realized this and how you were coping. Ethan, looks like I found out. Trisha Marsh said, blue melancholy is terrible, isn't it? You need to find your own way to shake it out. Easier said than done. I'm learning that divorce is something you have to go through alone. Most of your friends avoid you like it's contagious. I replied, come on, let me buy you some coffee. Trisha said, no talk about business. Okay, I agreed. I found out that Trisha was going shopping, so I joined her. It was interesting to know her tastes in food. She bought, mostly frozen prepared foods for herself, because having no one to cook for she lost interest. I knew my mother had it that way. The problem is that along with this, their diet also suffered. I was carrying a basket of groceries and she saw me select a few items. When we reached the deli counter, I asked the clerk for 12 fresh wonton and a 4-pound of barbecue duck. I hope you like wonton soup. I said, because that's what I'm making for dinner. If you agree, it works for me, since we're only 2 blocks from my apartment. Trisha said after we washed the vegetables, she watched me cut them into equal portions. I told her I was using chicken broth because the wonton I chose contained more pork than beef. I then sliced the pre-chopped duck in the same manner. She took out 2 pans. I filled one with water with a little salt, the other with broth. Once the broth was boiling, I added the corn water, chestnuts, spices and duck. I saved the red, yellow and green peppers and snow peas for last. Once the salt water came to a boil, I added the ones to cook them before draining the ones. Once they were cooked, I added fresh vegetables to the soup, then poured 2 cups of soy sauce on top. After tasting it, I added some garlic powder. Finally, I added the wontons to the rest to soak up the flavor of the soup. Then I served it. As soon as Trisha tasted the first spoonful, she was hooked. I made enough for several servings, hoping she could reheat the rest. As we talked, she learned that I prefer to make my own wontons in large batches and freeze them. Another trick I explained is to use slightly less broth and add cornstarch as a thickener to make a stew that can be served with rice. When she found out how much I spent, she was shocked. I left her in a good mood. Trisha accepted me for who I am. Surprisingly, this is exactly what I needed all this time. Recognizing who you are means a lot, and today moved mountains. On Sunday, while reading the morning newspaper, I noticed that a gossip reporter had published a 2-page article about the former president's ongoing efforts to maintain power and control over his personal situation. This included things like promotions, blackmail and bribery. She ended with the question, is this being investigated? If not, why not? I sent Trisha a message asking if she wanted to spend the day with me at Kai Island. She agreed. We acted like teenagers on our first date. I wondered why she was never married. She explained that her career always got in the way. Constantly calling into work in the middle of something has killed the relationship several times. I could understand it from both sides, given what my career had done to my marriage. My parents-in-law and my children were surprised at my good mood when I met them at Sunday dinner. Everyone commented that they hadn't seen me this happy for several weeks. Ava called on Monday morning to let me know that I could expect a quick visit from the chairman of the board to begin negotiations for my return. The article that appeared in the Sunday newspaper forced them to do this, because everyone knew who it was writing about. Ava said the board was going to take legal action to force the sale of Nathan and Adam's shares because they refused to sell after they were sacked. An unexpected call came from Isabella, requesting a private meeting in a neutral location without cell phones. I asked her to give me 10 minutes to think and call me back. I called Liam, who said that sometimes the best place to have a private conversation is in the middle of a crowd, where people can move freely. As a result, I met Isabella at the Nathan's hot dog stand in the park at 1:00 p.m. We found a bench. We took out our phones and turned them off, leaving them in plain sight. "What do you want, Isabella?" I asked coldly. "I need to know if you know who is doing this to Nathan and me." Isabella said bluntly the gossip journalist is pushing the police, almost leading them. The corporation that Nathan founded kicked him out. Adam thinks he's being kicked out too, and now you filed for an annulment. Well, Nathan's problems, I think, come from the board of directors. I was told that this is where information comes to the police. This led them to discover facts and witnesses to events. I said I can't discuss anything related to our case because my lawyer doesn't want me to. "So why did you agree to meet me then?" asked Isabella. "You know that we have dug a huge hole for ourselves." I am told that Miss Marsh gave her report to the court late last week. We have been informed that all the children want to stay with you. I have to agree with what Nathan and I are facing now. Another lawyer says I could face serious time if the judge decides that I was legally married to Nathan for him. It all comes down to interpretation as to whether this is a marriage because we don't have a marriage certificate. I will need to tell the children that I saw you today. I replied. They will ask my opinion about what you look like. How are they coping emotionally? Isabella asked with real concern. They have their moments. It can be hard because I can't explain or answer their questions. I said what questions Isabella asked, hoping for an opportunity to come back into their lives. What did they do to deserve such punishment? I answered, even I sometimes wondered about this. You should write a book about being married to two men for almost 20 years and make it as sexy as possible with so much interest. It will be a bestseller. Having said this, I got up and left. Isabella. Was Isabella always thinking of herself first? She was like an old dog too, accustomed to her habits to ever change even worse. I couldn't feel sorry for her because I realized that all my remaining feelings for her had died. I returned home and checked my email and, to my surprise, found a video of our conversation. Isabella's voice and my conversation were clear and precise. I forwarded it to the gossip reporter with a big smile on my face. On Tuesday, a gossip column reported in large print that Isabella James, accused of bigamy, was planning to write a tell-all book about her 18 years living with two husbands. This news made Daniel and Daniela Lewis even more angry, because their daughter seemed proud of what she had done. Liam called me on Wednesday evening with good news. It was a successful day in divorce court. The divorce judge agreed that under state law, she was already married to Nathan at the time of our marriage. Since our marriage was not legal, an annulment was granted. This gave him some flexibility in asset allocation. Although Isabella's lawyer fought tooth and nail, the judge ruled that since her first spouse was not named in this divorce and it was part of a scam, I get my share. I was given temporary sole custody until her criminal issues were resolved, but I had to give her unrestricted access to the children. Nathan Scott was arrested Friday, and suddenly many of those he had mistreated over the years found themselves in a situation where they needed to cooperate with the DA's office. Isabella's life took a turn for the worse. A few months ago she had two lovers who kept her warm at night. Now she had no one. I was busy landscaping around the house when the chairman of the board of directors showed up. We need to have a serious one-on-one talk about this mess. Ethan, I hope you had enough time. Bill Burrows said. I stood up and offered Bill my hand. He shook. It was never about the company. I said it was all about the people in it. A huge smile appeared on his face. Thank you. That's what I needed to hear. Let's see if we can do something. We went into my kitchen and started discussing my situation. I learned a few things, and so did Bill. What impressed me most was his honesty. He didn't hide anything. It was gratifying to hear that once they filed suit to force the sale of their shares, the brothers agreed to exchange their common stock for preferred stock. The move effectively stripped them of their voting rights in the company. I told him that was one of my concerns. He went through each layoff one by one and explained why and who left. I told him that I would like to try to get some of them back if I go back, because they were caught in a situation like I was. You can't blame people for something they didn't know. I was surprised by the amount offered on behalf of the firm to settle the claim. I called Liam, who spoke to Bill. I told Liam to accept it. After that he pulled out a contract for the position of president of the company and handed it to me. I know you won't sign anything until your lawyer gets the settlement check. Bill said, while you're waiting for this process to complete, study this, I think you'll be more than pleased. After he left, I was surprised by the timing. We talked for more than 3 hours. I called Trisha hoping she wasn't busy tonight. She was not. I asked her if she wanted to join my family for a celebration dinner. What are we celebrating? She asked my divorce and custody, settling a lawsuit against my former firm and my eventual return to work. She agreed. I made a reservation at a restaurant with a small private room for 8:00 in the evening. I called my in-laws, my mother, my sister and her husband, who all agreed to come. I told my sister to bring her children. I called Tredo to say I'll pick her up at 7:00 on the way to Trisha's. I stopped at the store to buy a mix of red and yellow roses and ferns in a cute vase to thank her for everything she did. The kids teased me on the way to her house, discussing what they liked about her. I left the kids in the car walking up to her apartment after she let me in. Trisha loved the flowers and looked gorgeous. Trisha Marsh wore a cute summer yellow dress. Her blue eyes sparkled with surprise. She prepared to make a good impression, and she did it. Since you brought flowers, Trisha said with a laugh. Does that mean you consider this our first date? I didn't know what to say, so when I tried to speak, I faltered. Trisha smiled and took my hand, holding. It's been a long time since I made a man speechless. Trisha said with a smile. I'll take that as a yes. I will not forget this moment to this day. We got into the car and the kids started telling her about my custody win. I told her who else was coming to the celebration. Trisha said, wow, meeting the family on our first official date. My oldest daughter, Sophia, who takes after Grandma Daniela, said she loved the flowers her dad bought for her. Trisha showed her the image she had taken and it became her background screen. Thanks to traffic jams. We arrived 10 minutes late. I pre-ordered 2 bottles of the best medium champagne before I could introduce her. Mia, my youngest daughter, said everyone this is Trisha Marsh, our dad's girlfriend, and Trisha and I burst out laughing. This set the mood for the evening. Over dinner I explained the court's decision and its rulings to everyone. Then he talked about the upcoming settlement of the lawsuit against the firm and the removal of Adam and Nathan Scott from their positions. The latest news was that I was offered the position of president. Tisha explained that she was a social services representative called to investigate a complaint against me, and that's how we met. Daniel stood up with a glass of champagne in his hand. After everything you've been through, Ethan, Daniela, and I were worried that you would cut us out of your life. Instead, you brought us closer. Congratulations. You're finally getting the respect you deserve. A toast to Ethan for being who he is and Tatri for making him happy again. As we were all getting ready to leave, Daniel pulled me aside and told me they were taking the kids for the weekend. They used their keys to get everything they need. Don't waste time on the past. Start building your new life. I asked Trisha if she liked to dance and off we went. I took her home at 3:00 in the morning, agreeing to pick her up at noon. We spent most of the weekend together. On Monday morning after sending the kids off to school, I looked at the proposal for the first time. It more than doubled my previous salary, had built-in stock bonuses if certain conditions were met, and a lift bonus that gave me 2 options: cash or common stock. Bill has already signed it. I called a business lawyer and made an appointment to have him review all the legal terms to make sure I didn't miss anything. At 10 in the morning, while I was doing laundry, there was a knock on our door. I was surprised to see a small Asian woman. When I opened the door, my first thought was the last thing I needed was Jehovah's Witnesses on my doorstep. Her name was Lin Wong, better known as a gossip journalist. After introducing myself, I invited her to enter coffee or tea. I asked, she said, if you have a good strong gin this will do. It's early for me, but okay. I poured it for her and, like a gentleman, joined in by opening the beer. Sorry to bother you, Mr. James, she said, but I have a video I want to show you. I suggested that she start. I learned that this was a video recording of my conversation with Isabella. She then turned on a conversation where my wife stated that she never intended to write a book. She wanted a retraction so she could begin an appeal against the divorce decision. Mr. James, I need your opinion before I decide to publish. Lai Wong explained. I told her to turn on her recording device and let me know when it was safe to start. She made it. Mrs. P. Wang, first of all, you can use my name. What you showed me was only part of our conversation that day. We also discussed other things, such as our children and divorce. Over 18 years of marriage to her, I learned that everything she told me was a lie. So I can't say she's telling the truth. Now I explained, since everything she told me was a lie. I have to wonder if she lied to you too. I can't say I didn't lie, and that makes the situation even sadder, since I was not worthy of her honesty. For me, she is not worth lying about. I hope this clears things up for you. She replied yes. That clears it up, and turned off the device. I think I'll use my column to make a poll. I will write her conversation with me word for word. She said, and below it our conversation that we just finished. I'll ask the readers who they believe, looking forward to it. I answered sincerely. My father always believed that if you give a man enough rope, he will eventually hang himself. Isabella confirmed that he was right for her. It was all about the money she was losing. I knew it. I think Mrs. Ro Wong saw it too. My ex-wife called and said she wanted to take the kids to dinner. I said that they would all be home just after 4:00 and that she could come. Then she came. Soon after that my eldest daughter answered the door. I heard her shout. Our ex-mother has arrived, and I heard the sound of running feet. I stayed in the kitchen, not wanting to be accused of interfering with the children's relationship with their mother. A few minutes later I heard the front door close soon after the children entered the kitchen. We told her it's too early. Dad Tammy said because it is we can't accept what she did to all of us. We told her this. I pointed out that if I did something against a friend, MIA said I would likely lose the friendship for life and she wants us to act like nothing happened. I just told her to go to hell. Danielle said she asked who gave me the right to say that I said to my grandfather to change the subject. I suggested going to McDonald's for dinner. Everyone agreed. After the kids finished their homework, I called Trit and explained what happened. She said I shouldn't have been surprised, even though you hit it well, they saw how much you were hurting. It looked like Nathan's legal troubles were catching up with him. He told his legal team to settle the case as cheaply as possible. Adam sued me for damage to his face. On Friday, after my lawyer made some changes, I signed the contract and called Bill. We agreed to announce this next Friday. I reported this to the gossip reporter. My mother decided to take the children for the weekend. Trisha was busy with something else. I devoted my free time to finding some of the people who had left too, whom I considered key to my turnaround plans agreed to return as soon as I showed them my new contract. If the head of HR left or was removed. I learned that they had approached her with a warning about Nathan's actions and they had been ignored. It was really interesting to read Mrs. Wong's comments. After publishing conversations with Isabella and I word for word, she asked readers for their thoughts. She then wrote, "Meeting these two made me wonder what Isabella ever saw in Ethan. He comes across as a kind, loving and considerate man, the type that every woman wants. Isabella is a huntress, always seeking more thrills and power from those she can never find happiness with. She will be whoever you want her to be, because she doesn't know herself and isn't comfortable in her skin. She wears a mask with everyone she meets, and it's not makeup on her face. Isabella James used Nathan Scott the same way he used her for them. That's what made their relationship work." Reading this, I thought she hit the nail on the head. On Monday I contacted the agency looking for a housekeeper for Monday-Friday with my new salary level. I could afford it. I called the chairman of the board of directors telling him about my discovery. Upon learning that they were telling the truth, she was fired. While talking to Trisha that night, I asked her if she knew anyone who was burning out at their job. She asked why I explained that I was looking for a head of HR since the current one had been fired. She said she knew two who would be perfect in this area. I told her to ask them both to contact me on Friday morning. The last Friday of May, the chairman of the board of directors introduced me as the new president in front of the media. I told the press that our company had experienced a personnel crisis and was emerging with a new team. I introduced the two new vice presidents, explaining that both had left because of the behavior of previous management. I said that this kind of honesty from all our employees is what we want from now on. I introduced the new head of HR, emphasizing that we were the first to hire a former social worker for this position, because we wanted to develop moral and mental standards much higher than before. I asked Ava Richards, my former assistant, to stand. We are pleased to announce that Ava Richards has been appointed to the newly created position of Vice President overseeing all aspects of production for our commercial team. I said Ava received thunderous applause. Thus the message was sent that dedication and hard work mean something. Isabella fought the bigamy charge and lost, serving a sentence of 2 years minus 1 day. Nathan settled all claims and is serving 10 years. Adam is appealing his defeat for the 3rd time. Trisha Marsh and I are dating and the kids are pushing us to set a wedding date. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I never thought my wife would betray me. At a company gathering, she chose to spend the night with my boss while I was outside, riding a horse, immersed in loyalty to my family. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Ethan, you rode his thoroughbred all day. It's only fair that he rides yours tonight. She said, turned and left the bedroom. What the heck? I said to myself. My thoughts returned to the events of the last day. It all started with a trip to business owner Audra's home in Rolling Hills, California. Laura was excited but a little worried. It was the first time her boss, company owner Donovan Havison, invited his company's department heads to his home. We were supposed to stay until Sunday evening and then return to our apartment in Los Angeles. As I thought about the trip, I wondered if it was already planned. There may not have been specific plans, but perhaps hints were made. If my anger wasn't already at a high level due to her leaving after such a statement, it would definitely have increased. After these thoughts, I continued to remember last night and the events of today. We arrived in a prestigious gated community in Los Angeles where many celebrities and very rich people live. On the way to one of the most impressive estates, we were greeted by a guard. The estate itself made a huge impression on us with its scale. I'm sure Laura was amazed by what she saw too, as I knew the house was a luxurious two-story Italian-style mansion with an area of about 930 square m. I knew that Audra's company was multinational, but I had no idea that it was large enough to allow its owner to have such an impressive residence, especially in this exclusive area. When he met us at the door, he was pleasant enough, but with a hint of pretense lurking beneath the surface by 7, as all the department heads were there. Laura is the Director of Human Resources. I was proud of her achievements. At 29, she had already been an HR executive at 3 different companies, including a recent promotion to director at this company. There were 4 other couples there. The dinner was filled with interesting conversations and, of course, some talk about work. I felt a little out of place. As an industrial engineer, I spend most of my day working on projects either alone or with a small group of people. I think I held up pretty well. I'm a nerd, but not socially awkward. That night in our own suite we made love. Afterwards we hugged and fell asleep with smiles on our faces. I woke up early and lay looking at my beautiful wife. We met at Starbucks. She grabbed her latte from the barista and quickly turned around to run straight into me. Of course the lid came off the cup and hot coffee spilled onto my chest. Damn, that was hot. I inhaled sharply, stepped back and pulled my shirt away from my chest. I didn't even look at the woman who hurt me. I looked at my shirt. Damn, now I need to buy a new shirt. I thought Laura was extremely apologetic when I looked up at her. I'm really sorry, are you okay? What can I do? She hesitated and our eyes met. I can't say it was love at first sight. I'm logical enough to know that wasn't possible, but I felt an instant attraction and connection with this woman as she fussed around, not knowing what to do. Can I pay for cleaning or buy you a new one if this one doesn't clean up? She asked apologetically. I replied, don't worry about it. This is an old shirt. It's probably already outlived its useful life. Yes, I thought I was clever. This forced her to laugh. Well, that was 5 years ago. We dated for a couple of years and then got married. After we showered and got dressed, we headed to the dining room where a buffet breakfast was served. We took our plates and sat down to eat. We were almost done when Donovan came in from his barn dressed for the ride. So everyone has the opportunity to ride horses on trails in the community. I'll be able to show you the houses of some of my more famous friends and neighbors. Rolling Hills is an equestrian community. Many residents have horses and there are trails throughout the community and surrounding hills. We will use these paths. I grew up in the Midwest and we had horses on our farm. I was pretty confident with horses. In fact, I was a member of 4-H and even competed. In my early teens I smiled remembering the good times on my horse. I've been looking forward to riding her again since almost a decade has passed. She continued to say I have horses that are suitable for beginner riders and horses that need experienced riders. Let's go to the barn and we'll match you with horses based on your experience. I was very impressed with his barn and the quality of his horses and TAC. Since we have such a large group, I borrowed a few horses from some of my neighbors. I assure you that they are all quality animals and you have nothing to fear. He said as if we were all inexperienced townspeople. I was annoyed by his complacency and I said I'd like to ride that thoroughbred. I walked up to the magnificent animal standing proudly in his stall. She wasn't even equipped to ride. Hey, Donovan said Brandy is a temperamental animal. I don't think she would suit anyone here. I opened the stall and approached the horse so that he felt safe but knew that I was an experienced rider. She didn't even flinch, feeling my confidence. Donovan noticed this and, with a smirk on his face, said, if you're really determined to ride Brandy, I should warn you that I'm not responsible if she dumps you. I could tell he was trying to scare me and show others that he is in charge. Order then said, CT, maybe you should listen to Donovan and choose another horse that he can pick for you. I know my male ego was hurt by what she said. This showed a lack of confidence in her husband. She saw photographs and even trophies of my riding achievements. Why did she doubt my abilities? No, I'm sure, Brandy and I will do just fine, I said. Donovan grinned again and ordered his groom to bring the ammunition for Brandy. I helped him while he put it on. She felt a little nervous around him. I wondered how he treated her as we all saddled up. Donovan said, we'll be walking along the trails and I'll be pointing out the houses of some famous people. Then we will return to the house for lunch. We probably spent at least 2 hours walking around the community. As he introduced us to the important neighbors, I pretended to be interested, making Brandy feel more comfortable with my riding style, and I became more confident in how she responded. I couldn't wait to let her run. Finally, as Laura and I rode side by side, we came to a section of hills that had been left undeveloped so that owners could enjoy time on their horses galloping over the hills. I turned to Laura and said, let's speed up and let these majestic animals show us what they can do. Ethan, I don't feel comfortable doing this. Let's stay with the group. This is right. Laura, are you going to quarter horse, one of the most stable and balanced horse breeds? You have to trust your horse. She knows what to do. I don't want to take any chances, she said. At that moment, Chat rode up to us on his horse and said, we'll go back to the house now. I think we've ridden enough for today. I was hoping to let this wonderful horse run around a bit. Could we spend a little more time in the open? Well, Ethan, you do look confident in the saddle, but most of us are inexperienced. I wouldn't want anyone's overconfidence to lead to injury. I heard a condescending tone in his voice. He understood that I knew how to drive, but in his eyes I was a simple nerd. He challenged me. I decided to play on his stupidity. It's quite normal. Order thinks it's better to stay with the crowd. I wouldn't want anyone to feel inferior because of their lack of experience. Yes, I teasing him. He may own these horses and sometimes ride them, but he is not a rider. He kept them as a status symbol for his neighbors. I noticed for a moment a look of contempt on his face. Well, let's get some lunch and then maybe you and I can come back here and let these animals run around. I didn't like how he called horses animals. He spoke of them as stupid creatures. We talked during lunch. The others discussed the houses and celebrities they had met. I saw Donovan's chest puffed up with pride with every compliment or comment. After lunch, we sat on the large terrace and discussed various topics. I listened with half an ear. My thoughts were about getting back there and galloping in through the hills, as several guests began to excuse themselves to change out of their dirty, sweaty clothes. Donovan said, so Ethan, do you still think you can handle it, Brandy? In open areas? I knew he was trying to get me to give up, and I think AUD sensed it. To darling. She said, let's just relax here and talk to the others. She tried to keep me from doing anything that would make my boss look bad, but I didn't like his condescending attitude. Like he was better than everyone else, I said I'd love to go for a ride, but I don't want to tear you away from your guests now. I either challenged him or gave him the opportunity to refuse. I could see he wanted me to fail, so he said they'll find something to do for a couple of hours. Let's see what you can do. As I stood up to go back to the barn, Laura looked at me with a don't screw it up expression. She clearly didn't want me to do anything that would cause her boss to look bad during the ride. I could see that he was trying to show off his riding skills. However, I could also see that he knew I could handle it. We took the horses, my thoroughbred and his quarter horse, into an open field and let them run around. I merged with Brandy. She was great. I lost all sense of time as we slowed down and climbed one of the hills. I looked back and saw that the edge was at least a full mile behind me. We stopped at the top of the hill and waited for Donovan to catch up. I could tell he was annoyed. He didn't tell me anything. We continued the ride and I let Chet lead more for his ego than because I didn't know all the trails. All too soon we were back at his house. I directed Brandy straight into the barn and into her stall. Donovan dismounted from his horse at the barn entrance and said, "I have to check on my guests." His tone made it clear to me that I was no longer a welcome guest. I spent an hour removing Bree's gear and thoroughly polishing her. I missed this. Growing up around horses was a great experience. As I walked toward the house, I saw Donovan talking to Laura. He was very close to her and I didn't like it. She turned and looked at me. She looked nervous and a little angry. I walked up to her and she said, "You smell, go take a shower and change your clothes for dinner." Well, that was a great greeting. She must have been really angry. I went to our room and decided to shave, take a shower and get dressed for dinner. I needed to win her back when I came out to join the group. They were all sitting on the terrace. Donovan and Audra were deep in conversation. When I approached them, they stopped talking and Laura looked guilty. I wonder what they were talking about. I thought dinner was nice, but Laura was more detached. She avoided eye contact with me. It was almost 9:00 by the time we finished our meal, dessert and after-dinner drinks. We headed to our room, Laura barely saying a word. Then, when she closed the door, she went to the bathroom with her overnight bag. I heard her taking a shower. She spent 15 minutes in the shower and what seemed like an eternity after showering, doing something in the bathroom by this time. I had already undressed and went to bed. When she finally came out, she was wearing a negle that I bought for her on one of our trips. She looked great and I thought the cold night would actually turn into a chance to right my wrongs and make amends to her boss. Then she put on her robe, turned to me and said, "Ethan, I'm spending the night with Donovan." I was stunned. I stared at her at a loss. Then I found my voice. "What did you hear me? I'll spend the night with Donovan. What the hell, is it a joke?" "No, I'm drawn to him and he asked me." "You are the director of human resources. You know how wrong this is. It's one night, you will get through this. You do this and we'll be done." "Oh, stop it, Ethan, this won't affect us. You must be joking. I can't believe you are even talking about this. You don't own me." She said a classic phrase from every woman who wants to do something wrong. "Knowing it, you do this and you can forget about our marriage." I shouted. Then she said a phrase that I'm sure Donovan planted in her mind, "Ethan, you rode his thoroughbred all day. It's only fair that he rides yours tonight." And then she left. I was sitting on the bed. I knew I should have run after her, but the fact that she thought she could do it and I would just let her and then accept her back was incredible. She could go to hell. I got up and started walking around the bedroom. I approached her side of the bed. Something caught my eye at her bedside table. There was her wedding ring and engagement ring, the rings I put on her finger when we said our vows. I took off the ring from his finger and looked at it. I squeezed it tightly in my left hand, raised my fist above my head and sharply hit the nightstand with my open palm. Her rings jumped as I quickly pulled my hand away, rubbing my palm with my right thumb. "Damn, this hurts." I looked at my hand. There was a red ring imprint on the palm. Then something happened. It was like a fuse had blown in Ethan's brain. Ethan's emotions disappeared. He unceremoniously packed his clothes and toiletries into his overnight bag and walked out of the bedroom without even looking back. Ethan walked through the house, overnight bag in hand, out the side door and into the car. He drove through the community and out the gate, waving to a security guard as he passed. The drive home was uneventful with traffic lights for a Saturday night. He absent-mindedly rubbed his palm all the way home. If he had looked at his palm, he would have seen that a bruise had formed on it. About an hour later he was home in his apartment. He entered and looked around. He wondered why he needed all this stuff. He carried his bag into the bedroom and threw his clothes into the laundry basket. He went to bed and was soon fast asleep the next morning. His arm was pretty badly bruised, but he made himself breakfast and sat down at the table to read the news on his phone, absent-mindedly, gently rubbing his arm. The phone rang. He looked at the number and did not recognize it. He decided to answer hello. He said there was silence on the other end of the line. He waited about 10 seconds. Then hung up thinking it was another spam call. He immediately blocked the number, as he did with all spam calls. After breakfast, Ethan decided to go for a run. It had been years since he had run regularly in the past. He often participated in 5 and 10 kilometers races. He didn't know why he stopped. After not running for a long time, he pulled himself together and ran just 2 miles. He was out of breath. When he returned, he was clearly out of shape and decided to run every day. Laura walked into her bedroom around 9:00 a.m. on Sunday morning. The first thing she noticed was Ethan's absence. She went back to the dining room to see if Ethan had gotten drunk at the bar and fallen asleep there, but he wasn't there. A feeling of horror came over me. Where could he be? She returned to the bedroom and noticed that Ethan's overnight bag was missing. She went to see if the car was there. Of course she wasn't there. She was afraid of this, but expected it. He was damn angry when she left him. She couldn't blame him. She had rejected him for some mediocre sex. Her eyes began to water. She sat down on her side of the bed. What has she done? Donovan was so charming that, combined with his power and wealth, coupled with Ethan, acting like an ass when she tried to tell him not to ride, led her to leave her husband crying. She dialed Ethan's number. He replied hello. Oh Ethan, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Sorry, please come back and get me. We need to talk about this. Please forgive me. There was silence on the other end of the line. He hung up. She tried to call back, but he didn't answer. Oh my God, what should I do now? She wiped her eyes and looked at her bedside table. Her rings lay there askew and his wedding ring lay in the middle. Damn it, she said, and took his ring. When she picked it up, she saw a perfect round imprint on the tree, a symbol of their marriage. She remembered putting that ring on his finger as she said her vows in front of her friends and family. Then she started crying uncontrollably. Probably half an hour later she entered the dining room where the others were finishing breakfast. Her eyes were puffy and red. Laura, are you okay? Asked one of the other directors. She sobbed, sat up straight and asked, can someone give me a ride home after you leave? They didn't ask questions. They knew what probably happened. They saw Donovan hitting on her yesterday. The wife of one of the directors said, of course, honey, we can leave when you're ready. Laura felt that she was unhappy with what Donovan and she had done. Laura turned and went to gather her things. She put her rings back on. She knew that recovering her marriage will not be so easy. She hoped that Ethan would put it on just as easily as your ring, but I doubted it. She took off her robe and looked at the niggle on her body, the niggle Ethan had bought for her on one of their vacations. How could she do this? What was she thinking? Clearly she wasn't thinking about Ethan or their marriage. She started crying again as she took a shower trying to wash off all the dirt. She felt so dirty. After about 20 minutes she realized she couldn't wash away the guilt. She got out of the shower and dried herself with a towel. She looked at herself in the mirror. At least there was no sign of what she had done. She didn't have to hide from Ethan. She got dressed and had packed her things. She didn't even bother putting on makeup. She knew she would cry again. When she walked out into the living room overnight bag in hand, the couple who had offered her a ride were already waiting. They had already put their suitcases in the car. Okay, honey, she said, let's take you home. The ride was mostly quiet. What could they say? What could she say? It was already past noon when she entered their rented apartment. She felt empty. She knew Ethan wasn't there. She went straight to his dresser and opened the drawer. His things were still there. Well, that's a good sign. She told herself she expected him to have already left Ethan. After Ethan took a shower to wash off the sweat from his run, he decided to go outside, enjoy the weather, maybe take a walk on the beach. When he got into the car, he put his hand on the steering wheel and quickly pulled it away from her. He was in pain and bruised. He thought about going to the medical center, but being a man, he brushed it off. After walking on the beach, he felt great. It was already lunchtime and he decided to have a snack. An In-N-Out burger would be nice. He decided to sit inside. He watched people. There was one couple who were about 20 years old, on whom he focused his attention. Why they were so special he did not know, but he continued to look at them and think about them. They were focused only on each other, oblivious to the fact that he was watching them. He smiled at this. After lunch he decided to take a ride along the coast. Although the scenery was amazing, something bothered him as he drove through the surrounding hills. Adra. She'd been trying to call Ethan all day, but it kept going to voicemail. She wanted him to call her. It was already 5:00 and she hadn't heard anything from him. She was starting to worry. Will he ever return? She thought about calling one of their friends, but how could she explain why he wasn't with her? Everyone knew it was the weekend when her boss invited them to his home in Rolling Hills. She did so that everyone knew it. She was cleaning. This was her habit when she was nervous, and suddenly she heard the front door open. She walked out of the bathroom and saw Ethan plop down on the couch, pick up the remote and turn on the TV. "Oh, Ethan, I'm glad you're back. I'm so sorry for what I did. Can you forgive me?" He didn't say a word. Just watch TV. "Ethan, will you talk to me?" she said, approaching him. He continued to ignore her. She hated that about him. When he was angry, he would give her the silent punishment. She raised her voice. "Ethan, stop being silent with me, talk to me." He was just sitting there watching TV. She grabbed the remote from the coffee table and turned off the TV. He looked puzzled and said out loud, "So what now?" and started looking for the remote control. "Ethan, you have to talk to me. I said I was sorry, please talk to me." Ethan started looking for the remote control on the couch and even on the floor. Audra was angry that he was playing this game. He kept looking. So she threw the remote on the couch and said, "Here's your damn remote, grow up, and when you grow up we need to talk about this." Ethan found the remote on the pillow next to him and looked at it in confusion. He picked it up, shrugged and turned the TV back on. Audra screamed, "Turn off the damn TV and talk to me." Ethan just sat there watching TV. Laura stormed out of the room and slammed the bedroom door. Ethan, after an uncomfortable ride through the hills around Los Angeles, he decided it was time to go home. He was tired from being outside all day, so when he walked through the door, he popped down on the couch, picked up the remote, turned on the TV and put the remote back. He was watching TV and suddenly the TV turned off by itself. He looked puzzled and said, "So what now?" and went to look for the remote control. "Where is this remote control?" He looked around on the couch on the floor. He was nowhere to be found. He looked to the left. There was no remote control. Then he looked to the right and there he was lying on the pillow, where he had already looked. What the hell, he thought. He turned the TV back on and continued watching his show. A minute later the bedroom door slammed loudly. The wind must have slammed the door, he thought. After a while Ethan felt hungry, so he ordered pizza delivery. He ordered a small pizza with different ingredients. $25 for a small pizza delivered, and that's even without a tip. He thought the cost of living here is crazy. Laura, the bastard, just ignored me. She said she was furious. She should have expected this. He always acted childishly when they fought. He always played the silent punishment game. Of course this was much worse than any of their previous fights. She would prefer it if he yelled at her, glared at her, did anything but ignore her. She needed to know that he still cared about her. She started crying again. She had to find a way to fix this. She must have fallen asleep because when she woke up it was already dark. She left the bedroom to check where Ethan was. There was an empty pizza box on the coffee table, but Ethan wasn't there. She checked the bathroom, then looked into the guest bedroom. It was locked. She lowered her head and returned to their bedroom. Ethan. On Monday morning, Ethan got up early. He was determined to start training. He was looking for 5K races to participate in this weekend. He found a Planet Fitness gym close to work. He signed up and started running on the treadmill. After 45 minutes he showered and got dressed for work. While he was running he was thinking, why does he live in California? Of course there are advantages here, but for Ethan the disadvantages, the high cost of living, traffic jams and housing prices outweighed the advantages and killed his motivation at work. Ethan worked for Northrop Grumman. He was a technologist. Yes, he was a nerd. Today he was a nerd who wanted change. He decided that today he would talk to his boss about the transfer. Yes, he may have to take a pay cut to move from California, but the difference in cost of living more than makes up for it. After all, nothing is holding him here at work. He approached his boss. Sir, I would like to inquire about the possibility of a transfer. What, to another department? No, to another state. I want to get out of this damn place, California. Well, I would like to leave too, but my wife doesn't allow it. There are housing prices and all these idiots on the roads. My blood pressure would immediately drop 40 points. You're lucky you can leave. He connected Ethan with HR, and by the end of the day he had opportunities in Wyoming and Montana. Of course it was necessary to pass an interview, but with a recommendation from the boss and an excellent track record. It was just a formality. After work, he went to the gym again. He needed to work on strength training to improve his endurance. On his way home, he stopped for Thai food so he wouldn't have to cook himself. Arriving home at 7:00, he sat on the sofa and opened the food. He needed something to drink, so he went to the refrigerator and grabbed a beer. Another night in front of the TV eating takeout, what kind of existence, he thought. Laura woke up Monday morning and looked at the other side of the bed. She knew he was sleeping in the guest room, even before she saw that his side of the bed was untouched. Maybe he'll talk to me this morning, she thought as she headed to the bathroom. In the bathroom, she noticed that his toothbrush, razor and deodorant were missing. He moved them to the guest bedroom. She thought. She went to the door and knocked. There was no answer, so she tried turning the knob. The door was unlocked, and when she opened it she saw that he was no longer there. She picked up the phone and tried to call him again, but again to no avail, again to voicemail. She decided to try to talk to him in the evening at work. She noticed that people behaved differently towards her. Obviously the events of the weekend did not remain only among the directors. She would have to talk to them about spreading rumors and keeping private lives private. She might be able to stop it from spreading further. The day dragged on endlessly. She really wanted to be home. Ethan usually gets home. By 5:30 she wanted to prepare his favorite dish for his arrival at 4 arson. She left work just a little earlier than usual, and by 5:25 she had the chicken Alfredo ready. She rehearsed what she was going to say to him by 6:00. She began to worry. She went to check his things. It seemed to her that they were all there. It was good he didn't leave. By 6:30 she was starting to get angry. The food was placed in the oven to stay warm. She tried calling him again to no avail. She could only wait. She constantly looked at her watch. The numbers on the digital display seemed as if they were changing forever. At 7:03, Ethan walked through the door. Laura jumped up and went to the oven to get food. Ethan walked into the kitchen. Laura said, "I made your favorite. I'll put it on the table now." Ethan opened the refrigerator, grabbed a beer and walked back into the living room. Laura placed the dish on the table and looked at Ethan sitting in front of the TV. he was already eating takeout. "Ethan, I cooked dinner. At least you could come to the table and eat it, even if you don't want to talk to me." There was no reaction. He didn't even look. "Ethan, listen, you have to stop this. You have to say something again." No reaction. "Well, to the with you," she said, as she threw the chicken Alfred in the trash and left the room again, slamming the door. She had to find a way to get through to him. What could she do? Half an hour later she returned to the living room. "Ethan, will you look at me? Will you talk to me?" she begged in a quiet tone. There was no reaction. He just continued to watch TV. She decided to speak to herself. "Listen, Ethan, I know you're angry. I understand what I did was wrong. I wish I could take it all back, but you know I can't. How can we survive this? I need you to talk to me. Tell me what you want me to do." She debated whether to tell him that she would quit her job, but she had worked hard to achieve her position. She needed this work because it fulfilled her. Ethan continued to ignore her. She was broken. What should she do, not knowing what to do? She sat down next to him on the sofa. She knew better than to try to hug or kiss him. Past fights had shown her that when he was angry, he didn't want any physical contact, so she just sat next to him on the couch. She sat there for an hour. He laughed occasionally at the comedy show he was watching, but he didn't say a word to her. At 8:30 he turned off the TV, got up and went to the bathroom to get ready for bed. She just sat on the couch in the dark, tears streaming down her cheeks. She knew she had to give him time. She had wounded him deeply, a wound that would take a long time to heal. She only hoped that he would give her this time on Tuesday. He was at the gym early again, his mind wandering as he ran on the treadmill. He decided on Wyoming. It would be close enough to Nebraska, his home state, but far enough that he wouldn't be expected to come home often. He valued his privacy. When he arrived at work, he had a message from HR. He was told that both Wyoming and Montana had requested interviews. He decided to pursue both possibilities, although he was leaning toward Wyoming. Not wanting to waste time, he scheduled video interviews for the same day. Given the time difference, he needed to do this as soon as possible. So at 1 p.m. he had an interview with Montana. He felt it had gone well and they had a clear need that he could satisfy. However, Wyoming won it, not because of its proximity to its home state, but because they were working on arming hovering drones with lasers. This was something he was strongly attracted to, and his current work experience would be particularly useful here. "When can you start?" they asked him. "Give me this week to hand over my duties and finish some things here. Then I will need a week to move and get settled, say the first week of October." That sounds good. His new boss said, "If you need help with anything, feel free to contact me or my assistant. We will do our best to help you with an easy transition." So throughout that week, Ethan got up early in the morning, went to the gym and worked late every day to ensure that all his projects were moving forward smoothly. This meant that when Laura made dinner at 5:30 on Tuesday night, he was gone by Thursday night. She didn't even bother making dinner. He came home late every night, either picking up takeout or eating before coming home. There was still no interaction between them. No matter how many times Audra tried to talk to him, he ignored her. On Friday night, his work colleagues threw him a farewell party at a bar that night. He returned home at almost 11 AZ and was quite drunk. He fell asleep, falling asleep on the couch. Laura was disappointed and unhappy that Ethan didn't even acknowledge her. She called the woman from work and agreed to go to breakfast. She needed to talk to someone about the situation. She needed help. Her friend was divorced. Perhaps she had some experience in how to save a marriage. Audrey hoped to learn from other people's mistakes, find out what not to do. When Ethan woke up and took his aspirin and drank his first cup of coffee, he was ready to start packing his clothes and other personal items. 2 hours later, he was surprised that all his belongings fit into the car. His lease was still valid for 3 more months. So yes, He would have additional expenses, but the fact that he was leaving this shitty state was worth the expense. Without ceremony, he got into the car and drove out of his house. As he drove out of the complex, he passed a car. Driving inside. He did not attach any importance to this. He had 2 days of travel. Laura. I wonder where he's going. She said to herself as she passed Ethan's car driving in the opposite direction. She spoke to the woman Melanie about her divorce, what led to it, and how she could save her marriage. Melanie cheated with a family friend by the time she found out that he knew he had already left the country. It was that bad. The picture Melanie painted didn't look good. Some men, most men, she said, couldn't handle the thought of his woman giving someone else what he considered his and only his. Come to think of it, Laura would feel the same way if her man cheated. How could she fix this? It is impossible to erase this from his memory. When Laura I entered their apartment, something was wrong in the living room. She noticed that the TV, DVD player and game console were missing. Oh, she said, and ran into the bedroom. All his clothes and toiletries were gone. She collapsed on the bed. She was late. Less than a week passed and he left, not a word, not a note. He just left. She grabbed the phone and started calling all their friends, giving up on trying to hide her adultery. Adultery. She thought, let's call it what it was, a damn mistake, literally. None of their friends knew where he was and had not heard from him for over a week. She couldn't bring herself to call his parents. They were in Nebraska and she was sure he didn't go there. What should she do now? She was lost. The work became a challenge. She had to have more than one conversation with colleagues who made offers to her. She told them without a shadow of a doubt that their attention was unwanted and would not be tolerated. Despite the rumors that had been circulating about last weekend, she had already earned the nickname HR Director whispered behind her back. She was fine with it, as long as it stopped the rumors and her co-workers from harassing her. She knew it was useless, but she called Ethan anyway. Of course, voicemail went. She left a message anyway. Ethan, I saw you leave. I don't know where you're going. I really want you to talk to me. I love you. I'm so sorry for what I did. I don't know what to do to fix this. I'm starting to realize there's nothing I can do. I screwed up. Please call me. I need to hear your voice. She hung up. She didn't end the call with, I love you. As usual, she knew it would sound empty. Ethan made a plan. His plan was to get to St. George, Utah today. Traveling through the desert was tiring and there was little to see or appreciate, so it would seem like a 10-hour drive, when in reality it would take about 78 hours. He would find a motel and start the long drive through Utah and into Wyoming early in the morning. While traveling, he thought about his life. Going to college in Arizona was a different experience compared to his Midwest upbringing, but Embry-Riddle really brought out his potential. They made him an ideal candidate for the Northrop Grumman job. When they offered him the job, he was delighted. It was a dream job. The years flew by. In fact, he barely remembered most of them. Most of the time he knew it was all about work with California behind him. He was looking forward to starting a new life in a new place with new challenges, and maybe he would find someone to share his life with. He felt empty in his soul when he thought about it, Laura. On Monday morning, Laura decided to take time off from work and try to speed things up by visiting Ethan at his work. Being a contractor for the military, security did not allow her past the reception desk. When she asked for Ethan, she was told that he was unavailable. Of course, she didn't believe it. They were covering for him. She asked to call his boss. When Mr. G. Heaven came down to the reception room to talk to her, he was a little puzzled. How can I help you, Mrs. Bryant? I need to talk to Ethan. I know he's been avoiding me, but I really need to talk to him. I'm a little puzzled. Kirk doesn't work here anymore. Friday was his last day of work here. Did he quit? No, he requested a transfer last Monday. He said he wanted to leave this hellhole of California. So where did he go? I don't think I should give you this information. If he didn't talk to you about it, there was a good reason for it. You are the HR director. You must understand this. So he left California. I probably shouldn't have even said that. He said she realized she wouldn't get any more information from him, so she said, well, thanks, if you talk to him, please tell him. I want to talk to him. She saw that he understood that they had problems and she wanted to try to solve them. As she walked out to the car, she scanned the parking lot in case she was being told a lie to cover for Ethan. After looking around for a minute or two, she realized with disappointment that Ethan's car was nowhere to be seen. Mr. Haven was telling her the truth. Ethan, the Sunday drive through Utah and into Wyoming was incredible. The scenery was breathtaking. He had never driven through Utah before, always flying home from Los Angeles for the holidays. He'll have to spend more time here now that he's in the same state. Finding a hotel in Cheyenne was not difficult. It was the end of September and the tourist season was already ending. He decided to stay at the Town of Place Suites by Marriott. This gave him time to find a nice townhouse or apartment while still being able to cook his own food. There was also a gym there, so he could continue his training. He needed to look into changing his Planet Fitness membership to Cheyenne. You may just have to cancel your membership and start a new one. This reminded him that he would need to open a new bank account and inform his work about the automatic transfer change. Of course, you will need to change your driver's license. He started making a list on Monday. He started completing his to-do list. The DMV was about what he expected. You take the number and wait. Luckily, it didn't take as long as he thought. They were quite effective. Opening a new bank account was also easier than he expected. He was even given a debit card the same day. He will wait for the checks before closing the California accounts by 2:00 in the afternoon. He had completed all the items on the list. He decided to stop by his new place of work and introduce himself to his new boss. His boss was extremely helpful, even giving advice on which areas of the city to avoid and where to look for good accommodation. After talking with him for half an hour, he thought they would get along. Great Wyoming seemed like a great change in his life, perhaps even a permanent location. Weeks passed. Ethan adjusted to his new job and Laura continued to try to find him, but to no avail. Then Audra decided to take drastic measures. She picked up the phone and called Ethan's parents. She was sure that he told them all the details of her obvious betrayal. They were church people. She was sure that if they talked to her at all, she would receive a lot of reproaches. "Hello, Carol. This is Laura," she said hesitantly. "Carol, why is it so official? You know you can call me Mom." Laura was puzzled. Had Ethan not called and told his parents for a whole month? "Sorry, Mom, how are you doing?" "Fine, so how do you like Wyoming?" "So that's where he is." Laura thought not bad. Laura said and then took a chance and asked what did Ethan say about that. "Oh, you know Ethan, he's not a man of many words. He said he was glad to get out of California. I was surprised you didn't mind it." "Well, we discussed it. I think you get used to the Midwest. Give it a chance." "Okay, thank you, Mom. I have to go, but I'll be in touch." Laura hung up. She was confused. He left without saying a word to her, but seemed to be hiding it from his parents. Was there any hope left? If he didn't tell his parents about the details, then maybe he was willing to work on their relationship. How could they do this if he didn't answer her calls? Well, at least now she knew where he was. She decided to buy a track phone and call Ethan from it. Maybe after some time had passed he would be ready to talk to her. She immediately went to the store and bought it. He must answer. She told herself. She dialed his number. "Welcome to Verizon Wireless. The number you dialed has been changed, disconnected, or is no longer in service. Please check the number and dial it again." She looked at the phone to make sure she had dialed the right number. Yes, it was Ethan's number, at least it used to be. Damn. He must have changed his number. So what's now? She couldn't call her mother-in-law again and ask for a new number. Well, she knew he was in Wyoming and had a work transfer, so let's start there. She went to the Northrop Grumman website and looked up information for the state of Wyoming. They had a branch in Cheyenne, Great, the capital. How to find him among 10,000 people. She then thought about hiring a private investigator to find him. But what will it do? Because she needs to talk to him. She decided to take a week off and find him on her own, Ethan at work at Kerr. Everything was going great and he was starting to feel like part of the team. It was the end of October and the Human Resources Department informed me that I needed to fill out forms to open new benefits. While reviewing his benefits, he noticed that instead of being on a single-person plan, he was on a family plan. There must be some kind of mistake. Ethan thought. He immediately made changes to one person's plan for the following year and requested a refund. HR looked into it and said that they approved the plan last fall and that they couldn't do anything because it was his decision. Ethan was puzzled and absent-mindedly rubbed his palm. He looked at the hand he was rubbing on the palm. Under the skin there was a circle of hard tissue the size of a nickel coin. I should check my hand, and he thought Laura. 3 weeks after the conversation with Ethan's mom, Laura sat in the car in front of his work, waiting for his car to pull out of the parking lot. At 5:30 she spotted her and followed him. He drove to the Planet Fitness gym and went inside. Does she want to go there and meet him? What? If he ignores her again and just walks away without giving her a chance to follow him, then she will lose the chance to find out where he lives. She also won't be able to talk to him like a normal husband and wife. No, it's better to wait. So. An hour later Ethan walked out to his car and Arudra followed him to the hotel where he was staying. She was angry that he left her and was also worried about how to approach the matter. How can she do this? Just go knock on his door saying hi, and can we talk? She sat in the car going through all the scripts. He could get aggressive, but that wasn't Ethan's style. He could start screaming and cursing. She would deserve it, and in fact it would be better than what he did at home. Maybe he'll use the silent punishment again and just won't talk to her. They needed to discuss this. She made a huge mistake. She knew it even while it was happening, but the fact that Ethan didn't listen to her and instead went riding to show himself off to Donovan irritated her greatly. He simply could not act calmly, jeopardizing her position at work. By the time she realized she was making a big mistake, she was already in bed with Donovan at this point. The damage had already been done. Finally, she worked up the courage to go to his door and ring the bell. She heard Ethan inside approaching the door. She knew he was looking through the peephole. After 10 seconds, he walked away from the door. She started knocking and begging him to open the door and talk to her. There was no answer. Now she was angry. She started banging on the door, ringing the bell and screaming for Ethan to open the door. The neighbors from the next room opened the door and looked at her. She stopped. "What are you doing?" they asked in an accusatory tone. "I'm trying to get my husband to open the door and talk to me," she exclaimed. "Husband Ethan lives here. He is not married." "I think you have the wrong number. He is married. We've been married for 3 years." The wife of one of the neighbors said very confidently, "We invited him to dinner a couple of times and he categorically stated that he was not married. He dated a girl in college for a while, but it didn't work out. I don't know what kind of nonsense you're trying to pull off, but if you don't leave, we'll call the police." Aud stood there in shock. He told everyone he was alone. How could he? She thought Ethan inside the apartment. Ethan had just gotten home, tossed his gym clothes into the washing machine and put on some sweatpin to relax. Then the doorbell rang. He walked up and looked through the peephole. "This is strange," he said to himself. There was no one there. A few minutes later he heard neighbors talking on the sidewalk. It sounded like an argument. They were a nice couple and he hoped they would work things out. As he stood there, he absent-mindedly rubbed his palm, feeling a circle under his skin. Laura, the police won't help here. Laura told herself as she walked back to the car. She needed to find a way to get Ethan to talk to her. As she sat in the car, she thought about their time together. If she hadn't been so clumsy, they would never have met. She thought about their dates and how 3 months passed before they made love. Why the hell did she do what she did? She knew Ethan and his Midwestern values would never allow that. Donovan was so charismatic and powerful. It was as if she had no control. At least that's what she told herself, although she knew it wasn't true. She knew it was wrong. She knew deep down that it would ruin their marriage. But Donovan was so convincing and he had a point to prove after Ethan showed off his superior writing skills. Damn it, Ethan, why did you have to provoke him? She knew she was shifting the blame from herself to Ethan. She also knew that, despite her words "you don't own me," it wasn't what they both thought. They were one, and yes, he owned her as much as she owned him. They were each other's most treasured. She started crying again after 10 minutes. She started the car and drove to another hotel. The night was restless. She had nightmares about Ethan disowning her, saying that he never really loved her, that she was just a good piece of body to him. In the morning she decided to go to his work and talk to him there. Ethan at 10 OED, he received a call from the administrator, who said that someone in the reception wanted to see him. I wonder who it could be, he thought. When he approached the receptionist, she said, "This woman asked for you," pointing to the furniture in the reception area. He looked and saw no one there. He laughed and said, "Funny, you caught me, Chloe. You make fun of the new guy and make him feel like he's part of the team." Then he turned and walked back to his desk, rubbing his palm, as he always did. Chloe looked puzzled as Ethan walked away. The woman walked up to the reception desk as Ethan was talking. She stood 5 feet away from him when he turned and walked away. Laura stood there in shock. Ethan ignored her completely, not even acknowledging her presence in the same room in front of another person. Chloe apologized to the woman, who explained that she was his wife, but they had a big fight. Chloe, not knowing what to do, called the HR specialist when he went out to the waiting room. He secretly assessed the beautiful woman in the waiting room. He didn't like that. He couldn't get a good look at her. As an HR professional, he had to set the right example. He wondered how many of these women he could ask out if he didn't have to be the right HR person. "Hello, I'm Mr. B. Miller. How can I help you?" "Miss, I want to talk to my husband, but he doesn't want to talk to me." Puzzled, he looked at the administrator. She came to see Ethan Bryant, but when he came out, he completely ignored her and walked away. Now he was really puzzled. Ethan recently talked to him about his benefits. He said that he was given benefits for his family, although in fact he was alone. "Ethan told me specifically that he's single. In fact, he changed his benefits to reflect this." "Are you recently divorced?" "No, we had a fight and he transferred here." "Do not know what to say." "Talk to him for me, please." She begged, "Let me talk to him." He said when he talked to Ethan he was adamant that he was single. He returned to the woman in the waiting room and told her that Ethan was sure that he did not have a wife. The woman insisted that she was his wife. She showed him her driver's license. It did have the same last name as Ethan and an address in Los Angeles. She was so persistent that he decided to call the Los Angeles office. Mr. Haven said Ethan was married at least while he worked there. Laura actually came to him after Ethan transferred. He described Laura and her description matched the woman in the waiting room and Ethan's previous address matched what was on her driver's license. "Miss, leave your number with Chloe and I will try to look into this. Are you staying in the city?" he asked, thinking to himself, a woman who looks like that must be a real or have done something very bad if he wants to get rid of her. Mr. Case Miller checked a few more details and was puzzled when he spoke to Ethan again about his marital status. He was a good judge of character and could read body language well enough to believe that Ethan was telling the truth, or so he thought. Then he decided to call his psychologist friend. Northrop Grumman was a defense contractor, and it was important to make sure employees were mentally stable. He had free time the next day, so Mr. B. Miller arranged for Ethan to visit him. Then he called Laura Mrs. Roy Orient. The doctor has determined that he has selective amenorrhea. What happened just before he was transferred here? Laura fell silent. He could tell that it was something big and that she didn't want to discuss it. Perhaps it is better if I talk to you personally about this. Sometimes it's good to have someone to lean on. Besides, he thought he could use some time with this beautiful woman. They met at a restaurant near work. He explained to her what the doctor had said. He then asked what happened that could make him forget about marrying such a beautiful woman. She deflected, saying they had a huge fight about a week before he left for Wyoming. It had to be something traumatic to cause amnesia, and then she broke down. I cheated on him with my boss. She finally admitted. At that moment, Laura heard Ethan's voice. She heard him from across the restaurant, which was not too densely packed. She turned to see him talking to the hostess. I ordered takeout. Your name, Ethan Bryant. I'll check your order, Mr. T. Bryant, she said and went into the kitchen. Laura, seeing a chance to talk to him, stood up and walked towards him. Ethan, oh dear, I'm so sorry, forgive me. He stood there ignoring her, not even looking in her direction. Ethan, she said, grabbing his hand. The hand felt lifeless. She pulled it, but his body did not react. She stood right in front of him and he continued to ignore her. She started screaming at him and stomping her feet. The hostess returned with Ethan's food and addressed Laura. Miss, what's your problem? This is my husband and he doesn't want to talk to me all this time. Ethan stood without emotion. He noticed his food and asked, is this my food? The hostess hesitated and said, yes, I've already paid for it. Laura still held him in one hand and he took the food with his other hand. Thank you, he said to the hostess and turned to leave. He was actually pulling Audra's hand. He walked to the car, put the food on the roof, pressed the unlock button, opened the door and hit her with the door. All this time, Laura begged Ethan to tell her something. When the door hit her, she let go of his hand and he took the food and got into the car, blocking the door. She started knocking on the window, but Ethan just started the car and drove away. Laura had to quickly step back to prevent him from running over her foot. As Ethan drove away, she fell to the ground. All this time, Mr. B.S. Miller watched what was happening. He couldn't believe it. He walked over to Laura, helped her up and returned with her to the restaurant. They discussed what happened. Both were surprised by his complete unawareness of her presence. I'm going to refer him to a psychologist again. Can I ask you to send me pictures of you and Ethan together? Of course I have a lot of them. I can forward them from my phone. Okay, send them to my phone and I'll give them to the doctor. Do you have a photo of just you? Maybe a more personal one that might jog his memory. Oh yeah, this is a very personal photo, Laura said reluctantly. Perhaps this is something that will help him remember. He said, thinking, and I wouldn't mind adding it to my personal collection. Ethan was called back into Mr. Bram Miller's office and referred to a psychologist. He was puzzled by the need for another visit. Mr. Bryant, please sit down. May I ask why another assessment? There is a problem, just a follow-up check. It won't take long, he said. Mr. Miller told him about the events of the previous day in the restaurant. He also sent him photographs. Do you know Miss Laura Jackson using her maiden name? No, I haven't met anyone with that name. Ethan replied, rubbing his palm. Can you look at this photo and tell me what you see? The photo was of Ethan and Laura taken at a restaurant shortly after they started dating. This is a photo of me sitting in a restaurant I frequented in the Los Angeles area. Who else is in the photo? There are a few people in the background, but I don't know who. They are just some customers. The doctor looked at the photo. Ethan was clearly sitting at the table with his arm around the woman. Mr. Miller said was Ethan's wife. He showed him another photo. This is me on the beach in the gazebo. How did you get these photos? Is the government watching me? Oh no, I got them from Mr. B.D.I. Miller. He got them from your friend in Los Angeles. He showed him a few more photos and the reaction was the same. Although his wife was in all the photos, he did not see her. He was starting to get a little irritated, rubbing his palm all the time. One more, Mr. Bryant, he said, showing him a photograph of his wife in a negligee sitting on the bed. This photo appears to be of an expensive bedroom, possibly a hotel. Okay, Ethan, thanks. That's all. Releasing him. Ethan stood up and left, returning to work. When Mr. Miller was informed of the outcome of the meeting, he asked, should I be concerned about his work here? No, I do not think so. It appears to be fully functional, other than blocking everything related to his wife. There shouldn't be any problem, and in the future he may remember these memories, but he may not. Those years with her were simply filled with his work life. However, if he starts to remember or there are problems related to his marriage, please contact me. Mr. Miller called Laura Mrs. Bryant. I talked to the doctor. Photos didn't help. This is selective amnesia. He forgot about you and your marriage. Then Laura remembered what Ethan had told her before she left that bedroom, before she left their marriage to sleep with her boss. She didn't even say goodbye. She just hung up. Ethan told her that she could forget about their marriage, and he himself forgot about their marriage. Finally, realizing that she had ruined her marriage and needed to get back to work, she began to prepare to head back to Los Angeles. As she got ready, she thought about the end of her marriage and her job. She was sad about her marriage and had mixed feelings about her job. She needed to keep working, at least for now. She needed money to live, and her position as HR director brought her a good salary. She knew, however, that she would no longer be able to treat it with the same zeal as she was paying at the hotel. She opened her Gucci bag to take out her car keys. There at the bottom of the bag was Ethan's ring. She brought it in the hope that they would make peace and he would wear it again. What will she do with him now? She'll decide that. Later, as she began the long walk home with tears in her eyes, she said out loud, I hope you find happiness, Ethan. About a year later, Laura, Donovan Havison said, why do you look so sad? It'll be 1 year this weekend. She said quietly. I understand, he said, and he really did. Since returning from vacation, Laura has been distant. Donovan tried to cheer her up, even offered to repeat that fateful night. She categorically refused and even told him that his attempts were unwelcome and further efforts to create anything other than a professional relationship would result in charges of sexual harassment. He took this warning seriously and made no further attempts to pester her. A week later, Laura filed for divorce. She knew that the marriage was over, but she hoped that Ethan would suddenly understand and remember the good times they spent together. Speaking to Mr. Dad Miller, she learned that he still had not shown any signs of acknowledging their marriage. When the documents arrived by registered mail, Ethan opened the envelope out of curiosity, but after reading the first lines, his mind went blank and he threw the envelope with its contents into the trash. He then absent-mindedly rubbed the palm of his left hand. 90 days passed and Laura was with her lawyer before the judge. She had the medical report as well as Mr. Miller's report, which made it clear to everyone present that there was no reason not to grant the divorce. She will never forget her marriage to Ethan. Hopefully she can find someone else and learn from her past mistakes. This weekend Donovan was in his stable telling his groom to saddle up a thoroughbred horse. The groom looked surprised. Donovan didn't like riding this horse. It was too restive. He preferred the quarter horse, a much lighter horse. However, Laura mentioned the finalization of her divorce and he remembered how her husband controlled this animal with such ease. He also remembered how he performed that weekend. He needed to prove to himself that he was not number two, especially in front of a man who abandoned such a beautiful woman. He had been on the trails for about half an hour when suddenly the horse reared up and threw Donovan off. Donovan fell hard, but as he lay on the ground, he felt a burning sensation in his left arm and raising his hand to his chest, he saw the horse rear up. He woke up in the hospital 3 days later. His arm was bandaged and he was confused, trying to remember what happened. The nurse, noticing his activity, entered the room. "Mr. Havison, how are you feeling? You are in the hospital. Did you have an accident? I'll call the doctor and she'll explain everything to you." He didn't even have a chance to answer her or ask questions before she was already gone. He tried to remember what happened. He didn't remember much. He began to assess his condition. His arm still hurts. He remembered this part. His back hurt, but other than that he didn't feel too bad. Then the doctor came in. She was a beautiful, red-haired woman, early 40, with a serious but sympathetic expression. "Mr. Hun, my name is Dr. Khan. How are you feeling?" "My arm hurts and my back also hurts, but otherwise it's fine." "You fell off your horse hard. What do you remember?" "I rode a thoroughbred horse through the hills around my estate," he said, trying to impress the beautiful doctor. "Something spooked my horse and he threw me off. I remember falling to the ground. Then my arm hurt. That's all I remember. We'll discuss your hand in a minute. Can you tell me how your body feels? Where else do you have pain?" "My back hurts, but I hit the ground hard." "Mr. Peon, call me Donovan please." He said there was no reason not to move on to names. "Okay, Donovan, I need you to tell me if you can feel your toes." Donovan thought for a moment, then panic began to overwhelm him. He couldn't feel his toes or his feet or even his legs. He raised his head to see if they were there. Yes, they were there, but he couldn't feel them, and no matter how hard tried, he couldn't move them. "Your horse accidentally stepped on your pelvis with its front hoof. You have internal injuries and your pelvic bone is broken. If it weren't for your neighbor who was on the trail seeing what happened and calling an ambulance immediately, you probably would have died from internal bleeding." Donovan was shocked. The doctor continued, "Your spinal cord has been damaged and you have lost all sensation and function in the lower half of your body." Donovan felt dizzy. The doctor continued to tell him about his condition and prognosis, but he did not listen to her. He was paralyzed from the waist down. That's all he could think about. Ethan said, "Mr. Paymiller, you've been smiling all week. Is there a reason? Maybe you remembered some happy moments from the past." "No, I don't really know why, but life just seems so great right now. There's no reason to walk around sullenly. It's a sunny day and everything has been great this week." Ethan loved his job. He has been working on a personal project for the last year. This concerned the drone remote control system. They tested it last weekend and even half a country away. It could control drones equipped with lasers. The laser could hit a target from 3,000 feet with millimeter accuracy. Use in military and law enforcement agencies was virtually unlimited. This will give us a huge advantage over our enemies. He stood talking to Mr. Miller absent-mindedly, rubbing the palm of his left hand, feeling a circle under his skin. "I'm happy for you, Ethan, keep it up in the same spirit." 3 weeks later, Donovan was at home trying to get used to his new life. He had to move into one of the bedrooms on the first floor, since his master bedroom was upstairs. His wheelchair did not allow him to stay there. He also had to get used to having a colostomy bag and all the new routines and demands that were placed on his life. He thought, what is my life like now? His groom, cook and now nurse were very sympathetic to his new situation, but they were simply paid employees. Apart from a few neighbors and the person who found him and called an ambulance, he had no other friends to visit him. Did he have real friends, or were they all just acquaintances? Thinking about this, looking out the window at the hills, his groom came in with a worried expression on his face. "What's happened?" Donovan asked. "Sir, I think I need to call the vet tomorrow. Why, there is a wound there that, despite all the ointments I applied, does not heal here. Let me zoom in so you can see it." There was an obvious wound in the photo, a perfect circle the size of a nickel. Donovan opened his left hand and showed it to the groom. Both looked surprised. On his palm was a perfect circle the size of a nickel coin. They didn't know what to think about it. That night, as Donovan was trying to get to bed in his wheelchair, he took off his watch and put it on the nightstand. There's something caught his attention. There was a print on the nightstand. He just looked at it, then looked at his hand. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. I helped my neighbor Tom build a pool, nearly falling into an affair with his wife Sarah. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. My name is Jake Carter. I was born in a mid-sized city in the Midwest. I grew up as an only child in a typical American family. This is my story in high school. I was an athlete and played on the handball team. It's not the most popular sport in most parts of the country, but it was common in our town. We had a fanatical coach from Eastern Europe who introduced this sport to our school. I was a good athlete, tall and slim, but I was attracted to handball mainly because of the pretty girls. Did I mention that the women's team trained on the court next to where we trained? Did I mention these girls were beautiful? Our coach was smart enough to make us train next to them every day. This has certainly attracted many of the school's best athletes to join our team. A real honey trap. With this motivation, I eventually became the team's top scorer. There was a girl in our class named Zoe Hart, who played on the girls' team. She was beautiful, tall blonde with stunning gray eyes. Zoe and I became friends during our senior year of high school. Zoe was excellent at math and I was good with computers, so we had a lot in common beyond handball. She thought I was cute and funny and we became a couple. We lost our virginity to each other over the summer. We were lovers all summer, but after a few weeks, Zoe told me that since we would be attending colleges in different states, it would be better for us to break up rather than try to maintain a long-distance relationship. I was upset at the time and we broke up then. I was lonely the last month of summer. After breaking up with Zoe, my neighbor, Tom Evans, hired me to help him build a pool in his backyard. He offered me some money and free use of the pool once it was completed. I needed money to fix my old car, so this was perfect. Tom took a couple of weeks off and I helped him build the pool. His wife, Sarah, always brought us something to drink while we worked and cooked us lunch. I always asked for skim milk instead of soda or beer. The first time I asked for it, she looked at me a little strange, but brought the milk. We completed the pool in less than 2 weeks and Tom paid me more than promised. After that he returned to work. I spent a lot of time by his pool for the rest of the summer. Tom and Sarah had 2 younger sons, ages 6 and 8. I liked these boys and played with them a lot by the pool. Sarah loved that. I entertained her sons in August. I was using the pool almost every day and began to notice that Sarah was often looking at me with interest. I must admit that I also looked at her with interest, because she was a beautiful 29-year-old woman with large breasts and long legs. I especially loved it when she wore a bikini and spent time by the pool with us. She was from Eastern Europe and had a killer accent that always turned me on. One day I was by the pool and getting ready to leave. The boys were in their rooms playing video games. I mentioned to Sarah that I needed to buy things for my college dorm. She said she knew about all the sales and would help me with my shopping. She told me to go with her the next day when her sons were busy with sports so that we could spend the whole day together. She then walked towards me, pressing her chest against my chest and ran her finger over my face. She came close and whispered in my ear, lightly touching it with her lips. You know, Jake, in my home country there is an expression, it translates to different gyms train the body better. My hormones were raging and I had a hard time saying WHW. What does that mean? It means Jake, she said, drawing back slowly to look into my eyes with a look as if I were a piece of meat and she a hungry dog. That another lover would be the most exciting thing for me. I froze in place. See you tomorrow, Jake, she said with a twinkle in her eye. I returned home in a state of lust. I told my dad I wanted to go college shopping with Sarah. My father caught on quickly and learned the whole story from me with a few hints. He told me to think that if I had an affair with Sarah, she might lose her husband. He asked me if Tom divorced Sarah, would I leave college and marry Sarah and raise her children? I told him I didn't love her and didn't want to marry her. He told me to think about the fact that although Tom was a good man, he was also a strong man and would not tolerate me sleeping with his wife. He told me to think about the fact that Tom, as a man, would probably beat me up if he found out that I slept with his wife. He told me that, although he and Mom would visit me in the hospital if I survived, they wouldn't be too sorry about what happened to me if Tom got to me. This gave me something else to think about. He also told me that if Tom beat me, he would go to jail. If this happens, will I stay in college and help Sarah and her children? By the end of our conversation, I felt embarrassed. My father convinced me and I canceled this adventure with Sarah. I don't think I ever thought about adultery before talking to my father, but he gave me a lot to think about. I realized that adultery is not something to be condoned or practiced. Everyone loses. Needless to say, I didn't go to Tom and Sarah's pool again after that, and I didn't talk to Sarah for a long time. I went to college and lived a normal student life. I dated a few girls and even slept with a few, but I didn't find the one. I wasn't too wild, but sometimes I went out and drank my share of beer. Interestingly, except at parties, milk remained my favorite drink. After graduating from college, I returned home. I got a job in a medium-sized company working in the IT department. Shortly before starting work, I accidentally met Zoe. She told me that she had been hired to teach math at a local high school. She was lonely. I was lonely, so we started dating. We soon fell in love. A few months after we resumed our relationship, she became pregnant. I invited her to become my wife and she accepted my offer. We got married soon after and lived a happy married life. Our son was born 4 months after our wedding. Our daughter was born 2 years later. Zoe stayed home with our children. We planned for her to do this until they both went to school at least. Our sex life was probably similar to most young married couples with small children. 3-4 times a week. My mother's parents died and left me some money which I used for a down payment on a nice house in the country. This windfall, plus my fairly good salary, allowed us to live comfortably with my one job. However, we didn't do too many extravagant things. Our typical vacations and holidays were spent with my family or Zoe's family. My father's parents lived in an old house on a lake about 50 miles away and we visited them often. They had a big one, an empty house, and they loved it. When we came to them, we fished, played in the water, and just had a great time as a family. My grandfather was a hunter and I often went hunting with him. We would bring home games and my grandmother and wife would cook it. My father was more of a fisherman, so hunting was something me and my grandfather did together. Just the two of us. My dad used to take my son fishing, so maybe this will become a special tradition for the two of them. My grandfather loved to hunt birds with a shotgun. One day he told me while hunting how he once scared the life out of a man who tried to molest my grandmother by replacing the buckshot in the cartridge with fine salt. Obviously, once it hits a person, it causes pain for several days, plus it scares the one who was on the other end of the barrel. He died when the children were still small and my grandmother moved to our city. We kept the old house and my father kept the weapons and ammunition. My wife was adamantly against having them in our house because of the kids and all that. Sometimes all the logic in the world cannot convince a woman. So there is no point in arguing. When I wanted to go hunting on my grandparents' property, I would just go to my parents and pick up a gun. In the summer we often went to my parents or Zoe's parents for the day. Often, when we did this, we would visit Tom and Sarah at the pool. They liked our children as I once liked theirs. Many years have passed since Sarah proposed to me indecently and there has been no tension between us. In fact, she seemed to be a model wife and mother. I wrote off her behavior towards me as a one-time incident. In fact, Sarah became a real aunt to our children. I worked for my employer for just over 8 years and became a project manager when my boss received permission from the CEO and owners to build a central IT system. In short, this was a great opportunity for our company and in particular for my career. It took many months of long hours of work. I worked late almost every evening for most of the year, but luckily we only worked 1 or 2 weekends a month. It put a strain on my relationship with my wife and children, but I did for the sake of my family. 6 or 7 months into the project, I was sent to another city for 2 weeks to work with another department. There I worked closely with another department head. Her name was Ndui. She was a stunning 30-year-old brunette with a great head on her shoulders and magnificent breasts. She was married and had a son and daughter like me. I knew her from the first days of working for the employer, when she worked in the same office. We always got a long way and it was nice to see her again. We worked together for most of those 2 weeks and there was obvious chemistry between us. I worked with her or her colleagues all day long until the evening. Emma had dinner and drinks with me several times, reminiscing about old acquaintances and simply supporting each other. She explained that her husband had gone to stay with his parents for a week with the children while she was busy with the project. I couldn't help but notice that Emma was becoming more and more flirtatious with me. As the weeks passed, I also noticed that she wore sexy perfume and had a habit of unbuttoning her blouse and pressing her breasts against me every chance she got. I had been out of the game for a long time, but I knew the signals and wanted me. No doubt I was tempted by this, especially since my sexual needs had been suffering for the last few months and my wife was several states away. Anne and I were the last ones to work on the Friday before I left on Saturday. She insisted that we go to dinner together on our last night. When I met her at the hotel bar, my jaw dropped. She was dressed to the nines, a low-cut little black dress that showed off all the different curves of her breasts. Her high heels showed off her legs and her knee-length slit skirt showed off her entire left leg. As she walked, I ordered her a drink and asked where she wanted to go for dinner. She said in a quiet, seductive voice, "How about we go to your room and order dinner there?" I muttered something unintelligible and she continued, "Don't be shy, Jake. We've been working towards this for 2 weeks and you know it. Damn, today in the office, when we were together, I was so horny that you must felt it. Tonight, my husband is away. Your wife is a million miles away, and only you and me just this one time." I looked at her in amazement. Never in my life have I experienced such temptation. Honestly, I've probably never been this excited before. It was as if I was enveloped in a cloud of pheromones and I felt dizzy somewhere deep inside. I knew this would happen that night, but nothing prepared me for the reality of seduction. I looked at her eyes, lips, breasts, and then she kissed me heartbreaking kiss and I answered her. God help me, but I wanted her more than I had ever wanted a woman in my life, and then her arms wrapped around my shoulders. My hands were on her hips, then on her ass, and we were alone in the sea of emptiness. I drove home from the airport on autopilot. I passed the test before my will was broken. The kiss was broken and I pulled away deep within. I found the strength to resist and reject what every cell in my body desperately wanted. I was amazed at how close I came to the abyss but felt proud that I did not fall into the abyss. I felt as if I had awakened from a cum state. Emma gave me a sexual arousal that I had never experienced before. And didn't take it very well, calling me a pathetic coward or something similar, but I just smiled, nodded, wished her good night and went back to my room. When I returned home to my family, I couldn't hug or kiss them. I think I surprised everyone with my reaction, but I was truly happier than ever. On Saturday and Sunday nights, I had long, passionate, tender sex with Mel while the kids slept. She was happy with me and we renewed our vows of love for each other. That weekend I decided to pay more attention to my wife and children, even if I had to work crazy hours. On Monday I returned to work, reported to my boss about my 2 weeks away, sorted out my mail and went home at a reasonable hour for the first time in months. Mel was again surprised by my early return. I joined her at our son's handball game, saw him for the first time this season, chatted with other parents and had some quality family time. After that we went for pizza that night. I made love to my wife for the 3rd time that weekend, for the first time in a year, I'm sure. Wow, she said, wiping the sweat from her brow after our 2nd round of love. If I hadn't missed you so much when you were away, I would have suggested that you go away for 2 weeks more often. I just realized how important you are to me. I said, and I wanted to show you how much I love you, and I apologize if I haven't shown it enough in recent months. Honey, I know you do this for us, but it's nice when you show it like this. Now, let me show you how much I love you. She said. A third round of passionate sex followed again for the first time in a long time for us. A few days later, Emma called. She was flirtatious and elusive, but I sensed that she wanted to know if I had changed my mind about her proposal. I told her politely but firmly that I did not regret my decision to refuse and that I would not cheat on my wife. She apologized for her persistent behavior. I told her not to worry about it and assured her that I would remain silent. She expressed gratitude for this and then sounded embarrassed by the whole thing. I told her that she would seduce me if I were a bachelor. It was a compliment to her that it was so difficult for me to refuse her advances. She cried a little and said that her husband was neglecting her and that she had strong suspicions that he might have an affair. She said she had never cheated on him before, but she, like me, was attracted to me and thought I was the perfect person to get some attention, affection and affirmation of her attractiveness. I told her I understood that. I told her I didn't want to interfere in her relationship, but I wished her well. A few months later, I was sent back to Emma's office for a week of meetings again. I worked long days and evenings with Emma and her team during the testing period. Emma was very civil to me, but I noticed that she had a very close relationship with a young colleague named Jeff. One evening at the office, I went to the bathroom in a nearly empty office building, and when I came back I found Jeff stroking Emma's ass and whispering in her ear. Emma noticed me at the door and sort of pushed Jeff away. She had the tact enough to be a little embarrassed, and I had the tact enough not to talk about it. I was glad that Emma was not my wife. A couple of months later our big project was successfully completed and I was expected to receive a promotion and a raise in salary. This made me happy, but I was even happier that I would be able to return to a more normal work schedule. My boss sent me and several members of my team to a week-long workshop in Jacksonville, Florida. Never before or since have I seen so many attractive women with such large breasts per capita as in Northeast Florida. Surprising, really. I met a lot of people from different companies. One evening I was in a hotel bar where a seminar was taking place. I was the youngest at the table, only 29 years old. When I said this, one of the guys at the table asked if the first wave of divorces was starting among my friends. I asked what he meant. He explained that nowadays everyone gets married in their early or mid-20s and divorces start in their late 20s and early 30s. The rest of the table nodded and laughed. One of the men at the table, an older man in his 50s, said that he had been married twice and that he was successful in his second divorce. I asked what he meant. He said he got burned in the first divorce, so he prepared for the second just in case. He said that he secretly hid some money from his second wife very carefully so as not to be discovered in the event of a divorce. I questioned his honesty and he explained that his second wife wasn't honest either when he caught her cheating on him with a pool player. In any case, his thought was that if the marriage was successful, he would have a secret reserve for emergencies and extra money for his grandchildren. But since his wife turned out to be a cheating, he ended up with a secret fund for a fresh start after the divorce. He managed to hide over $110,000 which his wife never discovered. He had started a new life after his second divorce. Well done. Everyone at the table seemed to have their own story about divorce nightmares or knew a few friends who had been through the grinder. This was a revelation for me. Although I loved and trusted my wife, I began to think that the secret fund idea was a pretty smart move. If nothing else, this could be a great secret education fund for the kids or a nice surprise for the wife when she retires in 30 or 35 years. From that day on, I began saving in a secret fund, withdrawing small amounts each week and requesting that all bonuses be paid separately into separate retirement accounts. In total, this was about 5% of my gross income, enough to make a difference, not enough to be too noticeable. Life went on. The kids grew up. Mel and I thrived and I was happy. 3 years later I met Anne again at a company event. She told me that Jeff, the same colleague, had been her lover several years ago, but that he had moved to California and she had not had a lover since then. Her marriage improved and she and her husband, Jim, repaired their relationship for the sake of their children. We were alone at the table and the loud music allowed us to talk with some privacy, so I joked a little and asked her how it all happened, and her honesty surprised me. "How did you reconcile with your husband?" "It's interesting because I caught him cheating. Jim has a construction company and one of his employees was his mistress. I confronted him about it and told him to stop. Of course I didn't tell him that I cheated on him, so you were the engine of reconciliation." "Huh, yeah, I guess so." After I confronted him about it, he broke things off with her and asked me for forgiveness. I said I'd try, but we needed to go to a marriage counselor. "That was my best idea, but you were never honest with him." "True, but he was a worse cheater than me." We worked with a counselor for several months in family and individual sessions. We solved our core problems, which were more serious than the cheating itself. So no, I didn't fully confess, but I also didn't hurt him too much for his cheating. I just wanted to fix us. At that moment I think it's easier for sinners to forgive each other. I noticed and looked at me thoughtfully. Then said exactly. The counselor was smart and he figured out that I too had cheated. We talked about it in my individual sessions, but he kept my secret from Jim. He agreed that my cheating was related to self-esteem and acceptance, perhaps even revenge, but my infidelity was not the problem in our relationship. The lack of care and attention for each other was the problem. Besides communication and prioritizing time together, he also recommended an interesting sexual practice that helped save our marriage. "Really, that's interesting?" I prodded. "You see, this is kind of awkward to discuss, but I trust you. Part of rebuilding our intimacy and emotional connection involved a very primal physical connection. What could be more primal than sex between a man and a woman?" I asked and said, blushing a little. "Well, the marriage counselor recommended anal sex to us and we are now an anal couple." MR, it's an acronym. It stands for Adult Lactation Relationships. What the I was confused. Adult lactation relationship. This is an intimate connection between a man and a woman in addition to our normal sex life, which by the way, has never been better. It also includes regulation ardent sessions of my caring for him. It really brought us into a closer bond what we've ever had before. I stared at her somewhat stunned. Some colleagues came to our table and we stopped talking. As weird as Anna may sound, I was glad Emma and Jim made up. I wasn't sure I could be in their shoes, but to each their own. If they were happier now, then I was happy for them. It wasn't until our daughter, Sophie, was 10 years old and my son, Adam, was 12, that Zoe finally returned to teaching middle school math. She took a couple of advanced courses that summer, but was able to get back to work right away. She was truly gifted when it came to math. In this sense our children followed her. In fact, they were both excellent students like Zoe and me. They were tall and good athletes. They also became team handball players. I was very proud of my children. Zoe gave herself completely to her work. I suppose, as the children grew older and needed her less, she began to look for another way out. In addition to teaching middle school math, she volunteered to coach the school's math team, so she met with several experienced students and taught them twice a week, with an additional 2 hours of studying after school. She received a small stipend for her work, but it wasn't about the money. She prepared them for student Olympiads in mathematics. Under her leadership, the team performed very well as a team. They finished third in the state their first year. The following year they finished second and qualified for nationals. She traveled with students to Pennsylvania for a competition. One of her students, a shy lanky kid named Max, placed in the top 10 math students in a national competition and eventually received a full academic scholarship to SeaTac. Zoe was especially proud of him because he was talented, but she never really gave math her all until she picked him for the math team. In the 2 years he was on the team, she devoted more time and effort to him. Their hard work and dedication paid off. I was proud of Zoe's accomplishments. Life was good by this time. I was 37 years old. I was successful and happy at work and with my family. I still went out hunting from time to time and we still went as a family to my grandparents' property to fish and play in the water. We still visited our parents often and spent time at Tom and Sarah's pool. Life was good. Of course, my sex life with Mel has slowed down a bit. We were no longer children in our 20s, but we still had a pretty good, if rather familiar personal life. I still loved her with all my heart and we still had fun together when we had time. Her return to work cut into our time together. She was often busy with the math team or grading homework quizzes and tests, but I couldn't envy her teaching career. It clearly brought her great satisfaction. In any case, my responsibilities at work also increased and I began to spend many of my own hours. However, I had more time alone than before when the children were busy with their own affairs and Mel was busy with her work. I have always liked fiction and I discovered online sites with stories. I liked science fiction and adventure stories, but I also came across several sites with erotic stories. I'm hooked on stories about cheating wives, not fantasies about jerks and cuckolds, but dramatic stories about cheating wives. To be honest, it has become a minor obsession for me. Every day I scoured new content, searching for stories of love, loss and betrayal. I took pleasure in getting revenge on cheating and cheered on husbands when they rose from the ashes, moved on and lived their best lives. Although my marriage was strong, I had seen enough of my friends go through the meat grinder of divorce that I could sympathize with their plight. I must admit that reading these stories hooked me. I guess if you read too much of this stuff, you'll get some crazy ideas in your head. In any case, this happened to me, although I trusted my wife. I had minor suspicions, telling myself I was doing it as a joke. I even secretly tested my children's DNA. They were mine. It's okay. And yet my suspicions did not completely subside. I read more and started thinking about bugs and webcams for secret surveillance. I bought these tools from my secret accounts and I connected these electrical gadgets to a dedicated personal server in my office. Schools were closed for the summer. Adam and Sophie left for summer camp. At the same time, Zoe was at home most of the day. I collected bugs and webcams in our house and activated the recordings. I checked the activity for a few days without finding anything out of the ordinary and started to feel like crap. Why did I do this? Why did I invade my wife's privacy? Because of paranoia from reading a bunch of stupid stories, I stopped my madness and forgot about the surveying instrument. Around this time a rather large project landed on my desk. I've been very busy for a couple of weeks. After we finally completed the project, I returned to my office shuffling papers and fiddling with my electronic files. I remembered my geodetic project. I intended to ruin this whole crazy operation, but I decided to look through a few files just in case. I looked at them and almost fell out of my chair in surprise. It was literally the first tape I watched. My loving wife had a lover, a recent high school graduate, a star on the math team and a future CTech student. This little bastard apparently lost his virginity to my cheating wife. It was a whole seduction routine where my wife was his sex teacher. It's not lost on me that this is very similar to the Sarah episode of my youth, except this bastard actually my wife. I watched a couple more videos and indeed they had sex several times at my house while my children were at camp. I didn't listen to everything, but it was clear that my wife was very interested in little Maxby and not just in his brain. It turned out that my wife had taken her tutoring to the next level. It was clear that she intended to end things with him after their 2-way date, but that was not a mistake. I was furious. My first idea was to kill them, but I allowed myself to calm down a little and realized that I didn't want to go to jail. Besides, I was not a murderer and could not do this to my children. My next idea was to find a way to frame my wife and send her to prison for several years. Obviously, I had to think carefully about this whole situation. I instructed my secretary to put all my calls on hold, cancel all appointments for the day, and not allow anyone to disturb me. I closed the door and carefully studied the voice files. If the affair had started while Maxby Boy was still in high school, my wife could have been fired and maybe even arrested, but it turned out that their brief romance began only in that 2-week period after its end. So maybe there won't be any criminal charges or guaranteed dismissal. But I could be a vindictive bastard and expose my wife to our community as a cheating teacher. Best case scenario, public humiliation for her and she'll probably lose her job and her teaching license. But I didn't want to humiliate my children. They didn't deserve to be collateral damage in all of this. The same went for her parents. They always treated me well. I listened carefully to the last few recordings and realized that they were planning the last meeting. "I'll see you tomorrow." Damned thoughts of reprisals flooded my mind again. I had a hard time forcing myself to calm down, although I didn't want to share the video of my wife cheating. I assumed she didn't know it. This way I could blackmail my future ex-wife and get better divorce terms. This would give me some satisfaction and just justice. But Maxby also needed to be taught a lesson. I remembered my grandfather's decision in a similar situation many years ago. I took the day off and called the best divorce lawyer. I made an appointment for the next day and took 2 more days off. I went to my parents and told them what I found out. Sometime later my father found me in the basement with my grandfather's old shotguns. He was alarmed, but I explained my intentions to him. He eventually helped replace lead shot with fine salt and some cartridges. I also took one of my grandfather's old pistols with me. I called my cheating wife and told her that I had to leave town for work and that I would be back in 2 days. She seemed pleased with my plans that night. I considered my options in a calmer state. Can I reconcile with my wife? Should I try? It seemed like a one-time short affair. She didn't love this guy, but they were clearly close. However, this was not just an accidental fall. This was planned in advance. It was a sign of her disrespect for me and our marriage. I couldn't live with it. I couldn't stay married to this woman, the woman I'd loved for so long. She ruined everything. Perhaps I was not as good a person as Emma. I just couldn't forgive and forget never. I needed to move on and I needed to get revenge, since killing an unfaithful wife and her lover was not considered socially acceptable. I had to my moral satisfaction in some other way. These thoughts swirled around in my head until I finally fell asleep. My children were old enough to come to me and we could see each other often. The next day I went to see a lawyer and we discussed my options. Since we did not have a prenuptial agreement, all joint assets will be divided equally. Since my inheritance money was used for the down payment on the house, I was likely entitled to a larger share of the sale of the house. He said the children are old enough for their wishes to be considered in physical custody decisions, but since their mother has been the primary caregiver for most of their lives, she will likely receive primary physical custody. He said there is also a 50-50 chance of physical custody, but only if both parties agree. The lawyer said that the house would remain until the youngest child turned 18 and then it could be sold and divided in half minus my down payment. Although she had a full-time job, I made significantly more than Zoe and had much more in my retirement accounts. My lawyer said I might have to pay her alimony for a while as well as child support. I told him I wanted a divorce and that I would force her to agree to my terms. He said that all documents will be ready in a week. I thought my children would be home. Before then I went to the banks and organized our bank accounts for the divorce process. I checked the time. It was time to return early. I parked my car at the end of the street from our house, took my gun bag and went home. I entered the house quietly through the back door. Everything was clean. I sneaked upstairs to the master bedroom. I burst into the bedroom and shot the cheaters who were having sex. I fired both assault charges at them. They literally flew off the bed, howling in pain and fear. I admired my work for a couple of moments. When the 2 traitors realized that they were not seriously wounded, I threw the empty shotgun on the floor and cleared my throat. They froze, looking at me with grimaces of pain on their faces. I looked at them with contempt. I slowly deliberately took the gun out of my jacket pocket. Then I let the anger spill over my face. "I'll kill you," I screamed. The young lover and my cheating wife screamed in fear. My wife and Max pissed themselves out of fear of death. I aimed the gun at young Maxby, my unfaithful wife moans, and in a voice full of pain. "Don't kill him," ignoring her, "please." I deliberately walked towards him. He closed his eyes and cowered. My rage was not feigned. It was nice seeing him rolling around on the floor in agony, with tears on his face covered in urine and his ass full of small salt buckshot satisfied my sense of revenge. I regained my composure. I gave up on this marriage, but I wanted to leave a small reminder to the two cheaters. I waited until he recovered a little. Zoe lay on the floor, clutching the sheet to her chest, an expression of fear and confusion on her face. She was silent. Once he was back to breathing evenly. I put the gun to his head again and said, "You little bastard, you'll learn to stay away from my wife." Max moaned in pain and begged for his life. "Don't kill me, why not? Or are you dropping out of CTAC? If I let you live. Are you willing to drop out of college and take care of my wife when I divorce that the moaning young boy in love wanted to play the knight in shining armor? Yes, I'll give it up. I will support her." I shook my head with pity then. "You are completely stupid. You are a stupid boy if you give up your academic future for a almost 20 years older than you." I paused. "I'm not going to kill you. I'm not going to kill you or you. She's a corrupt and you're a stupid child. Neither of you are worth this." I sighed. The air was full of relief because they knew I wouldn't kill them, but they were wallowing in their own urine in pain and hopefully shame. I turned to Max and told him in a cold voice, "But if I see you next to my wife again, I will kill. You understand me why?" Yes, I know my cheating wife was moaning in pain in the background and crying. I continued. "Listen, Maxby, here's what's going to happen. You won't tell anyone anything about what happened here today. Understood? By the end of the week you'll be out of town forever. I don't care where you go, but you will go and you will be gone until the end of the summer. Maybe you'll head to California early to check out the campus. I don't care, but you'll be leaving town if I see you here after the end of the week. You're a dead man. Do you understand me?" Max looked at me and I knew he believed every word. I said yes. I thought about the fact that I didn't want to pay my nasty wife alimony or excessive child support. So I decided another directive was needed to protect her job. "One last thing, lover boy, I don't want you to say a word to anyone about your dirty little affair with my wife. If I find out that you told even one person about what you did to her, or about this morning, I'll put a damn bullet in your face. You know, I understand, I haven't told anyone anything about this and I never will, I promise." I looked at him long and intently. Finally, I put the gun in my pocket and said, "I believe you, Maxby, it's the only reason you're still alive. That, and it's obvious to me that you're just a weak, stupid child. I regret this favor." He shook his head desperately. "Your ass will hurt like hell for a few days, but it won't do any real harm. I pricked you with salt. When you get home, take a shower and wash yourself thoroughly. Maybe wear a bandit. Don't do this. I need to go to the doctor or something. The scabs should go away in a week or two. If anyone asks, you fell off your bike. Okay, get dressed and leave." The young bastard got dressed and left the house. I closed the door behind him. I returned to the bedroom, where my wife was still cowering with tears running down her face. I said, "Go take a shower." She went to the bathroom moaning and crying. I went to the kitchen and poured a full glass of cold milk. I always preferred milk. It had a calming effect on me. I smiled wryly and drank my scum. Wife finished her shower. I heard her crying in the bedroom. She started when I spoke to her. "Get dressed and wait for me here. I'll be back in an hour. We need to talk about something." "Jake, I just shut up." "Mel. We can talk when I get back. Just wait for me here." I threw the bag with the shotgun and pistol into the car and drove them back to my parents' house. My father met me there. He looked at me with a question in his eyes. Yes, everything went as we planned. She was there with him scurrying away like a couple of rabbits just dropped the weapon. "Dad, I don't think any of them will scream, but it would be better if the weapons disappeared." He nodded and I returned home. There were no police, which was a good sign. My wife was in the bedroom cleaning urine from the carpet. I looked at her at 36. She was still a beautiful woman. I sighed and she turned around with a look of deep sadness on her face. I felt empty. Much of my hatred and anger dissipated after my previous encounter. If you put a couple of salt shells and a couple of scammers, it will do it for you, Jake. I'm really sorry, is it true? I won't lie to you. It wasn't our only time, but it will be our last time. Just stop, Mel. I said tiredly. Please, Jake, just let me tell you I've never done anything like this before. I didn't plan this. Well, at least I wasn't looking for it. I do not love him, it's just. He was so special to me and we got so close and look. There's no excuse for this. But no, there's no excuse, Ma, but there are consequences. Please, Jake. I know what I did was wrong, but I didn't think straight. He was so in love with me. It pleased my ego. I thought I was giving him a gift. He was a virgin and you also decided to be his teacher in the bedroom. I understand, Mel. You wanted a little change and this baby was your opportunity. No, Jake, this was not the case. It's not that I wanted something that you didn't give me. He wasn't nearly as good in bed as you. For God's sake, he's just a child. Yes, he is like that about this. How stupid are you, Mel? You don't think a kid would talk to his friends about how his hot math teacher him and you're sexy Mel? Don't you think that even if it never reaches the rumor stage, don't you think rumors about it will slip away? Haven't you thought about how things like this could hurt you, your career, your marriage? Max didn't tell anyone. Mel. The little bastard would have let it slide. Maybe not today, maybe not this summer, but at some point when he's back in town over Thanksgiving break, maybe he'll be hanging out with his friends, having had too much beer, and he'll say something. Just drop a few details, and that's all it takes. Mel, well, you're walking around on the side in the first place. Please, Jake, I know you're angry. You have every right to do this. I don't blame you, but please you must understand that I love you very much. This is just a situation that has gotten out of control. It was a trip for my ego, disguised as good intentions. I promise I've never done this before and I'll never do it again. Well, I'm certainly glad you didn't plan on making you an annual prize for the best student in math. Look, Mel, you haven't asked me yet, but I know what's going on. I'm moving into the guest room for a while. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet, but I want you to just give me some space and leave me alone until I figure it out. Understood? Yes, Jake, I understand. The children returned home a couple of days later. Zoe and I tried to act normal in front of them. The kids were happy to tell us about their time at camp, but then became so busy with their friends and other things that I don't think they noticed anything unusual between Mel and me. I saw that Mel carried herself with courage, although she was a nervous wreck to her credit. She left me alone for several days. I took pity on her. Mel, can we talk? I asked one evening when the children had already gone to bed. Yes, of course, Jake, her eyes expressed concern. I decided that we need to get a divorce. Oh no, she moaned, but quietly so as not to wake the children. I was impressed by her composure. Yes, Mel, I was going to serve you with divorce papers tomorrow. Well, I'm still going, but I didn't want it to be a complete surprise. I wouldn't say I owe you this after what you did, but I wanted to tell you this face to face. Zoe understood, but asked the obligatory question. In such cases, please, Jake, is there no hope for reconciliation? I love you. I screwed up. I don't quite understand why Max was never a threat to us. Oh my God, please Bert, please. She begged with tears in her eyes. No, Mel, no, this wasn't a random drunken. I could forgive that. No, what you did was a deliberate decision to become a virgin sex teacher for a few weeks. I don't know exactly why, and I don't care you did it on purpose. The woman I married would not have done this, would not have risked our marriage and our family to satisfy some curiosity or pity or flatter her ego or anything else. No, you've changed, Mel, and now I've changed. You broke your vows and now I am free from this marriage and I don't believe in open marriages. Mel, this may work for someone, but it will never work for me to get freedom from this marriage. I need to divorce you. My decision is final. And then the sobbing began. She was inconsolable, shaking with sobs choking from her own pain. I felt some pity for her, but I thought it over. I was adamant in my decision, but almost against my will, I was touched by her pain. She finally regained some of her composure. To her credit, we can say that she did not delay her pleas. I wasn't sure if she accepted my decision. I didn't know how she would react when the process took its course, but at least she was rational again. I understand, Jake. You are going to divorce me and our marriage is over. What will happen now? Tomorrow you will be given the documents. No matter how angry I am, no matter how angry I was before. I don't hate you that much anymore, and I don't want to completely destroy you. We still have our children. We will be bound by their interests in the future. Yes, we'll still have them, won't we, Jake? She managed to smile, but sadly, and risked looking into my eyes with hope. I wasn't sure what she was looking for, but she didn't find it. The smile disappeared and she looked down at her hands again. You should get a lawyer, Mel, and have him look into my divorce suit, but I recommend that you accept the terms of the divorce. They are fair and I don't want to fight you. I have offered joint legal custody of our children with you as the primary physical guardian here in this house, and I will receive unlimited visitation and physical custody every other week, and I will also pick them up for a month in the summer. You work less than me and have always been a good mother to them, so it's only fair that they stay here with you. I suggested standard child support based on our incomes, but there will be no alimony. You get half of our liquid assets and I get half. I'll keep my retirement accounts and you'll keep yours and your pension, and when the kids grow up, we'll sell the house and split the proceeds in half, but I'll get the down payment back with interest. I understood. I will accept these terms of divorce. Will you tell our children why we are getting a divorce? I won't tell them until Sophie graduates, if at all, and I won't show them the video of you and Maxby. I promise you this. Do you have a video? Yes, and recordings of conversations too. I have all the evidence to destroy you. An expression of fear flashed across her face. Don't worry, Mel. I was prepared to use them as leverage if necessary, but you were cooperative. Stay cooperative and I promise they will never see the light of day. Tomorrow we will tell the children that we are getting a divorce. I'll move in with my parents the next day. She made one last attempt. Jake, it will be difficult to live without you or my only love, please. Her voice was weak and soft, like the whisper of a child. I steeled myself. I'm sorry, Mel, after I move if you need anything related to the house or the kids, you have my number, but what about everything else? My decision is final, so it will be. Zoe started crying again. It was difficult to tell the children that we were getting a divorce. We didn't say anything about Zoe's affair with Max, and the kids were confused. They cried and we promised them that it was not their fault but that there was no chance of reconciliation. The next day I moved in and started a new chapter of my life. My parents were sad about our divorce, but they were happy for their grandchildren to spend every other weekend with them. Over time, everyone got used to it. I haven't dated much. He worked a lot, saw the children as often as possible and did not devote much time to women. After a year or so, I started to feel very lonely. I tried online dating and the like, but none of the women I met were attracted to me. It seemed that every woman I was interested in was either bitter with men or a woman of easy virtue. The latter category made for some fun dates, but I was interested in something serious and long-term. At random I researched international dating sites. I had always been interested in Buddhism and ended up on a website dedicated to meeting Liosan women. There I met. Her name was Lena Bungu. She was beautiful, young and smart. She was a well-educated university graduate from a Lausanne school. Her father was a surgeon. Her mother a nurse. She was looking for an American. We started corresponding and everything went well. She spoke English fluently. Did I mention she was beautiful? She was tall for a Lausanne girl, 53, with long black hair, dark eyes and light honey brown skin, small but with beautiful breasts almost too big for her small body. I was drawn to her. I told her I was recently divorced and had 2 teenagers. At first I thought it would be difficult for her, but she only wanted to know the circumstances of my divorce. I told her the truth and she said she would never cheat on me. After months of texting and video chatting, we planned my trip to LA to meet her. I used my secret money for this trip. I flew into Vietnam via Bangkok and Leia, and my parents met me at the airport and took me to my hotel. Leia lived with her parents. Lena looked better in person than in the video and she smiled with all her heart. When we first met in person, I fell in love with her at first sight. We had lunch or dinner with her family several times during my 3-week stay day. We went on excursions with her parents. I also went out alone with Lena, but it was obvious that family was an important part of her life. One day Lena, I and her friend were in a restaurant. Her friend was a teacher like Lena and she told me when Lena went to the toilet that Lena had a fiancé who died at work a week before their wedding. She said Lena was depressed for several months after this and finally came out of it after a few months. Lena still hadn't met anyone, so her friend suggested she try a dating site. She was on it for a few months without any real interest in anyone until she met me. She noticed that I was like medicine for her, that she really came to life when we started texting. She warned me not to break Lena's heart. I knew that Lena had a fiancé who died, but I didn't know about her depression and the rest. It touched me before leaving. I knew what I had to do. Very simply, I asked her if she wanted to be my wife and she said yes. I gave her an engagement ring. She knew the Western custom and was glad to have the ring. We kissed, hugged and swore our love to each other. I left and we started planning a wedding across the ocean. 6 months later, my children and I went to Vietnam. The wedding was a big event, with Buddhist monks present, and lasted for several days. After the wedding, I returned home with my new wife. I later found out that my children told Zoe that I married a girl from La Sophie, and Adam told me that she cried a lot and was very sad for several weeks. Love with Lena was amazing. To my surprise, she was a virgin, but she was a quick learner, had a good understanding of her body and was very responsive. She was an acrobat in bed with enough energy for 3. We just couldn't get enough of each other. And it wasn't just in the bedroom. We loved each other, even without sex. We always touched each other when we were together, always kissed, held hands and always hugged. We gave ourselves completely to each other. We both knew what it was like to love and lose and didn't waste time or energy on anything other than expressing our love for each other. The months flew by my company's Christmas party. My fiancée was 5 months pregnant and she was still an amazingly beautiful woman. She wore a party dress that showed off her legs and her ever-expanding breasts, but hid her rapid-growing belly. Anna and her husband Jim congratulated us at a corporate party. Our first daughter's name was Mia, after my mother. A year later we had another beautiful daughter whom we named Zoe. Lena communicated with her family and friends on Skype. My grandmother died and left me some money. After discussing with Lena, we decided to move into my old home to have room for our growing family. Zoe accepted my ransom offer. Zoe was honest, relieved, since she and Sophie hadn't gotten along since we got divorced. Zoe confessed to her a couple of years ago that the reason for our divorce was that she cheated on me. Sophie called her and didn't speak to her for months. Over time, normality returned, but Sophie always remained rather cold towards Zoe. After that, Adam, having learned about the circumstances of our divorce, was angry with her, but recognized that she was his mother and forgave her more quickly. Anyway, I bought out Zoe's share and she bought herself a nice apartment. Adam and I helped Zoe move into the apartment and she thanked me. Sophie went to her grandparents instead of helping her mother. I no longer hated Zoe. I was just neutral towards her. My heart was filled with love for Lila and my 4 children. I'd like Sophie to completely forgive her mother, but it's not my place to put pressure on her. I told her that her mother loved her and had always been a good mother to her, and that it would be better for both of them if she ever forgave her. My love for Lena grew, as did hers for me. Sophie moved away for college and my younger children were growing up quickly. When Zoe was almost 2 years old, Lena told me that she was going to wean her off breastfeeding. This was a disappointment for me, because not only did I love her engorged breasts, but we also included nursing in our sex games. There is nothing more erotic and bonding than a wife feeding her husband. What can I say? I've always preferred milk. Years have passed. My older children graduated from college and found jobs nearby. My youngest children were growing up quickly. I haven't followed Zoe too much, but I know she dated someone, but never took it too far. At some point it seemed that she began a serious relationship with a man and he moved into her apartment. It turned out that this person was an abuser. He threw my ex-wife down the stairs, breaking her leg and arm. The man was arrested and Zoe was hospitalized. Adam was visiting his mother and called me. He said Zoe cried all day because her daughter didn't come to see her. I told Lena what Adam told me. Lena was angry. She went to Sophie and told her that she should visit her mother. Confronted with her behavior and her responsibility to her mother, Sophie burst into tears. Lena hugged her and reassured her, saying that it was time to make peace with Zoe. I took Sophie to the hospital. We came to her room. When she saw us, she cried with joy. She thanked me for bringing our daughter. Sophie and Zoe cried and forgave each other. I left the room. Later I returned and Sophie went to the toilet. Zoe asked if I could forgive her. I told her that I could and had already forgiven her. She cried a lot again, but this time they were tears of relief and happiness. I told her that I hoped for her future happiness and I found mine with Lena and our children. My daughter returned to the room and promised that she would visit her again soon. A year later my daughter was getting married. The wedding was a huge event. Our 2 little daughters were very excited because they were flower girls. I took Sophie to her fiancé, Adam led his mother and Lena to their seats. Zoe and I were polite to each other, but I tried to avoid her without making it obvious. I have forgiven her, but I will never be able to completely forget her betrayal. She talked a lot with Lena. Later told me that Zoe was very friendly to her. At one point late in the evening, as the party was winding down, long after my younger daughters had been picked up by the sitters, Zoe approached me as I sat at the table with Lena and my old neighbor, Sarah, without any decorum. She said to me in a sad voice, "Jake, I see how much you and Lena love each other. I'm sad that we can never have this again, all because of my stupid mistake. You look so good, so young, so lively and energetic, and I'm just an aging lonely woman now stunned. I had an idea, Zoe. I guess I'm living proof that after you've been changed, different gyms really do train the body better." Sarah blushed. Zoe just looked embarrassed and Leah, who I told the story of Sarah trying to seduce me years ago, jumped into my lap, hugged me and kissed me. "That's true, my love, but don't look for any other gym other than mine for the rest of your life," Lena said, and I didn't look. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. When I discovered that my beloved wife Rebecca not only cheated on me but also raised another man's child as our own, my life was turned upside down. Welcome to the Love and Betrayed Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. The journey to this point in my life has been long and challenging. Growing up in a modest household, I learned early on the value of perseverance and resilience. My parents worked tirelessly to provide for us, instilling in me a determination to succeed against all odds. Despite the hardships, my childhood was filled with love and lessons that shaped who I am today. After completing my education, I entered the professional world with optimism and ambition. My career path wasn't straightforward and I faced numerous setbacks. However, each obstacle strengthened my resolve to push forward along the way. I met Rebecca, who became a significant part of my life. Our relationship, though filled with its own trials, taught me invaluable lessons about love, trust and betrayal. Ending my marriage didn't solve my problems. It marked the beginning of new challenges. This realization came from life's hard experiences. Now, as I sit in this cramped airplane seat, I reflect on how wise I think I am. In reality, I'm shattered. My confidence is in ruins, my health is deteriorating and my faith in fairness is gone. Yet at least the view from up here is breathtaking. In another 30 minutes we'll land at my temporary refuge from the pain of my life, Clifford's Lodge. After searching the internet for 2 days, I found Clifford's. It sounded like the perfect place to hide. The description even said it was a good place to hide, and I believed it because it was on the internet. Here's what I read. Clifford's Lodge is on the edge of one of Canada's most remote yet picturesque lakes, with an abundance of wildlife and some of the best fishing in the Northwest Territories. It's an excellent launching point for day fishing excursions, all-day trips and overnight stays at one of Clifford's remote hideaways. For the less adventurous, nature's beauty is just a short walk from the lodge. With luck, you might see Canadian geese, black bears, beavers and moose. Clifford's has 4 furnished rooms in the lodge and 6 fully furnished cabins. These roost cabins are ideal for escaping civilization and modern life stresses. The cabins for 2 feature 1 bedroom with 1 double bed or 2 single beds. 2 rooms in the lodge can sleep 4 people comfortably. Clifford's is also perfect for hiding from a spouse. Meal packages and long-term rentals are available upon request. Contact Clifford Hunter for reservations and travel arrangements. The description sounded so good that I called immediately after reading it. Now the little float plane that left Yellowknife an hour ago is bumping over the snow-capped peaks toward that picturesque lake in my haven for the next couple of months. I've never ridden in a float plane before, and it's a bit disconcerting. There are only 8 seats and 1 pilot, with most of the space in the back filled with boxes. I'm the only passenger. The noise from the props makes it impossible to do anything but look out the small window. I'd love to sleep and get a temporary respite from my misery, but that's out. What I should do is enjoy the view from 1,000 feet, but instead I start reliving the events leading up to this flight. Until a month ago I was married to one of the most beautiful women in our small Pennsylvania town, Henley. Her name is Rebecca. She was born on the wealthy side of town, while I came from the working class side. My father worked in the factory her father owned. Despite our different backgrounds, we got married. I moved from one side of the tracks to the other. 2 years ago, we had a baby, Emily, the most beautiful and loving child on earth. She is pure joy and my reason for living. Whenever I look at her, I thank God for blessing me. Rebecca and I both worked for her father's company, Kingston Enterprises. I was an accountant and Rebecca was the customer relations assistant. Her father, Harold Kingston, was the richest man in Pennsylvania and a formidable presence is on his 4th wife, Jennifer, a lovely trophy wife. Like many couples, Rebecca and I had our ups and downs, but we usually worked through them without major issues. 3 months ago my world was turned upside down when I found out that Emily is not my biological daughter. She calls me Dada and I call her my little angel, but a DNA test showed the truth. I cursed that test. Why did I do it? I wanted to protect my little princess. While waiting for her annual checkup, I read an article about how DNA tests can provide an accurate medical history for children, which seemed sensible. Since my sister died from a congenital heart defect, I wanted to ensure Emily didn't inherit any genetic issues. I didn't tell Rebecca about the test. There was no way to figure out who Emily's father was because of Mr. Kingston's control over the town. I asked a college friend, a private investigator in Washington, D.C., to look into it. He discovered Rebecca had been seeing another man since before we married. I had the proof to confront her, so I filed for divorce. That's when everything fell apart. Rebecca denied it and her father supported her. My out-of-town divorce attorney was outmatched by Rebecca's team. Despite my evidence, the judge ruled in her favor. I had to pay child support for Emily, lost our home, and my visitation was limited to one supervised weekend a month. I lost my job, friends, and trust in the judicial system. My depression worsened, especially because I couldn't be with Emily. Rebecca's father took away the one thing I loved most in the world. Rebecca never attended the hearings. It was just me and my attorney against Harold Kingston and his team. I was left with nothing before I left town. The Bloom factory mysteriously burned down. I didn't do it, but I did bring the marshmallows. Now I sit in this noisy float plane headed to a temporary refuge. When I arrived, I stood on the rickety dock and looked at the lodge. Wow, this isn't what I expected. I said. The pilot unloading boxes replied, yeah, a lot of people say that when they arrive it'll grow on you. The lake and mountains are beautiful, but the lodge isn't as grand as described. It looks like an old log cabin with a dirt path leading to the porch. I grabbed my bags and headed up the dirt path to the lodge, realizing I should have read the reviews first. Inside, a deep, growly voice from under the counter asked, "May I help you?" "Yes, my name is Alex Thompson and I have a reservation for one of your cabins." Mr. Thompson, I've been expecting you," said the lanky silver-haired man as he stood up. "My name is Clifford Hunter and I own this place." "Yes, my name really is Clifford Hunter. My parents were big fans of John Hunter. I don't swagger like him. I just limp." "Your registration said you wanted a long-term stay hiding from the wife." "Hey, that's fine by me, but not if you're hiding from the law." "No, just a domestic issue. I don't want to be found." For a while I reserved a cabin and would like to negotiate a long-term rental. "Great, we close for the winter in October, but you can stay until then. The cabins are up the road on the other side of the hill. It's a bit of a walk, especially with luggage. This time of year you'll only have one neighbor. Breakfast is at 8:00 a.m. and we can discuss dinner arrangements. Then, if you need anything, check the bulletin board or ring the bell on the front porch. Here's your key to cabin number 2. It has the best view. Thanks." "Is there a phone or cell service?" "No phone or cell service, too remote. We have a radio for emergencies or ordering supplies. You can make a call through it. Most supplies have to be flown in and out. Since there are no roads to the lake, great, see you." At breakfast I walked up the hill with my luggage. Realizing up the roadways was quite a distance. Clifford might exaggerate, but at least there are lots of pine trees. Cabin 2 looks rustic as advertised, but small. Inside it's just a bedroom and bathroom, smaller than most bargain motel rooms, but it offers what I need most: privacy. Let's see if Clifford exaggerated about the view. Stepping onto the small front porch, I looked out toward the lake. Actually, he understated it. I can see the entire lake surrounded by lush greenery and sparkling water. The snow-capped mountains create a giant green bowl around the azure blue lake. It feels untouched by civilization. Unbelievable. "Yes, it is, isn't it?" said a voice from the trees. I turned to see a beautiful woman approaching. She's short and thin, with dark hair and a ponytail, wearing jeans, a red flannel shirt and oversized boots, carrying a pail of water. Her skin is the color of warm cocoa, her eyes dark, and she has a sweet smile. She looks like someone from a tourism ad from Mexico, minus the sombrero. "Hi, you must be my new neighbor. I'm Isabella Willems. I'm in cabin 1 just through the trees. Clifford told me someone would be arriving today. I've only been here a week, so if you have any questions, I might not know the answers," she said, introducing herself warmly. "Hi, yes, I'm in cabin 2. My name is Alex Thompson. Nice to meet you." I replied, "Nice to meet you, Alex. Are you staying long?" Isabella asked, curious about my plans. Yes, I think I'll be here all summer. How about you? I responded, returning the question I'm not sure yet for a while. I guess I just don't know. She admitted, what brings you here? I didn't see any fishing gear, so I guess fishing isn't the reason I inquired, trying to learn more about her. I'm here to get away from things at home. It's rough back there right now. I needed to think. What about you? Isabella explained, sharing a bit of her story. Same reason. Problems at home, needed to get away. Nice meeting you. Isabella, see you at breakfast, I said, concluding our conversation. Okay, bye. She replied, turning to leave. She looks great walking away too. I haven't thought about another woman like this since I met Rebecca. I guess I'm allowed to now that I'm almost single again. As I watched her disappear into the trees, a thought struck me. I never believed in love at first sight, though I had plenty of lust at first sight moments in college, but thinking about this woman, I felt something different. It wasn't just lust, though she is attractive. Maybe it was a sense of familiarity. Her demeanor made me feel relaxed. I hoped to get to know her better. Perhaps she's what I came here to find. Breakfast was basic: eggs, sausage, toast, orange juice and coffee. I'll survive as long as I don't have to cook. The other two lodgers are clearly fishermen wearing vests with fishing flies. I haven't seen Isabella this morning. Maybe I should ask Clifford. Hey, Clifford. Where's the young lady near my cabin? I asked Anna. She ate early and went to work. She sits on a bench past your cabin watching birds. Clifford replied, she doesn't want to be around people much. Something's bothering her, but she won't talk to me. Maybe you can get her to open up. I've got my own problems. I can't take on anyone else's. No room in my head. I responded, feeling overwhelmed. Well, do what you want, but if I were younger I'd try. She's the prettiest woman here since my Louisa died. Clifford added, reminiscing. Thanks, Clifford. I'll consider it for now. I'll head back to my cabin and sleep. See you at dinner, I said, needing rest. I didn't mean to sleep all day. I guess the stress took a toll. Screw my ex and her family. I hope I haven't missed dinner. Knock. Isabella's voice came through the screen door. Hello, Mr. Thompson. Hi, just getting up. I guess the mountainer made me sleepy. How are you? I responded, shaking off sleep. I'm fine. I made soup and wondered if you join me. It's quiet up here. Except for the bear that visits in the morning. I'd enjoy the company. Isabella said invitingly. Bear? I asked, surprised. Oh, don't worry, he just looks for food. You'll learn. I'd enjoy some company too. Your soup sounds good. Let me clean up and I'll come over in an hour. I replied, accepting her offer. I watched her walk away with a pail of water. She has a graceful walk and a nice pair of jeans. Her ponytail swayed with every step. Unbelievable. She said an hour. So 50 minutes should be fine. Yesterday I was in Unveil, Pennsylvania. Today I'm in Canada with a beautiful woman for the first time in months. Life feels good. Knock. Hello, neighbor, I said, arriving at her door. Mr. Thompson, you're early. You should know better than to arrive early at a woman's place. I'm not ready yet. Give me a few minutes. Isabella said teasingly, I can go away if you like. I offered no, just sit on the porch and enjoy the view. It's not as nice as yours but still spectacular. Oh, and call me Alex, she replied, smiling. I sat down and admired the view. The mountains across the lake looked close enough to touch but were probably a day's walk away. The quiet was deafening and the air smelled of pine and whatever. Isabella was cooking. Okay, Alex, soup's on. I hope you like it. Isabella called out. She was dressed for dinner, while I sat in jeans and a sports shirt. Her light blue blouse and dark blue slacks looked perfect on her. She wore sandals and her hair fell over her shoulders. She was absolutely beautiful. "Hey, Alex, wake up. Here's your soup," she said, bringing me back to reality. "Oops, sorry, I was distracted by the view," I replied, embarrassed. "Flatterer here, eat. It's not fancy, but it's edible. All I have to drink is water. Is that okay?" Isabella asked, serving the meal. "Fine, soup and conversation go well with water," I said, grateful for her company. It took us about an hour to eat her delicious soup and share the basics of our lives. I told her about Pennsylvania and she talked about Texas. I mentioned being an unemployed accountant and she said she didn't work either. I shared about Emily and she said she had no children. It was all superficial, but it was a start. "Alex, why are you here? You don't seem like a fisherman. This place is very remote. Are you here to get away from something?" Isabella asked, curiosity evident in her voice. "It's a long and painful story. I don't want to talk about it right now, maybe later," I replied, deflecting the question. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry," she said, sounding apologetic. "That's okay. How about you?" I asked, turning the focus back on her. "Same thing. A long story I'm not ready to share," and Anella responded, "You have a better view from your cabin. Maybe next time we can eat there." "I'd like that. Thanks for dinner. Your soup was great, amazing. What you made with that small burner," I complimented her. "Well, I should go. Will I see you at breakfast?" she asked, preparing to leave. "Of course, have a good night, Alex," she said. As she left, I reached my cabin and watched the sunset over the mountains. The view was stunning and the sounds of nature were soothing. Everything was better in person than on TV. This must be what heaven's like. Usually I don't let my food get cold, but sitting across from Isabella made time slow. Breakfast was basic: eggs, sausage, toast, tomato juice and coffee. But the company made it special. I motioned for Clifford and he refilled our coffee. "I'm taking the others out on the lake. Will you two be okay here?" Clifford asked. I looked at Isabella and answered, "We'll be fine. Maybe we'll take that nature walk from the website." As we walked back to our cabins, Isabella said, "Alex, that nature walk is the path from the dock to the cabins. Pretty, wasn't it? Maybe this place is less than I read online." I replied, smiling at her humor. "What are your plans today?" "Nothing much. I usually sit on the bench on the hill or the dock and watch the birds. When the SE plane comes, I help Clifford unload supplies. He never asks, but I do what I can. He's giving me a break on rent because I can't afford much. Clifford is 76 years old and has been alone since his wife died 20 years ago." Isabella explained Clifford. "Quite a character. Sitting by the lake sounds good. May I join you?" I asked. "It would be my honor," she said with a mock courtesy. We walked to the lake, found old rocking chairs and sat quietly for a long time, just rocking and looking at the view. Isabella seemed to start crying. "What's wrong?" I asked, concerned. "Nothing," she replied, wiping her tears. "Now I know something's wrong. Did I say something? What can I do?" I pressed gently. "I'm sorry, I have her on my mind. I don't want to burden you with my problems. You're here with your own worries," she said, sounding conflicted. I thought of a preacher from my childhood who said talking about problems can help. If you want to talk, I'll listen. You can't give me more problems than I already have. Maybe I can help," I offered. "Sincerely, that's kind of you. I want to talk, but it's complicated, personal and embarrassing. You're a stranger. how can I share my problems with you? Isabella said, hesitating. Let's trade stories. I'll tell you something about me, then you share something about you. We can go slow. I'll be an open book. If you want to listen. I won't judge you. I'll just listen. I suggested okay, but you go first. She agreed cautiously where to start. Usually the beginning is best. I said, wondering how much detail to include. Okay, here goes. I was born and raised in Henley, Pennsylvania, on the working-class side of town. My dad worked at a factory and my mom was a stay-at-home mom. I have an older brother and sister who live in different parts of the country. After getting my master's degree in finance from Penn State, I returned home because my dad had a heart attack and my mom needed help. I met and married a beautiful girl from the upper-class side of town. Her father owned the factory where my dad worked and much more. Her name is Rebecca. When I returned, I got a job as an accountant at her father's company, where Rebecca worked as his assistant 2 years ago. Our daughter was born and I loved being a father, but I found out I wasn't her biological dad. Rebecca had a lover before we married and he was Emily's father. Our marriage fell apart when I discovered the truth. I had all the proof of her infidelity and planned to divorce Rebecca and take Emily. I didn't care that Emily wasn't biologically mine. I loved her and wanted to raise her, but Rebecca's father made sure that didn't happen. He handled the divorce and I ended up with nothing: no job, no home, no wife, no daughter. I have to pay child support for Emily and can only see her one weekend a month. I had to get away and figure out how to start over. That's why I'm here. Did you talk to your wife after filing for divorce? No, I had a restraining order keeping me away from Rebecca and Emily. I was fired and evicted. Her father controlled everything, so I couldn't do anything. Rebecca never came to any hearings. Her father and the lawyers handled everything. If they took everything, how did you get here? My mom gave me some savings to leave town. It was supposed to supplement their income for old age. My dad has a disability pension, so they'll be okay, but not as good as they planned. I'd like to pay them back, but I don't know if I can. The memories made me tense and depressed, sensing my mood. Anna changed the subject. My story is similar. My parents came from Mexico with my older brother and sister. I was born in Plano, Texas. My father left when I was 8 and my mother cleaned houses for a rich family. My brother was liquidated in Iraq and my sister now lives in San Antonio with her family. I married Logan, a salesman for a car parts manufacturer. At first he was sweet and made me feel like a princess. I had just finished culinary school and was looking for my first job as a chef. When he told me he didn't want his wife to work, he felt inadequate if I worked, so I stayed home. Over time our marriage soured. He became demanding and abusive. I endured it for a few years until I realized I was in danger and unhappy. I decided to leave. I found Clifford's website, withdrew our savings, sold my car and wedding ring and came here. I've been gone for 2 weeks. Sometimes I fear Logan will find me. I don't know what to do or where to go. I could stay with my sister, but Logan might find me there. I want to figure things out before I leave. All I can do is hope. Isabella, do people call you Anna? What can I call you? I like Anna. Well, Anna, we're in the same boat, escaping bad relationships and unsure about the future. I have some money and if you need help to stay here and figure things out, I'm happy to assist. Just remember the offer, that's kind, but I don't want to take anything from. You have your own problems and you'll need your money, but thanks. Lost in thought, staring over the lake, a conversation stopped. Anna was also looking out, no longer crying. A big fish jumped near the dock, making a smile, and Clifford thinks he knows the best fishing spots. She laughed, lightening the mood. We talked about college. Penn State excited her and culinary school excited me, because I love eating. We shared childhood dreams, pets and friends. We talked until the sun was overhead and the calm lake mirrored the mountains. God, I love this place. Alex, I'm going to my cabin for a nap if you want. I'll bring soup over tonight and we can talk more on your porch. I enjoy your company. Is that okay? She ran her fingers across my hand, making me feel pleasantly startled. I'd love that. I enjoy talking to you too. You go ahead. I watched her walk away amazed and aroused. She walked beautifully, making me think anything was possible. I turned back to see geese flying over the lake and soon fell asleep in the rocking chair. Not anybody home. Anna said through the screen door. Hey, let me help put that on the table. I'll find some bowls. Sorry, I can't offer you wine, but maybe we can get some. On the next supply, Rod, we each had a bowl of her delicious soup and I even had seconds sitting on the porch with my feet up. I felt content, just like a man with a full stomach ready to sleep. She teased. Where did you learn to cook like that? It was delicious, thank you. I enjoy cooking and had a great teacher. He once had to eat whatever he could find, even from restaurant dumpsters, and called it heaven provides soup. My mother called it hobo stew. I just use whatever I have to make something enjoyable. I'm glad you liked it. We sat in silence watching the lake. 2 squirrels chased each other in front of us, providing some entertainment. I always enjoy a little after-dinner show. I said and she smiled. Alex, you said you were married. Ma ended. When you found out about your daughter's father, what did you mean? I took a deep breath. I was married to Rebecca for 5 years, never knowing she had a secret lover. I was too blind to see the clues. When I got the DNA test results, I realized she was having an affair. I couldn't believe it, but the evidence was there. I asked a college friend, Ken Tunn, a private investigator in DC, to help. He found out who Rebecca's lover was, with photos and videos of them together. They had been lovers since college. I said, feeling the weight of the revelation. I'm so sorry, that must have been horrible for you. It's crazy that someone could live 2 lives and not expect to be caught. What she did to you should be punished. What a cow. Oops. Sorry, Anna said, her empathy evident. Sometimes it just comes out. I do understand a little Spanish and you're right. I've thought the same things, but I'm not sure I want revenge. I just want to get away from her and her controlling father. I'm still figuring it out. I admitted, feeling a bit of relief sharing my story. Anna took the ears back inside. When she returned, I turned to wipe a tear from my eye, but I think she saw it. You know, Anna, talking about it makes me hurt all over again. I really loved Rebecca and can't understand how she could betray me. You can understand the pain when someone you loved isn't who you thought they were. I saw in her eyes that she knew the pain I described. I put my hand on hers and she began to speak. Alex, I feel comfortable talking to you. We've only known each other for a short time, but I want to be open with you, like you've been with me. Some of what I'm about to tell you is very personal and hard for me to say. Please be patient with me. Just talk. Don't worry about me. I won't interrupt. I'll be patient and don't say anything that will hurt you. Okay, here goes. My marriage started out beautifully but turned into a nightmare. The first signs of trouble were subtle. I loved my husband, Logan, and wanted to please him. As Zed life was great at first, but a few months after we married he wanted to experiment. One weekend he became rough during sex, leaving marks and causing pain. It escalated over the next few weeks to spanking, slapping and using toys that hurt. The more I protested, the more it excited him. One time when I was sick, he forced me to have sex, tied me to the bed and struck me until I passed out. When I woke up, I was in pain and he was passed out drunk. I later realized he was drinking and hiding it. Another time he came home drunk and slapped me because dinner wasn't ready. He punched me so badly that I couldn't walk. He apologized the next day, saying it was the booze and promised to stop. I believed him and didn't tell anyone. He stopped drinking for a while and things were normal. Then he found a digital camera and made me pose undressed. When I resisted, he threatened to strike me and to share the pictures if I didn't comply. I obeyed out of fear. One day he came home drunk, demanded I strip and strike me with the camera when I refused. A neighbor knocked, but Logan told them I had fallen. He threatened me with a knife if I ever told anyone. I was terrified and did whatever he wanted. I felt trapped and didn't know what to do. Jesus H. Christ. I thought my life was bad, but this poor girl has been tortured by a lunatic. I was so mad I started shaking. I wanted to hold her and tell her everything would be all right, but I didn't know her well enough to do that. I just stayed silent and shook all over. Alex, are you all right? Please say something. I looked into her eyes and said, my God, that's awful. I can't imagine what you felt. I'm so sorry. She got up, put her hand on mine and held it to her cheek. She smiled and my tension eased. Thank you, don't know how much that means. We held hands for a long time. I should take the soup back to my cabin, she said, placing my hand on the armrest. I'll see you at breakfast. After she left, I thought about her and her brutal husband. I eventually went to bed, but it took a long time to fall asleep with the new awful images in my head. Finally I drifted into a fitful sleep. Clifford poured the coffee and observed, looks like somebody had a rough night. Hugh's right. I thought when I looked in the mirror I saw bloodshot eyes and drooping shoulders. Got any aspirin? I'll find some. Clifford replied. I took a big gulp of coffee and looked around. The two other lodgers were finishing breakfast and I nodded to them. Anna was nowhere to be seen. Clifford returned with aspirin and set it next to my coffee. This high mountain air will get to you. Clifford said, take it easy for a couple of days. Why don't you go out on the lake today? I'll get you a boat and you can see what kind of fisherman you are. Good morning, Clifford. Anna said, kissing his cheek and making him blush. Isn't it a beautiful morning? Your friend looks like he had a rough night. Clifford filled Anna's coffee cup. She looked at me and said, good God, you look terrible. What happened? Thin mountain air got him. Clifford replied, HEK be fine in a couple of days. He walked back to the kitchen. Are you going to be all right? Anna asked, concerned. Yeah, once the room stops pulsing. Clifford suggested a day on the lake. I might take him up on it. Haven't been fishing since I was a kid. I answered, trying to reassure her. Maybe you shouldn't go alone. I don't know anything about fishing, but I can keep you company. She offered. That might be nice. Got any sunblock? I asked. I'll check with Clifford. She said we ate Clifford's usual breakfast of eggs, bacon, toast, orange juice and coffee with a side of aspirin for me. You seem happy this morning. Did the old preacher advice work? I asked, curious about her mood. Confession is good for the soul. Maybe it did. I feel more relaxed. Maybe there is something to telling a friend your troubles. You are my friend, right? I did dump a lot on you yesterday. Anna responded thoughtfully. Nah, it's okay, I can handle it, and yes, I'm your friend. I assured her as we left the lodge. Clifford called after us. I'll put one of the boats in the water. Take it out whenever you want. Clifford said. Thanks, Clifford. I replied. Anna took my hand and we walked back to our cabins around 10:00. I met Anna at the dock. She wore a white long-sleeve shirt, blue jeans, tennis shoes and a white baseball cap. Her hair was in a ponytail. She looked beautiful, especially with the big smile on her face. I haven't had many beautiful women smile at me lately, I said, feeling a bit bashful. I found some sunblock. Clifford has a supply cabinet with everything. How are you feeling now? She asked, handing me the sunblock. Better, the headache is bearable. A day on the lake with you is just what I need. I replied. She smiled at with you. It took a few minutes to get the motor started. We putted around and finally stopped in a spot where we could see all sides of the lake. The lodge looked tiny from there. Clifford had prepared everything for us. The poles were ready and there was a little box with bait. Well, let's at least look like we know what we're doing. I said. I put a dough ball on one of the hooks, handed the rod to Anna, and she dropped the line over the side. I left the spoon on the other pole and put the line in the water. She watched and copied what I did. Oh. What do I do? She asked, holding the rod tentatively. Just wait and be patient. I said. We sat like that for a few minutes. Anna then said, Alex, I didn't think about what I was doing yesterday when I told you my story. I didn't tell you everything and I think I added my problems to yours. I'm sorry. We don't have to talk about it anymore if it hurts you, but I feel better for having told you, and to be truthful, Anna, I did dream about what you told me. I thought about how brutalized you were. I look at you now and can't imagine someone wanting to hurt. You're so delicate and beautiful. That's monstrous. I said, feeling a surge of protective anger. Did you just call me beautiful? She asked, a bit surprised. Yes, you are beautiful. Any man in his right mind would see that, and what I see inside you is also beautiful and quite fragile. I said sincerely, thank you. I haven't been called beautiful in a long time. There are a lot of stupid people in this world. Thank you for not being one of them. Anna said, looking touched. Anna's rod jerked suddenly. What was that? She asked, startled. That's a nibble. Hold on to the rod, but not too tightly. Wait and see what happens. I instructed. We sat quietly staring at her rod. Eventually nothing happened. Relax, Hyun gone. I said. Anna looked from the rod to me. Can I tell you something? Sure, anything. I replied. You make me feel like a princess. She said softly, you are a princess. I said, smiling at her. She smiled. Thank you. We relaxed, taking in the view. Our eyes met and she smiled. Her wonderful smile at me. I smiled back, thinking the view just got a whole lot better. She scooted over, put her hand on mine and rested her head on my shoulder. We sat like that for a long time, just looking out over the lake. Then Anna's rod jerked downward again. Hey, our friend's back. I said, handing her the rod. The tip jerked violently. Hold on. I think we're going to have a visitor pull up on the rod and reel it in. The rod bent and shook as she tried to reel it in. I don't know what to do. Help me, Alex. She pleaded. Just hold on tight and put the back end in your hip. Start reeling slowly. I instructed. She did as I said. The rod was bucking, but she managed to reel in the line. Finally, a big splash broke the water a few feet away. Holy crap! She exclaimed. Keep reeling, I'll get the net. I said. I dipped the net into the water and pulled out a huge lake trout. Look what you caught. He's a beauty. I said, holding up the fish for her to see. Anna stared wide-eyed. I know what we're having for dinner tonight. You called your soup. Heaven provides. Well, heaven just provided dinner. I put the fish in the cooler. Wait till Clifford sees this. He'll keel over. Anna, still in shock, suddenly jumped up and threw her arms around my neck, rocking the boat. Whoa, sit down, we don't want to go swimming yet. I said gently. She let go and sat down looking sheepish. Sorry, it's just that I've never caught a fish before. Let's see if he has any relatives down there. I suggested. I put fresh bait on the hook and dropped it over the side. Sitting down beside her, I put my arm around her shoulder. She gave me the biggest smile and put her head on my shoulder, wrapping her arms around my chest. Thank you, she said softly, for what I asked for, making me feel happy again. Thank you. She held onto my chest for a long time. Everything was quiet and peaceful on the lake. I could almost hear her heartbeat. I kissed the top of her head and rested my cheek on her hair. Both of us felt at peace for the first time in a long while. Holy Mother of God, where did you get that? Clifford bellowed when I pulled the fish out of the cooler. I've been looking for him for years. Well, the little lady snagged him, I said, grinning. I had no idea what I was doing. Alex just coached me after he was hooked. Anna added modestly. Did I do okay, little lady? That's a record trout for this lake. I'll bet he weighs 40 pounds or more. We've got to get the camera before we fillet him. You two are going on the bulletin board. We all walked up to the lodge smiling and talking about the catch. Clifford grabbed his camera and took pictures of Anna with her prize. We looked at each picture and smiled. Yes, sir, you two are eating fine tonight. I'll get him ready. Be here at 6:00 for dinner. My treat, Clifford announced. Anna and I walked back to our cabins, holding hands, our troubles forgotten for the moment. The leg trout had eased our minds. When we reached my cabin, I turned Anna around and put my hands around her waist. We stood there with the mountains in the background. I pulled her close and kissed her gently. Alex, I can't, she said, pulling back, shaking. I'm sorry, I can't. Hey, calm down, what's wrong? I asked, lifting her chin to look into her eyes. I'm sorry, your touch brought back awful memories of Logan. He hurt me a lot more than I realized. I know you wouldn't, but it's just shush. I understand I shouldn't have pushed you. I said gently, it's not you, it's me. When you kissed me, it triggered memories of Logan's misuse. I'm so sorry, she explained, her voice trembling. That's okay. I'm here when you're ready. I won't hurt. You know that, I reassured her. I know. Please just hold me, she pleaded. We stood embracing until her shaking subsided. After a while she felt calm and her breathing slowed against my chest. She seemed so frail and delicate in my arms. I would hold her forever, if necessary. A bird chirped nearby, breaking the silence. We turned to look, but it was gone when we turned back. Her beautiful dark eyes smiled at me. Then her lips matched the smile. Thank you, she said. Anna moved closer and gently kissed me. It was almost not a touch so gentle. She pulled back, smiling wider. Time seemed to stand still. She kissed me again, this time more purposefully. We kissed tenderly when we separated. We smiled and looked into each other's eyes. There's nothing like a first kiss, I said. Nothing will ever be more tender or full of expectation except the second kiss, she said, smiling, and we kissed again, longer and deeper. Tap. Hello, anyone home? I asked playfully. Hello yourself, come on in. I'm almost ready, Anna called from the bathroom. I walked into the cabin and watched her finish her makeup. You are beautiful, I said admiringly. She wore a pretty yellow print top and a black skirt with sandal. Her hair was in a side ponytail. She held out her hands. Now I'm beautiful, Latin. Go eat. I'm starved. Not just yet, not until I've messed up some of that makeup, I teased, leaning to kiss her, but she pulled away. No, not now. Later. First we eat, she said, grabbing my hand and leading me out of the cabin and down the hill as we walked to the lodge. Anna said you look nice. Who thought to bring a blazer to a fishing lodge? She kissed my hand before intertwining her fingers with mine. Right this way to your table, Clifford said, bowing as we entered the dining room. Your meal awaits. I pulled out her chair and she sat at a. Clifford draped a white napkin over her lap and mine. He went to the kitchen, leaving us alone. Anna broke the silence. I love Clifford. He's such a gentleman. I bet he was quite a ladies' man when he was younger. His wife must have been so happy. Clifford returned with 2 plates of trout and vegetables. My wife was the reason I lived after I met her. I never looked at another woman again. She was my first and only love. We were together for 30 glorious years. Her ashes are up on the hill behind your cabins. He set the plates down. Bon appetit, he said, and left us to enjoy our meal and each other. The meal went by quickly. At the end, Clifford brought out a pear half drizzled with chocolate sauce. Just leave everything here when you're done. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Good night, you two. After dessert, we sat holding hands looking into each other's eyes. Anna said, "This has been a perfect day. Thank you for sharing it with me. It's not over yet. We can stay up and see if there's an aurora tonight. How about some stargazing?" I suggested. Sounds perfect. She agreed. In the mountains away from city lights. The stars are breathtaking. We could see the spiral arms of the Milky Way. No aurora tonight, but the stars were spectacular. We sat in front of my cabin holding hands, listening to the occasional hoot of an owl and chirping crickets. Suddenly there was a loud crack from the bushes. "I think we've got a visitor," I said. "Maybe we should head inside." "Good idea. I don't want to end a perfect day by becoming a bear's dinner," Anna said with a nervous laugh. We quietly got up and went into the cabin, shutting the door. "So what do we do now?" I asked, curious. "I can think of something," she said, eyeing the bed. I took her in my arms and kissed her deeply. We made love, then lay panting beside each other. I turned to look at her and saw tears on her cheeks. "Anna, what's wrong? Are you okay?" I asked, concerned. She turned to me, tears streaming. "Oh, Alex, everything is right. I haven't felt like this in a long time. I felt loved. You loved me the whole time." "It was perfect," she said, her voice filled with emotion. "PHW, I thought I was losing my touch." I joked, trying to lighten the mood, smiling. She playfully slapped my back. "No, you haven't lost your touch. I love your touch. Just hold me," she said. We embraced, nuzzling each other until we fell asleep. Morning arrived with a gentle rain. The pitter-patter on the roof echoed softly. We lay in a warm embrace, listening to each other's heartbeat. "Good morning," she said softly. "Good morning, beautiful," I replied. "Do you want to skip breakfast and stay in bed all day?" she suggested with a smile. "Sounds good to me, as long as you're here too," I said, holding her closer. "Bet on it. Just let me brush my teeth and I'll be back to keep you warm and safe." I got up and went to the bathroom while Anna watched. When I returned, I said, "Your turn." She got up and closed the door. I lay there thinking of her, feeling aroused. She returned, laughing at the protruding bedding, and jumped under the covers with me. We hugged quietly, listening to the rain. "Alex, don't take this wrong, but I've got something to tell you. I think I love you. I know it's crazy because we've only known each other a few days, but I feel so comfortable and safe with you." "Wow, maybe it is crazy, but I feel the same. I want to focus on you and not the mess I left behind." "Anna, I could feel that way about you too, but I can't think about loving you until I figure out my problems. I don't want to hurt you. I care about your happiness, and right now that's all that matters to me. Stop thinking and hold me." Anna and I stayed in bed all day, talking and loving. We made love 2 more times, gently and lovingly. We forgot to leave the cabin to eat the next day. The rain stopped, but everything was still wet and muddy. As we headed to breakfast, "Missed you yesterday." "What did you do?" "Stay in bed and listen to the rain," Clifford said with a knowing smile. "Yeah, something like that," I admitted with a smile at Anna. "Today's Tuesday and the supply plane is due around noon. No new guests are scheduled, so you two will be the only ones here when the others leave. If you want anything special, leave me a note and I'll send it out. The plane comes on Tuesdays and Fridays, so plan ahead. Can we get anything?" Anna asked anything from a grocery store, liquor store or hardware store. Other stuff might take longer, but you can order anytime. She smiled and took a bite of toast. The same float plane that brought me arrived filled with supplies. We helped Clifford unload everything while the fishermen packed their luggage. Clifford later sat with us explaining how he's run the lodge for 20 years, dealing with isolated winters and planning everything in advance. The loneliness since his wife passed was the hardest part. We spent the day talking about the mountains, the lake fishing, hunting and winter challenges. We didn't discuss why Anna and I were there. After dinner, Anna insisted on making a stew. "I like that," Gal Clifford said, "but there's something sad about her. She seems happier since you arrived. I hope you two hit it off." "She deserves happiness, Clifford. I like her a lot too. I've got my own troubles, but I'll take it slow. I won't harm her. I promise." Anna brought out a steaming pot of vegetables and fish. "I call this my heaven-provided stew. Clifford, I hope you like it." We ate in silence, except for the occasional slurp. Later that night, Anna knocked on my door. "Can I come in?" she whispered. "I was thinking about you too. Can we combine everything and be together in one cabin?" Clifford knows and seems okay with it. "Of course, you shouldn't go back tonight in case that bear is lurking. I just found you. I don't want to lose you." She snuggled next to me, pressing her body into mine and wrapping her arms around my neck. "Alex, if you don't want to answer this, I understand, but you told me about your wife having a lover. How could you stay with her after finding out?" "I don't know. I avoided her. Every time I saw her, I thought about what I saw in the video. I just wanted to be with Emily. To be with Emily. I had to stay with that conniving woman. I avoided her, did extra projects and took Emily to the park. All I thought about was finding an attorney and getting out. When I filed for divorce, everything exploded. Her father got involved and my problems worsened. I've already told you most of it, but the worst part is too disgusting to talk about. After I found out, I threw up. Even now thinking about it makes me sick. That was the deal breaker. I knew I had to get as far away from her and her family as I could. Then don't talk about it or think about it. Come here and hold me and let's not think about her anymore. I'll help make it better." We lay there and still holding each other. I lifted my head and looked into her dark eyes. "Thank you for being here," I said, kissing her tenderly. It reminded me there are good people in this world, and she was one of them. Our lips parted and I rested my head back on her shoulder. "Alex," she whispered, "there's more to my story that I couldn't tell you the other day. I think I'm ready now, because it might help me overcome some more demons, like your preacher said. Confession is good for the soul. Believe it or not, it's worse than what I've already told you. Can you stand to hear it? Anything for you afterward. I may want to eliminate somebody, but I'll listen to whatever you need to say." Well, this happened after what I told you before. Logan threatened me with a knife and said I had to do whatever he wanted. One day he came home high and told me to dress up because he had a surprise. I changed into one of my nicest dresses and found Logan talking to a woman named Faye, his boss. She was tall, stronger-looking and had a growly voice. Logan had shown her the unclothed pictures he took of me and she wanted to meet me. He told me to entertain her to make her happy or I would be punished. Faye told me to strip and dance to music. Terrified, I did as she asked. When I was done, she started touching and kissing me. I cried and Logan got mad, dragging me to the bedroom and telling Faye I was hers. She did terrible things to me while Logan watched, smiling after she left. Logan forced himself on me and told me his plans. Faye wanted to come over again and in return she gave Logan a valuable account at work. Logan showed my pictures to his friends and said I would entertain them too for money. He planned to pimp me out to his co-workers and customers. When I heard that I knew I had to leave, so the next day I ran away. She went silent, staring off into the distance. Her face contorted and tears filled her eyes. Oh God, I can't go on. Her whole body shook as she broke down in sobs. I took her in my arms and held her tightly. Everything's all right. Now you're safe here with me. I'll take care of you. I'll love you. I whispered to her. She continued crying, her tears soaking my shoulder. Her sobbing slowed and she eventually fell asleep in my arms when I woke up. I said, "Morning, did you say you love me?" Last night she asked. Yes, I did. What you told me was horrible and you didn't deserve any of it. I'll make sure you never suffer like that again. I think I've fallen in love with you. I confessed. God. I'm so happy. Thank you, Alex. My prayers have been answered. I love you too, but I really need to pee and then we need breakfast. She said, moving toward the bathroom. I smiled at breakfast. I said, Clifford, you should have a full-time cook here to give you more time for other tasks. Can't afford one. Louisa used to cook and I did everything else. She was a great cook. Me, I make, do. Clifford replied, Anna's a great cook. Maybe she could work for you to help pay rent. Is that okay? Anna. I suggested. Of course I'd love to help. If that's okay with you, Duke. Anna said eagerly, I'll think about it. I have 8 people arriving on the next plane. We'll see how it goes. Clifford said thoughtfully. After breakfast I asked Clifford, how do I make a phone call? I need to let someone know where I am. All I've got is the radio. Yellow Knife can patch you through to an operator. It's a bit expensive, he explained. Can I use it? After breakfast. I asked. Sure, I'll show you how. Clifford replied. Anna said, I'll head back to the cabin to clean up if we're getting visitors. I want to look my best. She smiled and left. Clifford showed me the process for making a call through the radio. It was complicated and I had to use a credit card. Clifford let me use his card to avoid leaving a trace on mine. I'll pay you back. Put it on my bill. I told him. Clifford left me alone to talk. Hello, came the voice from the radio. Hi, Mom, it's Alex. I said, oh my God, Alex, how are you? Where are you? My mom asked, sounding worried. I'm fine, Mom, I'm out of the country and can't say where. If someone asks, you can't lie. What's happening there? I inquired. They're looking for you, Alex. Mr. Kingston is furious after the factory burned down. He blamed you. There's a warrant for your arrest and the FBI talked to us. We didn't know where you were, so we couldn't tell them anything. I think someone's watching the house. She explained. What did you do with the package I gave you? I asked urgently. I put it in the basement behind some jars of canned peaches. I didn't open it. She replied. What about Emily? I asked. Rebecca came by with Emily. She said she wanted to talk to you. Emily's fine, but she misses you. My mom answered. I don't want to talk to Rebecca. I just care about Emily. I said firmly, Alex, I know your divorce will be final soon, but could you talk to Rebecca? Was it really that bad? Is there any way to work things out? For Emily's sake. My mom pleaded. Mom, Rebecca was having an affair the entire time we were married. There's more, but I don't want to hurt Emily. Maybe someday, but not now. I said, trying to stay calm. Okay, I'll trust you. She said, her voice softening. Mom, I've met someone here. Her name is Anna. She's also running from a bad situation. I want you and Dad to meet her, but I can't come home. I'll figure something out. I'm not as depressed as before. I'm actually happy with Anna. I just wanted to let you know I shared. Alex, I'm so happy for you. Deserve to be happy. Call and let us know your plans. I love you, son, she said, sounding relieved. I love you too, Mom. Bye, oh crap. What am I going to do now? The FBI is looking for me. I didn't do anything, but Kingston has the police saying I torched his factory. What about Emily? And now there's Anna. I can't do anything that would hurt her. She has her own problems. How can I get away from Rebecca's father, be with Anna and have a future free from the past? What a mess. I muttered to myself, feeling overwhelmed. The next day the float plane arrived, dropping off 8 men with expensive luggage and fishing gear. Clifford greeted them warmly. Welcome back, gentlemen. It's good to see you again. This makes your 9th year, right? Everything's the same, except the fishing's better. You should see the monster caught. Yesterday we helped carry the luggage to the lodge. That afternoon the men took boats out to fish. Clifford had Anna help him in the kitchen with dinner. She prepared the fish they caught and steamed vegetables, while Clifford handled the salads and bread under her direction. For dessert, Anna made a par cranberry crisp. The new lodgers were thrilled with dinner and asked to meet the chef. Anna Shilley went into the dining room. I watched from another table. One man spoke up. Madam, we want to compliment you on dinner. Everything was delightful. I own a string of restaurants and none of our chefs could match what we just ate. If you ever want to leave here and work for me, you have a standing invitation. Thank you very much. I'll keep your offer in mind. I'll see what surprises I can whip up for breakfast. Anna then came to my table smiling. The praise had boosted her spirits. The restaurant owner walked over to us. Sir, you should be proud of your wife. She's a magnificent cook. I'm serious about my offer. I said yes, I am proud of her, but we're not married. We met here refugees from bad situations. Back home, Clifford clarified. I'm sorry to hear that. Where are you from? Anna asked. I'm from Plano, Texas. She said I'm from Henley, Pennsylvania. I added. Another man chimed in. I know some people in Henley. What's your name? Alex Thompson. I replied. Nope, don't recognize the name. Where did you work? The man asked. Until recently I worked at Kingston Enterprises as an accountant. I said. Now that name I know. Kingston cheated me out of $1 million contract. It set my business back quite a bit. He responded. Yeah, I was married to his daughter. I admitted. The man came over to our table. No crap. You Harold Kingston, son-in-law. I got divorced recently. I'm not sorry to be out of that family. I explained what happened. The restaurant owner asked, intrigued. In short, my wife cheated on me. I filed for divorce and Kingston made sure I came away with nothing. No money, no job, no daughter. I came here to get away, and that's where I met Anna. I summarized. Another man joined us. Did I hear someone mention Kingston Enterprises? Yes, I used to work there. I confirmed. That name is familiar. I work for the Justice Department in the racketeering section. We investigating Kingston for violations of several laws. I'd love to talk to you in more detail. He said. Wow, I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised. Kingston owns everything in town, including the judge. In my divorce hearings just before I left, one of his factories burned down and I'm the main suspect. There's a warrant for my arrest and I'm sure he had something to do with it. I explained, feeling the weight of the situation. A fourth man interrupted. I heard your story and wanted to chime in. I'm a lawyer. How do you know? Kingston owns this Judge J. I had a video of my wife with her lover. The judge rejected it and threatened to jail me if I showed it to anyone I revealed. That sounds like a judge I know in Henley. He screwed me and my clients too. You need help getting unscrewed. Maybe we can talk and see what's possible. I'd like to help, the lawyer offered. The manufacturing man added. Absolutely, I'll do anything to give Bloom a taste of his own medicine. A fifth man stood up and approached us. Looks like we need some military-style coordination here. I haven't seen action since Afghanistan and I'd love to help take down a big shot. No offense, Mr. Thompson, none taken. I said, let's head to the porch, have a couple of drinks and talk this over with all the brains here. We can come up with something spectacular. What do you say? Anna chimed in. This is where I make my exit. Thank you everyone. Alex, I'll see you back at the cabin. Wake me when you get back and tell me your plans for world domination. Gentlemen, good night and thank you from the porch. I watched Clifford walk Anna back to our cabin. He thanked her for making the group happy and asked her to help with breakfast. After they were out of sight, we started discussing possibilities. When I got back to the cabin, Anna was asleep, looking peaceful. I didn't want to wake her and bring back her troubles, so I quietly slipped into bed and spooned her. It was another perfect day. That night, the aurora borealis lit up the sky, but we were asleep in each other's arms. The next morning after breakfast, Anna and I sat on the dock. Anna, before I tell you about last night's discussion, I have a question. What do you want to do about your husband? I can't see any alternative, but divorce. I don't want you going back and getting hurt. What are you thinking? I've thought about divorce, but he would come after me. He's very possessive. I thought about staying hidden and hoping he moves on. Why? What do you have in mind? Yesterday we talked about my problems. I told them I wanted justice, not revenge. These men have influence and money. One is a CEO of a huge computer company. The lawyer Alan knows my friend Ken, the private investigator, the retired colonel and the Army Special Forces will coordinate everything. We just have to sit tight here until they are ready. That sounds wonderful. Do you think they could help me? Yes, Alan knows a divorce lawyer in Dallas who's a shark. Everything should be ready by the time we get back. You just need one meeting to sign papers and the Army major will handle getting Logan to sign. Everything's going to be okay. Why would a bunch of strangers help me? I'm just a cook in a remote lodge. There are good people in this world. They see something in you that maybe you don't see in yourself, something I already knew. Anna smiled. We sat on the dock holding hands thinking about the future. 5 days later we helped the fishermen load up the float plane. I thanked each man and Anna kissed each one on the cheek, even the shy computer geek. The restaurant owner gave Anna his business card reminding her of his job offer. Please call, he said. After they left, Clifford wandered back to the lodge and Anna and I took a boat out onto the lake to fish and talk. Anna asked, when will this all happen? I don't want to leave Clifford without a cook, maybe 2 or 3 weeks. If all goes as planned. You should be heading back here within a few days. We can arrange for you to visit your mother and sister if you want. Okay, I just wandered over with so we can be together. Will you come back here afterward? Absolutely. Once I clean up the mess from my old life, I plan on starting a new one with you. Anna scooted over, put her head on my shoulder and we sat there enjoying each other's touch. 3 weeks later, Anna and I sat on our cabin porch at sundown discussing the trip home the next day. We were both tense about what was to come. Despite careful planning, Murphy's Law could still strike. I had hope though. Alex hold me. I'm so scared. If I wasn't here in your arms, I might be back there, tied to a bed and being used by everyone. I'm terrified. He'll find me. Shush. That's not going to happen. You're safe now and always will be. I'll protect you. We sat holding each other watching the sunset behind the mountains. I stroked her cheek as a tear rolled down. Her gentle breathing showed she was more relaxed. Anna, since you shared your whole story, I need to tell you about my final demon. This is as hard for me as it was for you. When I found out my daughter wasn't mine, I was furious. I wanted to eliminate Rebecca and her lover. If they had been there, I might have. I went looking for Rebecca and found her with her lover. It was her father, Harold Kingston. They've been lovers since before we were married. The photos and video. I had confirmed it. Emily is his daughter. If anyone knew, it could hurt her immensely. I'll do anything to protect her. Oh my God, Alex. That's unbelievable. How could she? I'm speechless. I want to strangle her for hurting you. I feel so sorry for your daughter. When I saw them together, I thought divorcing her would solve everything. Instead, it made things worse. I ran here to escape and found you. Now I know we have a future. Once we close the door on our past, we'll be together if you want me. Oh Alex, of course I want you. Make me feel like a princess. The next few months may be difficult, but we'll be together forever. That sounds wonderful. We might not get a chance to be together for a while after tonight. I want to make love with you one more time before we go. I love you so much. We kissed in the fading light and walked into the cabin. We made love and afterward she looked into my eyes and kissed me. God, that was fantastic. She relaxed and fell onto my chest and we fell asleep. Clifford, Anna will be back in a week at most. I'll be gone longer. I know the lake will freeze and flying in will be impossible, but I'll try to get back before then. Keep an eye on my little chef. Don't worry about me. I've been here 20 years before you came and we'll be here 20 more after you leave. I'll take care of your little darling, you too. Be careful and have a safe journey. Anna kissed Clifford on the cheek, then stepped into the plane. I shook his hand and followed her in. The pilot entered, closed and locked the door. I saw Clifford waving goodbye as we took off. As we flew, I thought about what lay ahead in Dallas. We went to see Anna's attorney. I pictured a fierce lawyer, but Jane Oakes, a little gray-haired woman, surprised me. Good afternoon, I'm Jane Oakes, she said, sitting behind her mahogany desk and smiling at Anna. Don't let my appearance fool you. It works to my advantage once the opposition meets me. They wish they hadn't. Anna. I've heard everything from Alan, but I want to hear it from you for the next half hour. Anna retold her story. Jane listened intently. It's worse than I thought, but don't worry, Weck, put an end to it. You'll get your divorce and everything you want. I'm confident. Let's get the papers signed and I'll explain what happens next. When Anna signed everything and we were driving to her sister's house, she broke down crying. I wasn't sure if it was from sorrow or joy. Her tears lasted until we were on the interstate. She wiped her eyes, blew her nose and placed her hand on mine. I keep saying thank you, don't I? I can't wait until it's all over, she said. Looking out the window at the passing countryside at her sister's house, Anna seemed reborn. She laughed and played with her nieces and nephews and ran around with their big dog. Watching her transform into a new woman made me love her even more. Later, her mother arrived and the three women had a private talk, while the men stayed in the backyard with beers. When they returned, everyone looked teary-eyed. Anna and her sister went to make dinner and her mother took me aside. Mr. Thompson. Anna told us what her husband did and about you. She said you have your own troubles to fix before you can be together. She also said she loves you and feels safe with you. If you ever hurt her, like her ex did, I will hunt you down and eliminate you, but if you treat her well, you'll get my 16-layer cake every Christmas. Take care of my little girl. She deserves the best. Shocked. I could only say yes. She kissed my forehead, smiled and led me back to my chair. Each day we stayed at her sister's house and each night at a new nearby motel. Anna was wrong. We did have time to make love while waiting for the call from her attorney quite a few times. 5 days later Anna got the call she had been waiting for. Hi, Anna, this is Jane, everything's done. Your husband signed the papers as soon as the court processes them. It will be final in 3 to 6 months. Until then you're still married but can do whatever you want except remarry. Your husband was convinced to sign by someone from the army. I don't know who your friends are, but I might want to borrow them sometime. Take care and have a nice life. Anna's abusive marriage was over. We celebrated with ice cream and everyone had a great time. At the Dallas-Fort Worth airport, we held each other and said our goodbyes. Anna went to one terminal and I went to another. I'll call Clifford and leave a message. When I get to my parents' house, I'll call again with good news. Take care, I love you. I love you too. She cried. We parted our fingertips the last to touch. I drove 2 hours from Harrisburg Airport to Henley, timing my arrival for dusk. I parked around the block for my parents' house and walked through the woods. I knocked on the back door. Who's out back? Knocking on that door, my dad's voice called out. It's me, Dad, Alex. Damn Mom, it's Alex. Come on in before someone sees you, Dad. It's good to be home. Hi, Mom, we need to talk about what's going to happen. Let's sit in the living room. I just want to put my feet up and relax. I spent the evening explaining everything to my parents. If all went as PL planned, it would be over within a week. They laughed at the audacity of the scheme and what would happen to those involved. We had a good time and I felt ready for what was to come. I called and left a message for Clifford and Anna, letting them know I was safe and everything was okay. Early in the morning, I heard the newspaper land in the driveway. I walked out in my shorts and robe to pick it up, stretching big as day. Well, that should let everybody know that Alex is home. I whispered. Within 30 minutes, 3 police cars showed up. Risk knock. I answered the door and heard Alex Thompson. I have a warrant for your arrest. Please come out quietly. I winked at my mom and dad and walked out. Handcuffs aren't as painful as I thought. Sure, I had to ride to the station with my hands behind my back, but it didn't hurt much. I was photographed, fingerprinted and put in a cell by myself. All I had to do was wait. Within an hour, Mr. Kingston came roaring into the station demanding to see me. I could hear his voice from my cell. Soon he was in front of me glaring with steely gray eyes. Boy, I'm going to burn you up. You have the balls to burn down my factory and come back like nothing happened. I'll make sure you never see the light of day again. Say goodbye to your little girl. She'll forget you ever existed. I watched his tirade thinking God, I love watching that big vein on his head pulse. I didn't get to say anything before a frantic-looking deputy called him back to the office. I sat back down and listened to the yelling and screaming. Finally someone shouted, "Go get him now." The same wide-eyed deputy came back, unlocked my cell and told me to follow him in the office. Alan, the lawyer I met at Clifford's, stood glaring at Mr. Kingston, who was redder than before. "Mr. Thompson, are you okay? Have they treated you well?" Alan asked. "I'm okay, just a little confused why I'm here." I replied, "We about to clear that up." Alan said reassuringly. Alan made a call and said, "We're ready now in a minute." A tall man in a suit walked in with 2 state police officers. He approached Mr. Kingston with a manila envelope. "Mr. Harold Kingston," the man in the suit asked. "Yes, what do you want?" Kingston responded, sounding annoyed. "Sir, I have a warrant for your arrest for tampering with government officials, racketeering and money laundering. I also have a cease and desist order for Kingston Enterprises until a federal grand jury convenes. Here's a lawsuit from Alex Thompson for wrongful termination, and there's another warrant for your arrest on the charge of incest with Rebecca Thompson, your daughter. A warrant is being served on her now," the man announced, handing Kingston the documents. He turned to the deputy sheriff and handed him an envelope. "Sir, this is a lawsuit against the town of Henley for wrongful imprisonment." I had to sit down to hide my smile. The officer handed me an envelope and said, "Mr. Thompson, here's a court order quashing all charges against you until the fire marshal's report is reviewed. Tomorrow at 10:00 there will be a hearing to review your divorce decree with a new judge, as the previous one is under investigation." Alan never took his eyes off Mr. Kingston, who now looked particularly glum. "Alex Letton, go, you're a free man," Alan said loudly. We walked out the front door and Alan smiled as he drove me to my parents' house. When we stopped, he turned to me and shook my hand. "Good luck, Alex. I'll see you at the hearing. This is a little present from your fishing buddies. I think things will be quieter around here for you. I love small towns." "Good night," Alan said warmly. He nodded and drove away. My parents met me at the curb. "How it go, son?" My dad asked better than I could have imagined. "Let'n go eat, I'm starved," I replied, feeling relieved and hungry. The divorce review hearing was different. Rebecca showed up with only one attorney. The new judge looked very concerned with Alan by my side. I felt hopeful. The review took almost 4 hours. This time the evidence of Rebecca's infidelity and incest was allowed and the judge declared her an unfit mother. He overturned the child support, granted me primary physical custody, and I was now to receive child support. The house remained hers and the income split stayed the same. I still left broke, but I had Emily. During the hearing, Rebecca remained silent, staring at her hands. Her lawyer spoke for her when needed, but she stayed quiet and looked awful. After the hearing, I asked to speak to Rebecca alone. I began. "Rebecca, this isn't about revenge. I just wanted to divorce and to get as far away from you as possible. You and your father hurt me more than you can imagine. When he tried to railroad me, I got mad. Everything that happened is your fault. He always got what he wanted, but not this time. He tried to keep me from Emily, which nearly destroyed me. I survived with the help of a woman who has a heart and a moral compass. Things you lack. I love her. I don't want you near Emily ever again. I'll get a restraining order if necessary. I promise to come and piss on your grave. Do you understand?" Rebecca nodded without looking up. I left the hearing room happier than I've been in a long time, thinking of Anna and Emily. That night I burned the DNA test results in my parents' backyard. The only person I ever told about Emily's real father was Anna. 2 months ago I landed on this same little lake in the float plane. Now I had Emily with me and she enjoyed the ride as we docked. I saw Anna looking as beautiful as ever. I carried Emily off the plane and Anna's smile was as wide as the lake. She gave me a welcome home kiss, while Emily made happy noise. I was glad to be back. Anna then told me, "Alex, I've got bad news. Clifford had a stroke. He lost the use of his right hand and now walks like John Hunter. He'll be fine in time, but he needs help running this place." I said I'd stay. What do you think? I felt like I was coming home, not just because of Anna, but also because of this place. I'll stay with you forever. We'll take care of Clifford and our little girl together. I missed you and I love you. Welcome home. She said I love you. It's been 5 years since I first came to Clifford's lodge. Anna and I married the spring after our first winter here. Emily loves it, especially playing with Clifford, her old teddy bear. We gave Emily 2 little brothers, twins named Clifford and Hunter. They're now 3 and getting into everything. Anna is a great mother and I'm thankful every day for finding each other. Anna is pregnant with our 3rd child, a girl due in 3 months. We're considering naming her Louisa. The lodge has expanded with a larger main house, new cabins, stone walkways and more boats. The dock is wider and there are native artworks everywhere. Clifford supervised the upgrades funded by the lawsuit settlements against Kingston and Henley. Anna enjoys her new gourmet kitchen courtesy of an anonymous restaurant owner. We have satellite communications and solar power. Thanks to some generous benefactors, the lodge is now packed year-round, with a waiting list for popular dates matching the website's promises. When my parents visited after the twins were born, they told me Rebecca has become a recluse and no longer are associates with her father, who is still on probation for racketeering. I couldn't care less about them. Clifford passed away a year ago, leaving everything to Anna and me. We buried his ashes with Louise by the park bench on the hill and visit them often. We miss the old buzzard, but his spirit lives on in the lodge. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.